Hello, 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 family. We are live, and you are welcome to jump up at any point, but for right away until someone comes up, we will probably just review one of our episodes and replay that. But yeah, join me. We are cleaning and we are chatting. We're having good conversation. So the link is in the bio. Feel free to jump up and I'll chat with you soon. I see some people are watching. So, what do you want to talk about? Type in the chat. What do you want me to talk about today? What do you want to talk about? As a matter of fact, let me pin the join link for you because I know some of you are accustomed to it being pinned. So, I will do that. Hold on. Give me a second here, guys. But in the meantime, in between time, how was your week? What's going on with you? For me, it's my mother's birthday week. It is a huge holiday for me. I'm loving it. Right now, she's taking a nap, so I'm going to get a few things done. If you don't know, my mom, I take care of her. So that's why it's a kind of a big deal for me. She's been pretty sick. I'm hearing some feedback, guys. Hold on. All right, I just pinned the link to make it easy for you. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You are winning with another episode of Epic Understanding. I am your host, Coach Erica Love, and I'm very excited about our show that we have tonight. You know, it's getting to be around that time where people wonder about metaphysical things, Sometimes people think about it because it's Halloween, but other people like me have metaphysical things on their mind all the time. Well, I thought that why not bring someone in that could make energy practical and help us understand how to really solve problems. Can unseen forces actually help us avoid a narcissist or, work on current relationships or even help us decide what job we should take. And quite honestly, guys, I am a woman who believes in God. Does God say that we should avoid this type of energy? Well, to help us learn more about this and to add a truly wonderful and fresh perspective, I have Angela Thomas. Hello. Guys, me and my you know, engineering. I actually have Julia here with us as well, but I'm saving her for later. You have to wait. You have to wait. So anyway, I'll introduce her later. Talk to you soon, Julia. And take your mic off, please, Angela. Hello. Your mic is on mute, Angela. Angela, your mic is on mute. Let me see if I can take it off for you.
There we go. Okay. Hello.
All right. Welcome, Angela. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just finished teaching a class, and if I look a little discombobulated, it's because my AC went out today.
You know what? I can just lift you up because I've been there, done that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So send good vibes my way.
I am sending good vibes and a strong wind your way to cool you off.
Thank you.
All right. So tell us, I'm just curious, what was your class about tonight?
My class was 2 hours spent on telepathy. So telepathy is mind-to-mind communication or brain-to-brain communication. So, whether we know it or not, Erica, if we're just chit-chatting about the weather, our own brain cells are speaking to each other's brain cells.
Is that how we feel people's energy?
Well, that's one form of how we can feel people's energy, and we can direct our energy. Thoughts are energy, and emotions have a tendency to catapult it. And depending on how great the emotion is, depends on how much frequency of that energy or vibration of that energy goes out. So that's just telepathy is just one way that we can use our own, mental faculties to send or receive information.
Okay, so telepathy is different than precognition, right?
Yes.
And you told me something today about retrocognition. What's that?
So, number one, precognition is the ability to see into the future. Now, personally, I like to stay within an 18-month time frame. So, Jane Doe is not going to speak to me, and she doesn't care what's happening 10 years down the road. But retrocognition is the ability to see the past. And the way I like to use that ability is I volunteer to track missing persons, and I will do some cold cases. So it's necessary to be able to psychically or clairvoyantly get what has happened in the past, because you need to know what happened in order to bring it present to this day. So if a missing person went missing, let's say 2 days ago, and then right now I'm working on the case, but I need to know, let's say if there's an abductor involved, I need to know, is that abductor going to keep that missing person with them, or are they going to move and go forward tomorrow? So again, precognition, the ability to see into the future, is also used.
One of the things that I love about the way that you operate is that you focus on, being detailed. You've been featured on A&E and the CBS network, along with several other
Mhm.
programs. And so you, for lack of a better word, you're not just willy nilly. You are focused on details and accuracy.
Yes, yes. And that's what everybody wants, right? And not
Hmm.
all psychics and clairvoyants are the same. So I can tell you there are some phenomenal psychics and clairvoyants out there, and psychic mediums as well. But I do focus on the details because that's what my clients like, right? If you're
Hmm.
if you're not focusing on details, you're just kind of giving general information, and
Hmm.
that general information could apply. Just like if we read an astrology forecast in a newspaper. Well, it's
Hmm.
very general, not very specific. So I like it when my clients say, this is my specific area of concern, whether it's career, business, relationship, family, money, whatever the case may be. Or, by the way, I've got some specific questions about my career or business or money or relationships. And
Hmm.
that way they are given very specific information. So that's the way I like to work. And yes, you're right. I am known for high accuracy, but I've been doing this for many years,
Hmm.
and so now I teach it, right? So, but that's the way I like to work. Not everybody likes to work the way I do. Sometimes I'm a bit overkill,
Mm.
trying to be very specific, right? So,
I mean, that's wonderful. I think it's best that if in this day and age specifically, if if you want people to have confidence in you, then it is important to be very, accurate. I believe
yes, absolutely.
because
Very.
you can Google so much information on people.
Yeah, but who has time for all that?
Well, one of the things you do is myth busting and catching scammers, psychic scammers, right? So,
Well, I don't go after the psychic scammers now. I did a show on Gaia, the Gaia Network. I
uh-huh,
did Beyond Belief with George Norrie. And one of the shows I did with George Norrie was about psychic scammers. So, how
uh-huh.
to recognize psychic scammers, how to deal with psychic scammers. Because a psychic scammer is going to want to feed your anxiety and your fears so that you'll come back to him or her. Or they may want to go, hey, Erica, you can rent this crystal for a week for, I don't know, $700. But now you got to bring it back. And I can tell you in 1 week's time, your problem will be solved. And so, they're making a lot of money and banking on your fear and anxiety. And so, if your problem isn't solved in 7 days, well, Erica, you didn't do what I told you to do, right? So, they're really scamming a lot of people. There is not one item out there, not one item that is going to resolve a person's problem. What I like to do when clients come to me with legitimate problems, uh, I like to, uh, provide them information so that he or she then can choose on their own what step they wish to take next. So I personally don't tell John or Jane Doe, listen now, you should do this or you should do that. That's not my role as a psychic. My role is to give information. Let John or Jane Doe's best friend or family member give their opinion on what they should do. I just provide the information, and then it's up to him or her to either A, do nothing about it, or do something about it, right? So, and we can't always divert some situations, right? Not everything is divertible, but most are, right? Because we have free will. We can delay it or plan on it or stall it or whatever, but our free will is still there.
Mm. I want to ask you two more questions before we bring Julia up. And one of them is about mediums. Can you explain the difference between, a medium and a general psychic, we understand what clairvoyant is versus retrovoyant, and then what else is out there, you know?
Well, there's a lot of labels, and those labels can be confusing.
Mm-hmm.
But I can say the difference between a psychic and a psychic medium is that the psychic is dealing with the living,
Mm-hmm.
what's going on now and in within your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
A psychic medium, however, is communicating with those on the other side. So those loved ones that have passed and they're in spirit. Now, here's the thing, a lot of people would go, "Oh no, Angela, that's wrong because the Bible says," right? This, that,
Mm-hmm.
and the other. But the thing is that it has been researched over and over again. The consciousness, lives on. So the
Mm-hmm.
physical body dies, but the our consciousness lives on. So that's how the psychic medium is able to communicate with a loved one in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a clairvoyant, that you can channel that information and become a mental medium. So not all psychic mediums actually see the individual that they're communicating with. Some do, but most of the time it's mental mediumship.
So, can anyone be a medium?
Uh, Here's the thing: everybody has the capacity to work as a psychic or clairvoyant or even a medium. Some are Picassos, some are scribblers, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you can train and develop those abilities, but you absolutely must practice. And
Mm-hmm.
as you know, it doesn't take a psychic to say, if you don't practice your techniques or practice an approach, you're not going to be able to be very good at it. So those psychics and clairvoyants and mediums who practice what they learned and developed those abilities, that's the way to go, to use practice.
Mm, I see. I see. You know, to be very honest, it's still a little bit esoteric for me. I just can't
Uh-huh.
quite wrap my arms around it. But I do want to bring Julia in to get her feedback on the matter. Hello, Julia. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Julia Gordon Brimmer, and she is an expert in this field, but you use tarot cards, is that correct?
Yes.
How does this fit in this whole big picture that Angela's been sharing with us?
Well, Angela and I have known each other for a number of years, and we've worked together. Sort of thing. I would say, in some ways, we overlap, and Angela also reads cards. I've been reading since I was 16, over 43 years now, and I agree very much with what Angela just said about that everyone has some ability. I compare it to singing. So everyone can sing at least a little bit, and some you could listen to all day, and some it's like, oh God, please stop.
Mhm,
and
mhm,
so it is definitely a tool to be developed. The tarot cards, when I went into this, when I started reading cards when I was 16, I knew that I was maybe a little bit different. I had had some premonitions starting around that age, but I never thought of myself as psychic with the capital P. And I really never billed myself that way, although that is the label that I get. And I'm cool with it because, like I said, I think everyone has some ability. Um, I cringe a little bit when people call me, like CBS Radio calls me St. Louis's best fortune teller, and that's just so carnival. and
mhm,
and the tarot cards are very psychological. They reflect what we know on a higher subconscious level, and they mirror it back to us in the consciousness. Carl Jung, the famous psychologist, used tarot cards. So it's less magic and more showing you what's going on in your own mind, where your energies are going, what you're attracting, to give you a heads up so you can see what to change, maybe if you don't like something that the cards are showing that's coming up.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
what makes the card come up? I mean,
Well, that's the magic. How did the right cards show up? That's the magic part of it, because I just trust in spirit. I call it God. I don't tell people what to believe or how to do God, but yeah, it always seems very synchronistic that the right cards appear. And I've put cards down, and people have gotten one look at them and become highly emotional, and sometimes people can read their own cards because they feel it. I always say my clients are reading with me, and I'm just verbalizing it for them, and maybe validating their thoughts and feelings. But that's the magic part, is it's what I would call the God part.
so how does that connect with scripture? And then, Julia, I don't know if you can, but it seems to me that you have your phone this way versus this way.
I have my phone vertically, and if you need it
Horizontally. Yeah.
If
Can you do that? It won't do that?
it won't be on the stand. I mean, I can reposition it fairly. So
There you go. I mean, you
you
look,
like that?
I love it. You're filling up the screen.
Okay. Let me. All right. I
Now
love.
we can see your head, though.
Yeah. It's not in
Oh
a.
my gosh.
It's not in a stand. So that's the best.
Got it. Oh, I see. Well, I guess we'll keep you long ways.
Okay.
We'll keep you long ways. It's just that you don't fill out the screen as
Oh.
much. It's a good thing you're pretty, right?
Very pretty, very pretty. I see her clearly.
Right. I'll show you the difference. It's just a matter of filling out the screen. That's all. Now, Angela, you guys, how did you two meet?
Through Lindenwood University.
Okay.
I taught there as an adjunct professor, and so we connected through Lindenwood University.
And I also.
What kind of class was it?
I taught written communication for business. So I've got an advanced degree, an MFA in writing. And so I was able to teach written communication for business, and of course, oral communications, which is speech, right? So I have a bachelor's in communication with an emphasis in corporate communication. I've got massive communication experience, and then of course the writing element of communication.
Excellent. And so somehow your energies came together, and you both discovered that you were in this field, or how did that happen?
Well, I remember Julia, the first time I saw Julia, she was actually explaining her tarot, and she, before class, and she also then introduced where her expertise is in, which is Sylvia Plath, the poet, and how she saw references of tarot meanings in Sylvia Plath and her husband Ted Hughes's writings.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen, Julia is going to be back with us, and we're going to actually discuss your book.
Yes. I have 3 books, and 2 more on the way. 3 books on Sylvia Plath, and one of the 2 is also on Plath coming up. And you probably think, how could someone say so much about her? But that's for the other program.
Fair enough. I'm very curious. about what kinds of problems that you or how you've helped people in their life, like a very practical ways. And I'm going to start with Angela. Angela.
Well, I have I read for people all over the world, and so I can say that some of the biggest ways of helping others was to be able to read on their business. I do read for a few politicians, which I won't name, uh,
Mm-hmm.
but being able to offer them some insights to the near future in the area that they are concerned about. And then, of course, I told you before that I do volunteer to track missing persons,
Mm-hmm.
and I occasionally will pick up a cold case as well. So, to me, my biggest passion is to track missing persons, whether that's a child or an adult, or
Mm-hmm.
to go into a cold case. I did the Delphi murders last year, so that was a big eye opener for me. But I cover all kinds of areas. People want to know, the most important questions to people that are asked in 1,000 different ways is love, right? Love, money, and health. And so they may ask 1,000 questions about their particular situation. But you also read on family and finances and all kinds of situations. So there's occasionally I'll go, what? I'm thinking in my mind, wow, you
Mm-hmm.
know, that's an area that is extraordinarily important, right?
Do
So
you do you ever one of the things I'm concerned about is adverse childhood experiences and of course trauma bonds. Are you ever like in the grocery store or just everyday life and you sense um, that type of energy in a situation? And then what do you do with that?
well, I don't do anything with that. I don't know about Julia, but I basically, if I'm going out in public, I've already grounded my energies, protected my aura, and I try to shut down as a psychic. But if I
Mm,
pick up on somebody, I can't just walk up to a stranger and say, by the way, I understand why you are feeling the way you're feeling today, or I understand that there has been some recent trauma or some old trauma that you're living with day after day after day. Number one, they don't know me and they're not going to appreciate that. Now, the psychic medium Hollister Rand once shared a story, and she said after she did a demonstration, standing in front of the audience and passing along messages from their loved ones, she said backstage people were gathering to meet her. And she said she heard this particular young woman's grandmother to acknowledging that she knew that this young woman had been raped recently.
mm,
Well, the young woman had not uh, spoken a word about that. And so Hollister just walked over and whispered in this young woman's ear, I have your grandmother here, and she wants you to know that she knows about the rape. And Hollister said, this woman lost her mind. How did you know that? I've never told anybody that. How dare you mention rape to me? And so not everybody is going to appreciate that. Now,
mm,
have I read for individuals with a bit of trauma? Absolutely, I have. But I am not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so I would not try to resolve their trauma through any sort of reading. I would really refer them to a medical professional.
mm. I see. Julia, Famously, Nancy Reagan in particular, and Ronald Reagan, but Nancy, I think, was more vocal about it. She really had a very strong relationship with a psychic. And then Denzel Washington openly stated that a woman spoke a prophecy over his life when he was failing out of college and told him that he would travel the world and speak to millions upon millions of people. He was in college and he was failing.
Yeah.
Um, and so, and he didn't ask for that. He didn't ask for that reading. It was just kind of spontaneous. Now, this woman was known as a prophet. You guys label yourself as a psychic. Do you ever feel an urge to just speak into someone's life?
No, I don't. Of course, I do for my clients every day. And I do readings on the phone and video and even by email. And
by email?
Yeah, I learned I can do email readings. And it was all, I think with all of my abilities, it was sort of like, well, sure, let's try it. Somebody would test me. And then we're like, oh, well, that works too. Okay. Gosh, it looks like I can get a message from the other side. I didn't know that. I use the cards. I still don't call myself a medium.
Okay.
Angela does, but I believe that sometimes people have, something from a relative. They've got to know something. They've got to get a bit of information to know their mother died peacefully, or where something is, that was misplaced before they died, or and sometimes the cards can be really helpful. And I've had really wonderful closures with some of my clients where they were not at peace until they saw me. And again, I just call that God stuff. And it's just what I see in the cards, and I'm just channeling it back to them.
Wow.
But I don't approach strangers, and because I use the cards as my main tool, it takes a table, it takes quiet, and it's not something to walk up to someone in the grocery store.
So I receive what you're saying. It's the energy, and it takes the cards. This is going to sound so odd. Why can't you do it without the cards?
I think I could. First of all, I love the cards. I mean, they're a part of me. And each card...
But what made you pick up these cards? What made, if you have this talent when you were 16, what made you go, okay, now I'm going to get these cards?
Well, it's funny. I wrote about this in a book that's coming out next year, with Inner Traditions. And I tell my story in the beginning of the book. And I was 16. I was in a mall. It was a hot summer day, killing time. And I walked into a magic shop. And in the late 1970s, there were no new age shops. There weren't these traditional, like the places that we get tarot cards today. This was magic with like rabbits out of hats and gag gifts and sponge balls and, and the tricks. But I was just nosing around, and a girl behind the counter said, "You want to see some real magic?" And she pulled out a deck, and I was smitten. It just was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. And I knew I had to have it, and I plunked down my babysitting money, and I began to, study. First we have something in the tarot circuits, they call them LWBs, little white booklets. And they're the free booklets that come in your box of tarot cards. And for the longest time, that's all I used. And I really think that helped me to develop my own intuition, because there's not a lot of room for a whole lot of expansive explanation. There are only a few key words. And so I learned to go deeper into the pictures and, kind of just riff off what I saw and what I felt, and I just learned pretty quickly I was good at it.
Mm.
But I used booklets for many years, and because I wasn't trusting myself fully. And I think, as I began to do events, that was when I really, well, I've always known I was clairaudient, which is hearing something. So like Angela, I believe, is more clairvoyant, seeing something.
Well,
I
I'm
hear,
so clairaudient, highly.
yeah. So I hear something in my ear, kind of whispering or speaking or even yelling, um, and so that of course plays a part in this. But I've taught people how to read the cards, and once I was at a party, and I've written about this also. A very drunk guy grabbed my deck and said, "Let me read those cards for you." And he started putting the cards down, and he didn't know anything about the tarot, but he was just going by the pictures. And he gave me a fairly accurate reading, and
Oh,
it was just because he was so open. He was blotto, and he was just taking it in and throwing it out, and he didn't know what he was even saying, and but it worked. And so there's a trusting. I think, as I said, I believe everyone has intuition to a certain degree, and people most likely don't use it because they're afraid of being wrong. That ego gets in the way, and they have that little voice or that feeling or that vision, but they don't acknowledge it, and they just say, "Oh, I made that up,"
mm.
and so they don't go there, and they're missing out on a key part of their sensory abilities, and I think most people miss it.
So I've heard you clearly say that you are hearing from God. Are tarot card cards biblical in any way? Is it anywhere in the Bible to you know?
They're not mentioned in the Bible.
Mhm.
They do incorporate images from the Bible. I mean, so I pulled a card before we started, and I pulled my favorite, the High Priestess. I put her on the back of my business card. She
Let me see
sits,
if I can put you in the middle there. I'm going to make you big.
sure,
Okay.
she sits between the columns of Solomon's temple.
Okay.
So these are pillars of King Solomon in the Bible, who was,
Okay.
the wise king in the Old Testament, and there's a lot of great stories about him. But so there are lots of things incorporated on the Five of Pentacles, which is a card of some beggars out in the cold, in the snow. They're beneath a church window that.
Mhm.
See the stained glass. There are lots of Rosicrucian elements. If the Rosicrucians are sort of mystic Catholicism. They were the Christian alchemists, and
Mhm.
and that's all through the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, which is this is the Universal Waite, which is a one of the models of it. And yeah, and so there's a lot of the Bible built in. I often incorporate Bible stories with my readings because I just think that the parables are so excellent. And I have a Christian background too. I was raised in the Episcopalian church. Uh,
Mhm.
so I see nothing contradictory. I'm not conjuring anything. I'm not opening myself to evil spirits. I consider I'm working with the Holy Spirit. And
Mhm.
um, others may disagree with me, and they're welcome to do that. And maybe tarot's just not right for them. But seems to be working pretty well for me.
Well, I think these are questions that, many people have because you may be interested in these things, but you also may fear it because, in many churches, it's taught no, 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 no. That's not something that you do. I know that I've been taught, no, 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 but then I've also read the Bible where even Jesus seems to be talking to spirits. Do you remember when Moses returned? You, anybody? Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
when Moses returned, yes.
Right. And I'm like, well, he's been long gone, you know. And
Right.
so you just you wonder these things. You know, God talked about having certain crystals and things of that nature. I'm going to put you back down here, Julia. Um, and so, but we're also taught, to be against crystals, and those are bad. So I just kind of, I'm always looking to reconcile.
I think a lot,
Work.
a lot of the Bible is not meant to be taken literally. I'll give you an example of one of my favorite stories that I've spoken a lot about and written about. The story of Jesus when he comes upon the man who's possessed with demons. And if you know that story, he casts the demons into a herd of pigs, right? Well, it struck me, pigs in the Middle East? Wait a minute. So they're Muslim and Jewish there, so they don't eat pork, right? And I looked up pigs. Pigs need water to live, a lot of water. That land is arid. There's no way they would not. And why would they farm pigs that they don't eat? Right? There's so many reasons that pigs did not exist there in the literal sense. But here's the reason, I believe, for that New Testament story. Jesus said, "What is your name?" And he said, "Legion, for we are many." Well, Jesus never said, "Okay, Legion." He never named Legion. And I think this is the real lesson here, is about naming our demons. Because when we name something, we give it power. I use COVID as a great example of that. If we had all just shut up and focused on wellness and natural immunity, I'm not saying deny it exists, but I'm saying grow the good and build the positive energy. But instead, everyone went on a fear campaign, and we turned COVID into a huge demon, and we empowered it. And so I think that's the meaning of that story. There's so much wisdom in the Bible, but it's not to be taken literally. It's painting a picture so you can understand things. And those pigs represented the vile, the filthy, the things that the Muslims and Jews do not touch. And so that's why the demons were cast into that. But
I wonder if it's if they didn't use the correct word. If that makes sense.
I think the story's still valid, whatever word,
Well, the reason why I said that, because of the thought process that you said, why were they even farming pigs? It's kind of that's a good question.
Yeah.
So,
but there's lots of things in the Bible that just, that the people, the atheists will say, oh, the Bible's garbage because of blah, 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 blah. And they can historically prove all kinds of inaccuracies. And what I'm saying is, it's not about those literal details, there's the wisdom and the beauty of it is way beyond that. It's not meant to be taken literally. And funny, because that's really my position on my Sylvia Plath work that I'll be talking to you about in a couple of weeks. But that's my crusade, I guess. And maybe that's why I'm also a poet and creative writer, is, we have this very one-dimensional world where people just don't know how to see the multiplicity of meaning and dimension. And maybe we who call ourselves psychics are just naturally more expansive in how and what we can see.
Mm. Angela, what is the most significant energy you've ever experienced?
Significant energy, I would probably have to say an angelic energy.
Mm-hmm.
And so let me just be straight with you. I mean, I don't go around saying, oh, my angels are with me and all this kind of stuff. But you definitely feel the difference between, let's say, somebody in spirit or a spirit guide or an angelic. They are very high frequency.
Mm-hmm.
I remember years ago, getting that feeling of a high energy around me, and out of nowhere, I was in a store, out of nowhere, this African American man, I'd say he was probably mid to late 40s,
Mm-hmm.
right there in front of me. He didn't say hello. He said this, "How shall I pray for you today?"
Hmm.
I was so taken back. And I said, please just pray about everything. And I was going through a lot. And so as he passed me, I thought, how rude, Angela. You didn't even tell him thank you. So as he's passing me, I'm turning and he was gone. There was no
Hmm.
aisle that he could have gotten on. He didn't run. I mean, it was just in that split second. So I do feel that, there are angels among us. I do feel the best energy I've ever felt is angelic energy. Although I must say I don't experience that on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of things, whether it's a little bit of mediumship or not. And when mediumship comes in, you ask if I had volunteered to people in outside in the public.
Mm-hmm.
And I did on my very first mediumship. I was really, remember Service Merchandise, or you might be too young.
Yeah,
So
I've
Service
heard of it.
was going out of business, and I was standing in a long line, one cashier. I had my elderly mother with me, and I'm standing in Gulfport, Mississippi. And there was a woman in her mid 60s in front of me, and I hear a spirit, a male spirit, wanting me to talk to her. And I'm like telepathically saying, no way. I'm not going to pass along the message. Well, he just kept on and kept on. So I finally caved in and I tapped the woman on her shoulder, introduced myself and my mother, because I said, I'm a psychic and blah, blah, blah. Long story short, he is apologizing to the mother, number one, but he starts to speak about her daughter in Huntsville, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, do you have a daughter in Huntsville, Alabama? And then the spirit said, no, North Huntsville, Alabama. I said, North Huntsville, Alabama. And she said, I've got a daughter in Huntsville and I've got a daughter in North Huntsville. So I'm delivering the messages to the mother to tell the daughter, and he's apologizing and saying that it was not her daughter's fault. So fast forward, I said, listen, here's my number. Have your daughter call me tonight, and I will pass along some more information that was a bit more, private.
Okay.
So I did, and the girl told me, she said, listen, we were high school sweethearts. We were engaged to be married. And something told me something's not right. So she said to her fiance, I love you to pieces, but I don't feel like we should get married. Now, they've been working on this big wedding for a long time. Long story short, he breaks off with her thinking that she doesn't want to marry him ever. And 2 weeks later, on the date they were supposed to be married, he killed himself. Now, one of the messages to her was, please talk to his parents. You need to talk to his parents. So and by the way, she was so guilt ridden over this situation. She could not leave her house. She could not go to work. She could not shop for herself. She was mentally and emotionally done.
Mm-hmm.
So after my reading, she calls me up about 4 to 6 months later, or 4 to 6 weeks later, and said, I want to thank you. I did speak to his parents, and they said that ever since he was a young boy, he had been in and out of psychiatric wards and psychiatric hospitals, always with suicide attempts. So then she knew it really was not her fault, that this had been a history of his. And so that guilt lifted off of her. She went back to work and she resumed her life. So you see, passing along these messages are not devastating, right? You know, whether you're psychic and dealing with it now, or whether you're a medium or clairvoyant or doing psychic tarot like Julia does, it's all about the messages. And then it's all up to those individuals to do what they feel like they need to do. You know, they're adults and they can make that, you know, their own decisions. But to me, this type of work offers a lot of healing to individuals, as well as you're getting information that you ordinarily could not get from like your CPA or your lawyer or your best girlfriend, right? So, yeah.
Ju, that's really powerful, particularly about the suicide. I find that absolutely striking. When I was younger, my brother committed suicide. We did not grow up together, but we did become closer in our adulthood. And we didn't know whether he actually committed suicide or not. And he had everything going for himself. So it was so shocking that, you know, he would do that. Anyway, I was in my 20s and I got a reading, and I'm very clear that it was him because the woman that gave me the reading said, he's surprised to hear from you. And I was like, really? Why? And he said, well, you didn't grow up together. And I was like, oh, yeah, he's right. And I asked him about committing suicide. He clarified that, and then he told me something that was so significant, through her, of course, but he shared something that was so significant that it blew my mind. And I had already made the decision, but it blew my mind that this was part of the conversation. And so I've certainly had some experiences that solidified my belief in that we do not simply die and go into the ground and that's it.
Right.
For me, it was just, I've always believed in God, but I didn't have a personal relationship with God as I do now. And I believe in eternity. I just simply do. I wanted to check in with Julia and talk to her about her most, her most significant energy or reading, something that really stuck with her.
Well, honestly, there are so many. I don't know that I have a most significant. I mean, I have the ones that impact me the most are, of course, the ones that are most personal to me, and I mean, as we're talking and you're talking about understanding a life beyond this one, my first very clear understanding that there was something beyond was, interesting on the subject of suicide. When I was around 16, when I was first finding my tarot cards and my abilities, I was also quite depressed as a teenager and thinking very seriously about ending it myself. And I got to a point I was giving my things away and figuring if I was going to do it and I was going to avoid myself. And I went to bed that night, and my grandfather, who we called Pampa, my British grandfather, came to me in a dream, and he had died when I was 8. And I had met him when I was little, but he, I knew him mainly from the picture over the fireplace. And I grew up outside of Washington, D.C., and I just remember he was as big as Abraham Lincoln in the Lincoln Memorial. And he reached down and he put a hand on my head and he said, I was going to get through it and it was going to be all right. And just tough it out, And I woke up that morning and I just knew I was going to get through it. So that was my first kind of spirit encounter, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. And then when I was around 21, I had a dear friend who I had known since we were 6. And he came to me in a dream, and I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. I had moved away to St. Louis, and I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. And I woke up and I said to my ex-husband, then husband, wow, I had a dream about Bill Ann. And I remember my ex saying, where did that come from? And I went to work, and a mutual friend called me at work sobbing that Bill had been murdered that night. He reached out to say goodbye. And then as I got older and more adept in my spiritual practice, I think my biggest, most impactful spiritual experience was probably when I spent a day in meditation and fasting. And I found oneness. I found peace. And it was so blissful and so deep and so overwhelming that there were, words can't do it justice. And I knew then what God is, and that we don't get God 24/7. I don't think we could handle it 24/7. But it was enough for me to really, to have no fear of death, and to, and between the loved ones that I've lost that have spoken to me, and when I've looked in the cards through some, for loved ones of some of my clients and gotten messages for them. And there have been some astounding ones, but of course they're impacting them, not me. So I can only speak to my own experience, really. But I have enough regular clients. I've never had to advertise. I also have people from all over the world who call me and work with videos and sometimes emails. And the time zones get crazy, let me tell you. But time is just a human thing. So it's very, very difficult to just choose a moment like that or a reading. I wrote a whole book on it, which will be out next year, which my working title's The Tarot Diaries, but I think they may change that. So what I will say is it's out next year with the publisher Energy. And it is 22 stories in line with the 22 parts of the major arcana. And the first story is mine, the Fool, card number 0. And then I tell a story for each of the cards. And they're real life tarot sessions.
That's wonderful. I'm looking forward to your book and your next visit with us. I really like this comment that Carolyn brought up. She said, excellent show and topic. I believe that psychic and card readers are helping so many people in the world hope and love. And of course, that's what we want. We want a connection to hope and love. And I wanted to read that particular comment also because it balances out a direction that I also want to go is, what do the spirits tell you about the great unrest that we experience? It seems that murder rates are high. There is war and rumors of war everywhere. It would seem like the spirit world would be chattering about this. Are they chattering about this, Angela?
Yes, I do. Yearly I'll put out the year's psychic predictions, and I'll add to them throughout the year.
Oh, really? Where do you put those?
My website is psychicangela.thomas.com.
Okay.
So you'll find my psychic predictions there. And so, yes. And the thing is that they're letting us know that the world is vastly changing. But here's the thing, we don't know God's divine plan.
Mm-hmm.
And so remember, God allows bad things to happen. So the increased murder, the increased crimes, the increase of, excuse me, unemployment, the increase of hunger, and all of these things. And we don't understand that. Why would a God of love allow this to happen? But then we only have to read the book of Job.
Mm-hmm.
I read the book of Job at least 10 times and gone, why, God, why? So the thing is that we don't know. We just know that, yes, there is a lot of chitter chatter. I have made quite a few predictions on the very near future.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we just need to prepare ourselves, right? To just simply say, things are going to get better. Things are going to get better. When we are hoping that, God's allowing these things to happen, hoping that the men and women in the world will make the right decisions, but not everybody does. And so sometimes the masses are controlled by a very few people. So it's not, like you and I and Julia can't go out and change what is occurring in the world. We're not powerful enough. There's not enough of us, right? We don't have that influence. And world leaders and world bankers and all these kind of people, they're not going to listen to people like us. So I guess what I'm saying is that there is a lot of chitter chatter in the spirit world. I do feel like we need to prepare ourselves and stay strong in our faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not just say, I can't, I'll never starve, or I'll never be a victim of crime. You never say never. Just you have to prepare and use wisdom like God tells us to, right? Mm-hmm. So, and I think that psychics and psychic tarot readers and mediums and clairvoyants and all these kind of people can help individuals in this current day, right, going through their own transition, and even saying, listen, I do see a home challenge coming up between now and the next 6 months. So whether that's I can't pay my mortgage, or I've been, they're foreclosing on me, or there's, something's happened to the home like a tornado or whatever, it allows that individual to prepare. So if you say, I see that you're going to be challenged with your home, that, John or Jane Doe can prepare. If they ignore it, that's on them, right? But I just think that the work that we all do is extraordinary. It's extraordinary for the individual, and we're all in service to people out there, And again, I'm talking about the real psychics, the real mediums, the real clairvoyants. We do this because we want to be in service to others.
Mhm.
And I feel like our work is extraordinarily important.
Mhm. Very good. Thank you so much for that. Julia, same question.
Yeah, I had the chance to pull a few tarot cards out to get some visuals. So I go along with my astrology friends that we have eras that line up with the tarot and the Kabbalah. The tarot is rooted in the Kabbalah. We came recently out of the age of Pisces, and the age of Pisces is known for materialism, and that's represented by the Devil card here. And
Of course, wow.
and so you may have heard, like, back with the movie Hair and the Broadway show Hair, they have that song, The Dawning of the Age of Aquarius, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We're supposed to move from the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. And age of Aquarius is all peace and love and feminine energy and beauty. But there's a transition, and the transition is said to be roughly 33 years, and it's the Tower card. And when everybody was going crazy when Donald Trump first became president, I said, this is perfect. Love him or hate him, the Tower is about change. It can feel violent, it can feel scary, it can feel disturbing, but it says the foundation is wrong, the building has to come down, it's time to rebuild. And it is a part of upheaval, but it is necessary change. And we fight change as a society. Nobody likes change. It's very uncomfortable. But to move from that Tower, the next card is the Star. And this is our age of Aquarius. Now, by human years, that age of Aquarius is probably going to happen around 2045. The Tower phase began when the Mayans had said the end of the world was December 21st, 2012. We all remember hearing about that.
Mhm.
And so that was roughly when we ended the age of Pisces. We're in our Tower phase, merging into the age of Aquarius. But these are some rough years. And so how interesting that Donald Trump's symbol is Trump Tower, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
love him or hate him, I think that is beautiful. It's very interesting.
So are you telling me that we have to deal with this another 20 years?
Mhm.
Oh,
I am.
God.
And it's considered necessary, and we are here because we're strong enough to take it. We're strong enough to be the light, to be the change makers. I talk to my clients and I say, the world is going to do what the world is going to do. But when I start my day every morning, I ask God to be a channel and a source of love and light. And whoever I talk to, I want to bring that. And I know that, I'm not going to affect the New York Stock Exchange. And I'm probably not going to be able to do a whole lot about inflation or COVID or some of those. But I can handle my own world, and I can handle my vibration and all the people I touch and interact with. And I can be a place of peace. And I know that if I have that, then I touch other people, and they can bring that out, and we can all expand on that. So critical mass, and
Wow.
in consciousness. So yeah, I think it is. It's a choice on whether to look at it with fear or to look at it as, oh wow, here's a growth opportunity. Here's a lesson, and here's a way I can be a tool to make this world a better place when it never needed it more.
When does the world get into Sagittarius energy?
We are in Sagittarius energy. I'm a Sag, by the way, but that's there's some interesting stuff about that, but honestly, I don't want to speak on it because I'm not an astrologer, and an astrologer can talk
I'll
properly.
have to. You know what? I would love to. If you know one, please send one my way. I'd love to get one book, but I think that would be a good person to have on. And then numerology. I think that would be it.
I know a very good numerologist as well. Although, I have to say both of those, well, they could maybe speak to what they do. But, they're both very fiddly. They do with figures, and it takes time, and, they're not, they don't have a lot of visuals they can just pull up or do readings online or anything like that in the way that Angela and I.
Now, I'm curious. Have you guys ever teamed up? In
We've
order,
done
yeah, like you have someone, and maybe you have Angela, who I forgot the word you used, but you hear and you see, and then you have you with the tarot cards, and then you have your numerologist, and you have your astrologist, and I know you're a medium, but you also have another medium or something. You got a team. Like you have your you have your heart doctor.
Right.
Right. You have all the folks, and everybody's focused. Have you ever had that situation? Because it seems to me that would be the most effective. What do you think?
Well, typically, astrologers and numerologists and psychics and mediums and psychic tarotists and all of these people, they don't team up to be a unit of one. Like, okay, here's a big entity of gifted individuals, because their directions, an astrologer is much different than a numerologist or a tarotist or a psychic or whatever. But it would be a powerful thing, right? Now, there are some psychics out there that know astrology very well. They know numerology very well. And, they know tarot and, other, things for their toolbox, their psychic toolbox. And these people are well-rounded and very talented. But I mean, I can say, if I wanted a psychic medium, I know the, evidential certified mediums I would select. If I wanted a tarotist, well, there's no finer tarotist than Julia. So I can say to you that if I want a psychic, I know to go get a psychic. Even though I'm a psychic, I may want to seek out someone else's talent.
And I think what you're thinking about, Erica, is more like a psychic fair. You can go to a psychic fair, and there are aura readers, and there are palm readers, and there are people doing crystals, and there are, all kinds of energy. So maybe that would be really fun for somebody. To me, it's a little superficial to do it that way. When I do a reading, I mean, it can be draining for my client. They can come out of it kind of wrung out emotionally, and an hour of getting into some intense stuff sometimes, they might not be ready to just move on to get something else done next.
And maybe that is, I am a person of, I'm a collaborator. Like, when you get people together, I truly believe in synergy. I'm a person that believes in better together and things of that nature. And so for me, I see elevation versus, I don't see competition, and I don't see it as
so as collaborative partners.
Yes, as collaborative partners.
Yes, I
like you have, like, it's almost like this person is your patient, and you have teamed up to help the patient elevate for their best and highest good, is what I'm looking at it.
Fabulous idea to see if you maybe, Julia, maybe we ought to start gathering up. teams of individuals, you know. So, yeah, that's a great idea to collaborate with others.
Yeah.
I think that is my nature. It's part of who I am. I'm definitely, listen, I do well on my own, but I also thrive working in partnership. And there's just nothing better than working towards a productive goal with a group of committed people. It's amazing.
Sure, sure.
It's an amazing feeling. You girls are fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Do you have any parting words? I want to highlight you as you do. Which one of you would like to go first?
Go ahead, Julia.
Well, if anyone's interested in a reading, they can give me a call at 314-517-0158. I am Central Time. Also, my website, juliagordonbramer.com. There's no hyphen in that when you put it in the URL. I do, as I said before, phone, video, email readings for any distance. And in St. Louis, we can do something in person. Also do events.
That is excellent. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right.
And if you want to reach me, Psychic Angela Thomas, just go to psychicangelathomas.com. There you will find 15, 30, or 1 hour reading sessions with me. And also I teach workshops like remote viewing and criminal casework to learn how to track missing persons. And I have a master class with 3 psychic development levels. And those courses are 6 weeks long. And it's taught online, by the way. So psychicangelathomas.com.
Excellent. Excellent. I love it. I am going to bend these girls' ear just a little bit longer, just to kind of hang out behind the scenes and say goodbye to them. But to you, my lovely friends, I really appreciate you spending time with me this evening. We're going on a journey this month so we can learn more about the energy around us and how to make it work for our highest and best good. You know, as a person who has a deep and personal relationship with God, I believe that there is more of Him available to me, and I want to use all the tools that God has for me in order to understand that relationship. Alrighty, I will just simply say thank you for watching. Bye bye for now. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. Hello, 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 family. I am Erica Atkins, affectionately known as Coach Love, and I have a very, very special journey to take you on today, explorers. We are talking about the Love Jones between kingdom couples, and I just find that fascinating, and I'm hoping that you will find it fascinating too. I will have each couple introduce themselves. All right, we will start with the Hodges.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is Consuelo Hodges, and this is my beautiful wife, Melissa Hodges, and we like to go by Team Hodges. Everything's teamed us. Glad to be here tonight, and hope we get back.
All right, awesome. Okay, the Savoys.
Hi, I'm Solomon Savoy, and this is my wife, Shannon Savoy. I'm CEO of Faith-Based Workplace, and go ahead.
Of Narc Free Living. I'm CEO of Narc Free Living. We both tackle narcissist abuse. Solomon tackles it from the workplace, and I tackle it from the home. So just like Consuelo said, we're Team Savoys. We're the Savoys over here.
All right. We have the Jeffries.
Hi, I'm Pastor Tony Jeffrey, and this is my wife, Vida Jeffrey, at Center of Life Christian Church. It's glad to be here.
Happy to be here, guys.
Awesome, awesome. And we have the Lesters. The Lesters are on the road up. They're driving. They're on mute, so I am going to let them.
So here, my name is Dan Lester, and I work in diversity and inclusion in the construction industry, working on the workforce side.
And I am Bernea Lester. I work in higher education.
Okay.
And in diversity space.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. And we also have Mr. Arthur Milton Porter III.
Hi, I'm Arthur Milton Porter III. I'm the CEO of Kingdom Associates, and I host a show. And I've had a couple of these guests on my show talking about kingdom couples. So when Erica asked about some couples, I knew they were the right ones to have on. So I'm here to support Erica.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And so we're going to ask some really pertinent questions, but I want to get yours in too. As a matter of fact, family, I have a question for you, and we'll go around and ask our guests this question, but I want you to answer it first. Tell me, family, tell me whether or not you believe that polygamy is biblical, meaning can a man have more than one wife? I'm very interested in your answer. So please let me know your thoughts. But that said, let's get, oh my God, you guys cannot see the faces of.
No. I was the first to say no.
Oh my goodness. Don't influence the audience. Don't let them make their own decisions. Oh my goodness, that's too funny. That is too funny to me. Maybe it's not advisable, but we will see. Okay. And so let's go around and just really quickly, we will start with the Hodges, Team Hodges over there. How long have you guys been married?
25 years.
26.
Actually, 26. Technically 26 years.
No, 26.
26 years. I'm in agreement. I focus on the 30. We've been together for 30 years. We've been married for 26. So we dated 4 years prior to that.
Oh my God, listen, that was a newlywed game basic question. 25. Don't make me ask you what's her favorite color. Oh,
she's more of a data person, so she's really number centric.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I have nothing to say. So boys, how long have you been married?
3 years. We just made 3 years.
3 years. That is.
We're the newbies on the block.
Yes. Jeffrey, how long have you been married?
We've been married 12 years.
12 years. Lester, how long have you been married?
We've been married for 10 and a half years, together for 27.
That is fantastic. That's fantastic. So, as you can see, family, we have a really good mix of couples here. So I'm gonna tackle something hard just right off the bat. When you are a Christian and you are divorced, and I'm asking that question because I find that to be a place where church hurt really begins. And you guys have gone, several of you guys have gone through the divorce and then back to the place where you are remarried and accepted. So I would like someone who has experienced that to unpack that experience and how that affects your current marriage.
From what aspect, Erica? Like, what is, like, specifically, what do you mean?
So it could be from any aspect, from how you all decide to deal with one another, how you decide to deal with any children that are outside of your current marriage, how you decide the things that bubble up inside of marriage from a past experience. It might not be a past hurt, but it might be a past pattern that one partner notices with the other partner, but truly leads to a different outcome with you. And you're thinking, well, why are you so upset with that? You know? Because we are a compilation of our experiences. So I do not know all of your journeys exactly, but I'm familiar with your circumstances. And what I do know is that you all have a lot to share. So really, I believe that we are being guided by the Holy Spirit, and we are going to do a lot of good. So really be truthful and transparent as you feel comfortable being. To lead other people along the way and help people not feel so alone. Because I believe that divorce is one of the loneliest things that you can go through. And then rebonding, marrying somebody the second time around can be glorious, but it can also be a little bit more scary the second or third time around, because you have had that ripping away from someone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll speak on that a little bit. Solomon and I are remarried, and it can be a lonely journey. I was married to a narcissistic sociopath who was abusive, and I really had to seek God's face. When I tell you, I had to seek God's face, because for one, I've grown up in the church. I was always taught, don't get divorced. God hates divorce. And then I had to really just seek God for, do I stay in an abusive marriage, or can I get remarried? I had to go down the road of marriage, look into marriage permanence, because some people was telling me, you can't get remarried. So for me, it was really seeking God's face and really being led by the Holy Spirit. Because I've learned that, like you said, it can be a lonely journey, even within the church. The church is not perfect, So even in the church, you really have to know God for yourself. You have to know what God's word says, and you really have to seek the Holy Spirit, because people will tell you, even people who mean well, they will tell you a lot of information, but you have to go to God and seek God for yourself. And God, when you're going through that divorce, God loves the brokenhearted. You're closest to God when your heart is broken. He loves to take us in when we are brokenhearted. So in all things, I just say, turn to God. And I don't mean that to spiritual bypass anybody's pain, because it is pain, but I really had to seek God for myself and learn and really get into scripture and really get into and have that relationship, so I know what God says, not what everybody is telling me.
Very, very beautifully put, Shannon. And the reason why I asked that question right off the bat is because I want our audience to know this is not about perfection. This is not about a false sense of or idealistic sense of Christianity.
That's right.
Everyone here, we are real people, and we
Okay, look, we may have lost. Here she comes. She's coming right back.
Yeah, that's okay. We honestly care about you, and we care about your journey, not your journey of perfection, but your journey with Christ.
Yes.
And so the only person that ever walked the earth that was perfect was Christ. And so I just want to recognize those particular ideas up front. Now, I'm sorry?
If I could speak into that space as well, too, because both Vita and I had experienced divorce prior to coming together as husband and wife. In fact, that's what our show is. We do a show on Thursday evenings called We Learn to Love Again. And that's the premise of our conversations. It's more marriage conversations than anything else. We're not trying to give advice. We talk through the hard stuff, but we also talk about what it was like to learn how to love again. Not just simply we're going to get married and we just go stick it out. We wanted to learn how to be vulnerable to one another, to be able to stick it out through the tough stuff. And so there was much to be learned in regards to creating safe space for us to be able to talk through things that may have that may have triggered some of the thoughts and experiences that we had from our past. And so it was a lot of conversation to come along with that, and to be able to just genuinely say, hey, time out. This sounds too familiar. Can we talk about it? I'm not trying to make an accusation, but this is some of the pain that I've experienced in the past. Helped me to process that. And as we were beginning to walk through those times early on in our marriage, it really created this space of safety for the both of us to be able to walk through and say, you know what, I know you're in this with me, and I'm not concerned with if you're going to leave me or if what we've done is a mistake. Yeah. And so it was much of us just creating safe space to be able to talk through the hard stuff and never giving up and making sure that we understood that we were in a covenant with God.
Yeah, that's good.
That is very well put. I appreciate that. So one of the questions we've had, and we've had this question frequently, so it'll be good to cover. What does submission look like in a modern day marriage?
You said submission?
Submission, yes.
Okay, I like the
That's the S word. What is that S word?
Sure. Well, as a pastor, I've certainly had to wrestle with that point of view from the scriptures, because it is something that we do see in scripture. But I think that we spend too much time trying to make sure that the woman understands her responsibility in submission, never considering the responsibility that the man has in his level of submission as well. And so it's not a lordship over our wives, and it's not a lordship over our husbands, but there's a mutual submission. There's this concert of thought where we're working together and submitting to one another in thought as we submit to Christ. And so it's not a thing of me trying to make my wife yield to my demands. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I want her to be free to be who she is as a woman, because I don't have all of the answers.
Yeah.
And if I approach it from that capacity, not only am I dishonoring the Lord, because the scripture clearly says that husbands ought to love their wives as Christ loved the church. And Christ gave up his life for the church. So who am I to make my wife give up her life for me and me not be concerned about giving up my life for her? So there's a mutual submission that happens.
It keeps us balanced.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Very nice. Does someone have something to add to that?
I'd like to add value by saying I've always had the position, and we've always had the position that submission doesn't give the spouse the right to rob the other person of their unique individualism. We don't get to disregard or mock each other. Our position comes from a place of love. So as long as you come from a place of love, then that should be the answer. That's the solution to this hotly debated term called submission. You know, the real question is, are you approaching your relationship from a place of love? And if you are, then love will work itself out.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. At the same time, I want to just throw a bit of an idea in the mix, and that is the idea of competition. And the reason why I'm throwing that in there is because when you throw in the idea of competition into the marriage, then it throws things. I don't want to say it throws it off, but it does change the dynamics. I'll give you a idea of what I
no, it throws it off. You said it right.
Okay. All right. Well, it seems like you guys know exactly where I'm coming from. Can you speak into that, please?
Well, anything that erodes the security of the bond between a husband and a wife is a threat to the relationship, especially competition. Those, I call them competition attachments, because they can be used to make the other spouse feel like they're not as supporting as the other spouse need them to be. And then that creates a space and a foothold for that affirmation to come outside of the relationship. So we are very sensitive and aware, situationally aware regarding competition. So we have what we call a relationship, not a relationship. So we kind of make sure that we are getting those needs met through one another and not outside of our relationship.
Okay, I definitely appreciate that. I see a lot of nodding of the head, so I am going to check with the Savoys and see what they have to say on that.
Yeah, I believe that, competition in the marriage, whether it's, common law or legal marriage, like it has in the question, it depends. To me, it depends. I mean, it's good to have like a healthy competition between the husband and the wife, but it shouldn't get out of hand to where you bringing in outside, like you said, outside forces and things of that nature. I think if you stay within the realms, like me and Shannon both have our own business. She's CEO, I'm CEO. So we competitive in nature, but it's competitive for the better cause. So it's competitive while she's pushing me up, I'm doing the same for her. So we supportive, to the fact that, no matter what, I know she has my back and vice versa. So I think, that type of competition isn't bad. It's good, but you just got to stay within the means and make sure you stay in a point and you supporting each other, and also communication. And then I'll throw in therapy also. So therapy, we had to go through therapy also, and there's nothing wrong with going through therapy and actually talking and bringing in another look at your marriage to make sure you're doing all that you can as a husband and wife.
Yeah, and doing that. And not therapy because something is wrong, but just it's like a health check, just to see, where you are. And a lot of people wait till they're in trouble, but we're about being proactive versus reactive. So, but in relation to competition, as long as, okay, we do things like, well, let's see how many steps you have today, things healthy, like Solomon said, healthy competition. But in marriage, ego and pride, there's no place for that in a relationship. There's no place for unhealthy competition and ego and pride. Because if you get into marriage with your ego at the forefront, it's not going to last. So, yeah, we definitely support each other. But pride and ego, if that's what's driving your competition and not love and support, you know what I mean, then you're going to have problems, I think.
Okay, so if that is the case, I'm going to pretend like there is that in the marriage, and then I'm going to go to the Jeffries on that. They already have a radio show and they address these issues. So Jeffries, if I came to you and I told you that I felt that my husband was in active competition with me, and he was undermining me in a way that I noticed, what would you tell me my next step should be?
So that's a sit down conversation that needs to kind of be walked through, because we got to understand what's happening that's making her feel that way, and then we'd have to be able to talk to him to see what's going on as well.
Sure, because you know, more than anything, oftentimes because communication is poor, it could be a perception, a misconception that you think that you're in competition with each other, but one is thinking that he's encouraging the other, or she's encouraging the other, or however it works. So quite naturally, if there's going to be that type of conversation, then we would, but if I could work through this scenario with you just to kind of play along with where I think that you're headed, we certainly would sit down and try and do everything we could to work through the process of the couple, because if that is the case, that there is open competition within the marriage, well, we got to kind of dig back and try to understand some aspects of what's driving the competition, and the insecurities. What are the insecurities? And let's revisit this opportunity to speak through submission and talk to the husband about his submission to Christ, and then the wife, and understanding that how do you guys fit together in working together to make sure that the marriage is working in concert with each other, and you guys aren't fighting against each other. We do talk through learning how to fight fairly.
Yeah.
Because I don't care who you are, you're going to disagree with one another.
Right. And going back to what you said, there has to be some insecurities there that would cause someone to undermine the other. And we spend a lot of time talking to couples about how to be supportive in words, you know, how to make sure that your partner feels encouraged in terms of how you're speaking to them, not talking down to somebody. Because if we're communicating well, then ideally a win for him is a win for me, and vice versa. And so there's a lot of unpeeling we'd have to do in that to see what's going on.
Okay. Do we have any other advice regarding that scenario?
Yep. Well, when you look at it from a financial standpoint, you got.
When I was looking at finding kingdom couples, one of the things I was really looking for were two people that were both working in their purpose and both being supported by each other, and the synergy of those people when they come together. When you look at a helpmate, I think again it's them helping each other. So when I was selecting kingdom couples and looking for kingdom couples, I wanted to acknowledge that you have a man with a purpose, you have a wife with a purpose, but the two support each other, and in their individual purposes, but then also together. So I know it's a little simplistic, but I always say that I think your wife should complete you, or your husband should complete you, and they shouldn't be competing with you. I always say complete, not compete.
Well said.
I really do love that. And I think that we are, that is idealistic, and certainly we are not marriage counselors. But when you are in the trenches, you are in the trenches of marriage, and everybody is not communicating properly, and there is a lot of hurt feelings. The tunnel is dark. The communication is bad. And it's just plain difficult. And is there a way that a husband or a wife could respond to start to create healing? Like, what's the first step? What is the very first step that a spouse needs to make to start to create healing? Particularly when the other person doesn't want to participate, because that's often the case. Some people like to fight until they win.
I think that's
hello. I can. Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
So the first step again is for that spouse to realize that you have controllables and uncontrollables. So what you can control is prayer. So the Bible tells us, seek first the kingdom of God in all things, so no matter how small or how insignificant the situation may be, that first step is to seek God, because you can't do God's job with your spouse, but God can. And so you got to acknowledge that, one, you don't have the ability to do anything without him. So going to him first and then carrying your burden to God and pouring out to God and crying out to God on behalf of your spouse and what you feel that you need or what you're missing, put that back in his hands, because you might don't have the equity invested enough in the relationship at that point, if you're at that place where your opinion is valued. You might have.
That is a good word. That is an extremely good word. I want to hear from the Lesters on this matter, because it sounds like they have something definitely that they'd like to add.
Absolutely. Again, Bernea Lester, but just at the beginning of our marriage, there were a lot of difficulties. So when you're missing each other and that other person does not want to hear you, you do, like you said, you do give it over to God. But even more so, sometimes we are thinking that we're communicating when we haven't taken a look at ourselves introspectively to make sure that we are communicating in the style of which they can receive, and it can be the simple things. It doesn't have to be difficult. You don't have to say, hey, let's set up a time to talk and because it just creates that environment. What you can do is start off simply with the simple things that create natural relationships and friendships among regular people. I think one of the things that helps me and Daniel in the tough spots is remembering how much we just like to kick it together and taking the pressure off of the emotional things and just saying, hey, listen, hey, I know we're not feeling each other. We got these kids, we getting on each other's nerves. Let's just do something simple as like, hey, you want to watch, Warrior or, Snapped, or something like that. But getting back to some of those for me and Daniel, because Daniel in our relationship is the one who is very, strategic. He's always thinking. I'm the less serious person. And so I have to take a step back, one, to introspectively look at what he needs, how he needs me to communicate to him. I might just not gonna be like, babe, we need to talk, because for him, it's already gonna be like, oh, here we go. Like,
here we go. So, but I can kind of say from my side of it, I had to learn how to communicate with her. I'm very, I wanted to handle it right now. Let's get it out the way. Let's handle the situation immediately. And for her, she doesn't give herself enough credit. She's more methodical. She's analytical. So she needs to have time to sit back, process, and think. I think through talking. So as the more I talk, the more you're going to get out of what I want to say. And so I had to really learn to gather myself. To not take myself so serious. And once she gave me permission and I gave her permission, she gave me permission to ask her to, do you need some time? And once I was able to get to that point, I was able to let her get time to process her arguments or process her thought processes. At one point, she would just write me a letter and I would just have to sit there and listen to her read this letter with no interruptions because she had thought that out. And so once I knew it was on that letter, I would just go hit, bam, I would hit it back to back to back. But for her, that's what she needs. I'm ready to go at any point in time. So for us, we just have to learn each other's styles of how we wanted to get that information. And what she needed was me to be a little more methodical, a little more patient with her. And what I needed was the correct information. So if I can get the correct information on that letter, I'll wait for the letter.
I mean, imagine going into a debate or argument with Daniel is like going into the courtroom. You need to have the case prepared, the evidence, the time stamps, and everything. So it allowed me to kind of sit back, write in a letter, kind of think of like, okay, this is how he wants to be communicated with. And now that I, once I've done my research, I guess, but more so, at some point it's just like, I don't even like to communicate like that anymore. Like just get it over. Like, just, stop taking it too seriously. Let's just move on. But the friendship part, the laughing about it, because we can get a little bit ridiculous sometimes with what we ask our spouse. We are quick to forgive our friends when we hear about what they go through. We're quick to forgive them. Be like, oh man, you had an argument, man, that's messed up. But we hold our spouses so much on this plateau where they're not our friends anymore, that we're trying to control or change them instead of accept them for exactly who they are and adapt that way. Like, there's certain mannerisms he's not going to change. And I'm not going to do that same thing.
I think that's a good word right there, to remember that they're your friend.
Yeah, I completely agree with the Lesters. Because I always have to, if he says something that's out of the pocket and I have to go to another room and practice quick to listen, slow to speak, quick to listen, slow to speak. In the process, what I want to say to him first and say it myself so I can make sure it comes out right. I'm in the right manner, delivery, because sometimes it don't do well.
Yeah, and it's a real thing, because it's the heat of the moment. Both of us have views, we have opinions, and I've had to learn to, understand where her vulnerabilities are. And the more I can learn where vulnerabilities are, I create that space for her to express herself. Because like Lester, the Lesters will stand, you so amped up and armed and prepared because you lived it, that you don't give the other person a chance to express them. So I have been practicing, find out, her vulnerabilities, don't go in there, don't repeat the cycle, let her express herself so you can hear what she's saying is hurting. Because she told me one time, she says, look, she was just expressing herself, and I as I was listening to her, I was like, dang, in my mind, I was like, babe, no wonder this happened. You did this. She said, look, I know I'm wrong. I just want you to listen to me. And so
the first 15 years of marriage.
Wow.
And it's time, it don't happen overnight. We're creatures of habit. I mean, it took us a long time to develop that, and there was no book. We jumped into relationship 18 and 19 just on, flesh and lust. And we worked our way through some tough times till we got to this place called love down the road. But every day,
forgiveness. I won't say love, forgiveness. We always had love.
Yeah, we always had love. We had to work towards forgiveness. So
that's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
That is really nice. So I want you, audience, to know we appreciate your questions, and thank you for sending them in. You are watching Love Jones with Kingdom Couples. One of the things that we are going to discuss is, what is marriage compared to what is kingdom marriage, and what is a legal marriage, and which one is better, and is it okay just to have a spiritual marriage, like the Brandy situation? So I'll let you guys kind of think on that one, but we have a specific question. The audience wants to hear a specific situation where one of the couples have had to work through, like it was very challenging, and you had to work through it.
Oh, we can answer that one. I'll tell you, we were just sitting here thinking about it, and when we got together, it was very apparent. We had both went through narcissistic relationships, and it was apparent to us very early on that God brought us together to break generational curses. So anytime you're breaking generational curses, you're going to have to work through a lot of pain. Even though we were single, after our marriages, God took us through those wilderness, both through a wilderness season, so we could work out and prune out, and he could, crush us and prune us to get to a certain point. When we got together, it was apparent why he brought us together. And then in that, even though we were healed in certain areas, in some areas we weren't healed. So when we would talk, and when I would say something to him or bring up an issue, for me, I would, I'm emotional, and he's less emotional. I speak woman, he speaks fluid man. So, so I had to, yes, and I am feminine, and you can see it. It's there. So in that, when I would bring something to him, and I'm just like, just like who was that? The Lester said a minute ago. And so I'm coming to him with passion. You know what I mean? He's coming to me like, Yeah. So, you know, it's like writing somebody a whole letter and then they say, K. You like, K? Oh, I'm mad. Now I'm mad. Now I'm gonna be double mad. Okay. So I'm gonna be upset at what I was upset about, and now I'm feeling some kind of way because I feel like my emotional needs are being neglected or not or misunderstood. Okay. So we had to really work through that and understand our pain, what we had gone through, why God had brought us together, and then our communication style. So once you keep God at the forefront of all that, he's there. He's right there in the middle of those arguments when those spirits want to come up and thwart your communication styles and have me upset and have him upset. But God, I can tell you, and we haven't been married that long, but God is right there. And when we talk, we have to, keep all those things at the forefront of our mind, all those differences, and just be there and just learn your partner's weaknesses and their strengths and not use them against them. So just be there and just listen and learn your partner's style. That's very important. And learn your pain and, vice versa.
Ooh, Shannon, all I can say is, girl, you said a mouthful right there. Because so oftentimes, and it does happen more with women than with men, that where a woman, makes a full-blown emotional investment really into communicating with the partner, and you get a dry response. Just a dry response without any thought, without any investment whatsoever, and the devaluing of that person that happens in that moment. It's almost like you can't really say you sorry for that, babe, because you keep doing it
right
all the time, and there's nowhere to go. If we could solve that problem today, I think we might heal. Does anybody have the cure for that? It's what is the communication cure for the dry K? No.
I can say, I don't know, definitely not the cure for that. However, what I learned is I would come early on with all of that whole soliloquy, this, and I'm running it down. And what I learned is Tony is the kind that would need to take a time out sometime. And I'm ready right now, but he's got to go take a time out. What I learned and I now appreciate is when he's taking those timeouts, he still always comes back. Because for me, I'm like as you all said, right now, let's have this conversation, and not wanting to, and I learned that he was wanting to make sure A, he was hearing me correctly, and B, that he could communicate correctly with what we were dealing with, so that we let the problem be the problem and not the person. And so whereas at first I kind of probably had a little side eye in it, I've come to appreciate that kind of thoughtfulness in how we handle things that may be a little heavier.
And that was a part of us learning how to communicate with each other is, whoever calls, and we make sure to do this with each other, is that if I call time out, then it's my responsibility to come back and call time in.
Yeah.
And vice versa, so that nobody's left with a lingering emotion from whatever topic needs to be discussed. And we feel like that's been effective in us learning how to come back to what I said earlier, learning how to fight fair in order to stick to the problem and not become focused on one another, but let's let the problem be the problem and we deal with that.
Ooh, that's something to learn. You know what? When we explore, it is good to learn something. That is a practical nugget that I will be taking with me after this journey. If you call time out, it is your job to call time in.
Yeah, and it's only fair. You can't go 2-3 days and not call time in. You gotta. If you need that break, you've got to be able to, and you got to create that safe space with each other where you can say, time out, give me just, if I'm walking in the house from work, I know you've been at home thinking about it all day. I just got home. give me a second, let me catch my breath, and I call time out, and then I come back, and then we'll deal with everything that you've been wanting to talk about. But it can't be a long period of time in there, because then it's not fair. Right. You can't just call time out and then go watch the game. You gotta be fair in this situation.
We have a transition.
That is so fabulous. I just want to say this, and I'm going to go to you, Hodges. I will say this. I was having a conversation actually with Consuelo the other day, and we were talking about the dynamics between women and men. And I was explaining to him that women have to have safety. And of course, they got in security. They have to have security. And of course, they got into this idea of money. And I was like, no, because even if the woman makes more money, she is still looking for security. She is looking for that covering and that confidence to have in her man. And this is an excellent example. It falls under this. If you tell me something, then I need to know that it's true. I need to have confidence in your word. But even a good example of that, why I brought it up, is because if you tell me you need a pause, I need to know that you're going to take care of my feelings and come back and tell me when you're ready. Yeah. And I think what the Jeffries indicated about, I might need a break, but I'm going to let you know when I'm ready, and I'm not going to make you wait too long. I'm going to make you a priority, is an excellent example of security and properly prioritizing your woman's feelings. I think that's great. Go ahead on.
But it goes both ways now.
No, yes.
Yeah, you said your woman, but the wife may need a break too, and we're ready to dive in on some stuff. So, it goes both ways. We got to give each other that space.
I definitely agree, but that was just such a good way to keep security. I want to say right off, women and men need love, and they need respect. And we were just very clear. Love, respect, and sex are three main ingredients in the marriage. However, women and men don't need them in equal parts. They kind of shift. Okay. And so one of the big things that I was pushing on is that women just need that security and clear communication, and a man keeping his word is a true way to communicate security. Not that men don't need that, because men absolutely need that, because if you are not giving them that, it makes them feel disrespected. So
I think, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Coach. So I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We're going to go to the Hodges, and then we're going to come back to you, Lester.
Okay.
So what I was going to say is there's a transition strategy from frustration to healing, and one of the tools we use is to make that transition happen is to stop and just say, let's just look at this and say, is what you're upset about bigger than the love that you have for me? And that kind of shuts everything down right there, because whatever it is, it becomes really small in contrast to the love that we have for each other. So we're able to just transition and agree to disagree and find that place of peace until we can, do the follow-up. But what we did come to agreement is this thing is not bigger than the love we have for each other. So we squash it. But to piggyback on the conversation we had about that security, it was such a powerful example. I shared it with the men's group the following day, and they were able to gain that perspective and insight, and it was an aha moment for everybody. I gave them the illustration that you gave me with you in a room with men, 3 men, and you was holding your own, and they was making their point, you made your point. They kept making their point, double teaming, and then all of a sudden a man injected on your behalf, and then they all shut down, and they were quiet about this issue. And that's the type of security. It made you feel comfortable, even though this wasn't your man. It was just the fact that a man stood in and had the power and authority to get everybody on board and say stop. Otherwise, it could have spiraled out of control, and you could have felt, offended. And then the men start to see themselves, from a security standpoint, the power and the authority that we have in our relationships to recognize that need for security, because you can make more money, but you don't need. That's not the issue. The issue, you can have the money, more money in the relationship, but it's the security piece that give you that affirmation and that peace of mind. And it was just such a powerful tool for the rest of the men, and they was able to resonate with that. So kudos that I was able to learn something, that day, and then not only learn it, but share it with some other people that hopefully help them in their homes.
I appreciate that so much. The Savoys, they have to run off, so I'm just gonna let them say goodbye really fast.
Goodbye. We will see you guys later. This was awesome. Yeah, please let us know when you are doing it again. We're all in.
Yeah, this is good. We don't want to leave, but my wife has a live at 7 on YouTube, so we got to go get set up for that. And yeah, like I said, I don't want to leave. This is good.
Thank you so much. Yes, they have a whole nother show to do, and I thank you for coming. You guys are marvelous, and I thank you for being a shining light. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you. Bye-bye for now. Okay, Lester's, there is much to be said. Go ahead and share.
So I've always personally struggled when we came to defining roles of what men and women need, because in my role now, when you're talking to a lot of people, you find out that everybody needs the same thing, right? That to really be heard, understood, valued, but that might look like different things. Me, I'm like I'm half like, role wise, like I can be categorized as half feminine. Daniel doesn't see me playing with a lot of makeup or nails or anything like that. However, I do like, feminine things, but I also like to, not be bothered like a man. I kind of think I have some of that logical reasoning when I'm, at work and when I'm at home, which is why some of our arguments happen, is because I'm just like, hey, get to the point so I can go and watch TV. So, we all need psychological safety on both ends, because, me personally, when it comes to relating to other females, right, I tend to get along with the females who also kind of have that, like, I am who I am, right, that authentic person. And so we try to give each other room to evolve, right? Because things change, right? I've become a mother in the last 4 years now. So a lot of things has changed for us, but has not. And now that I have like 2 jobs and kids, me at nighttime, for instance, I don't like being bothered. Like, once the kids down, I'm like, okay, Dan, you go to the man cave, please.
She won't talk about nothing.
Like, please, like,
she won't do nothing.
Like, hey, like,
go to the man cave, please.
Like, please,
she
like,
dismiss me.
Let me go. Like, are we done? Because he wants to. He's always got these great grand ideas, and I'm just like, can we like put this on ice till Friday night or something, till Saturday morning or something? Because I gotta go to work in the morning. But
so, well, I think the to kind of just put more kind of my spin on that, it's important for us to know that we have the safety to be ourselves. And one of the things that Bernea gave me was the safety in our space to be myself. And so whatever that was uniquely, God just made it so that we fit like glue, because my things are me, right? So, but the problem is that I have a way about looking at things, but if I'm gracious enough to allow her to into my space, she's got to be willing to do that. We have changed over time. We have developed over time. Things that I used to be significantly into or were hard nosed for me are now some things I don't mind doing at all. So as we change, we have to allow our partners and our spouses the ability to change as well, because if we're changing, and we also got to give them some time to adapt to our changing. So when you start going through something that you change and your life is changing, changing, and you haven't given that person, and you come in, you know, you have defined yourself, and now you're ready to display yourself. Here I am, the new you, the new me is here, and but your spouse has not had a chance to adapt to the new you, and you expected them to just be like, this me now, this. Well, we have to also be really to say, hey, you know, give me some time to get older. Oh, that's fine. Let me just give me some time to get over to get used to that before you allow me. Before I'm just supposed to be okay fully with your adaptions.
I just want to see the this me dance. Can you do that this me? The this me.
You know how y'all get.
And that's good because especially in ministry, because your callings come at different times. So I remember when I got my calling, you know, for ministry, we had a certain, you know, lifestyle before that calling, and now God is calling me, and then she looking at me like, well, you know, she wasn't really, you know, ready to transition. Like you said, we all have timelines. And I didn't give her a chance to adapt, you know, and I was, and then, you know, I could come across like legalism, you know, and saying, hey, you know, and then so she wasn't really on board, but God said, you just do what I called you to do. So now I'm going, doing this stuff, and then people are looking and say, hey, you know, where's your wife? You know, and it's just like, you know, she's at home, you know. So it you know, I had to go back to God and say, hey, look, you said, I had to hold God back accountable and say, you said if the head is right, the rest will follow, you know. So I had to stop trying to do God's job with her, you know, and that's the lesson. That was the takeaway, that the same way God had a timeline for me, I had to adapt and realize he had a timeline for her, and I can't push his timeline to the right, you know. And we were able, you know, it cost us, you know, dearly, because there was a lot of frustration going on here. It was a great time for me to experience God, but it was a rough time for me at home in the transition. But, you know, thank God that, you know, I was able to, you know, adapt myself and see the manifestation of what his timing looked like for her, instead of trying to force the timeline.
Okay, this works great with our next question from the audience. How do you make your husband go to church? That question is loaded. I don't know if you can do that, but can we address that?
You can't. You're not going to make him do anything. Let's just be real with that. You're not going to make your spouse do anything. I think we heard it earlier. Someone, I forget which one of the wonderful couples addressed this, is that we come to our marriages with our own individualities. The best thing that you can do is stick to what the scripture says, is to love your spouse well, and you let the Spirit of God do what he's going to do. You can't set the pace for God. You've got to let God do it, because no matter what happens, he's going to be the one to capture your husband's heart, not you. There's nothing you can do or say to make that change. And so, no, you're not going to make him go. But what you can do is trust that God is going to be the one to capture his heart.
So,
absolutely.
And continue to live out your faith in front of him.
Yes.
Don't change your behavior.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's us doing what we've been called to do, in front of our spouse, our children, or whomever. And
I'll say this as well. If the marriage is healthy, the marriage is whole, you're not being abused, you guys love each other, I can tell you right now, God is not calling you to leave your husband because he's not going to church. Let's just be real with that. If he loves you, you all
Please
love
repeat that. Please repeat that. That is so good.
If you love one another, he's not being abusive. He is doing the things that he is called to do as a husband. He's not honoring the Lord by being in worship. God is not calling you to divorce him. That's the reality. But we also understand that Peter calls and says for the wife, you can be the one to draw him by loving him well, staying in prayer for him, and making sure that you walk upright before the Lord in front of him. Dr. Tony Evans gives a wonderful testimony about his dad coming to Christ long before his mother did. Mm-hmm. Dr. Tony Evans shares a story about the fact in Kingdom, I think it's his Kingdom Man book, that he talks about the fact that his dad was committed to his walk with Jesus Christ. His mother was not. His mother was very verbally abusive to him. And his dad just continued to love her well. And eventually one day she came to grips because she stopped fighting with what God was doing in her husband's life. And she said, the more that I try to treat you wrong, the better you love me. What is it about this God that you walk with? That's where you will show your faithfulness to the gospel message and share with your loved one who Jesus is in your life. And the aroma of love is what captures the heart. So you're not going to force your mate to go to church. You love them well, you honor the Lord, and you let the aroma of your walk with Jesus Christ be the one that captures their hearts.
I'm going to say, shuck it, duck it now. That is a good word. That is a good word. I have a question. They would like us to give them that specific scripture where he says, draw them in with your worship. So I tell you what, family, what we will do is drop that in the comments later on. Or if the pastor wants to look it up and drop it in the private chat, then I'll drop it in the comments and we'll do it that way. So I appreciate that. And so they do want us to definitely get to the idea.
I'm grabbing my Bible right now.
Okay, he's grabbing it right now. He's working for you, family. He's working for you. They want us to cover the idea of spiritual marriage, and what spiritual marriage looks like is when you get married just before God, but you do not legally file your marriage. And the reason, what I understand for doing that is has a lot to do with financial. Many people are penalized for getting married, whether it is through alimony that they're receiving from a past marriage, or on their taxes, or whatever thing they got going on. A lot of times it is financial, and they just do not want the government, or better yet, a lot of people simply don't want the government in their business. And why do you need to be involved in my marriage? So they do not want them in their marriage. First of all, is that biblical to not be legally married, but spiritually married? Is that okay? Do we have any guidance on that? They are
earlier this week with another part-time job that I have, I was doing a listening session with some unsheltered individuals in the city of St. Louis. And they were talking about some of their struggles because they were a married couple and things that they weren't qualified for and they couldn't get, but they were married legally. I say that to say that if you are having a spiritual marriage and financial is the worry, then you're not trusting God, to me, because faith says that I am going to do things the right way, which is going to be legally married, and trust God to be the source of provision. We can't put our trust in any system or any, or anyone or government to give us what God is the source of. He's not a resource. He is the source. And if you're saying that you're spiritual, then that's saying like, God, I have to do it right and ethical and what is the law of the land so that you can bless my marriage, because you don't know what God will be able to do. When we got married, he lost his job 5 days before we got married, and I was only making $38,000 a year. So, and then we were in the bottom of an apartment building, and so things will get rough. Insurance. But things will get rough. But my question to people who say spiritual marriage is the same as legal marriage, my question is then, if finances is the reason, then where's the trust in God? Like I would struggle with saying like, well, where does faith come in?
Yeah.
If you say it's so spiritual and that you trust in God, how's that trust in God?
And we're not being, and I don't think we're being insensitive to certain people's situations. We know that people have benefits that they depend on and things of that nature. And I know that those things can get complex. So let's not be, we're not novice or naive in that notion. What we're saying is that for us, we have been in places where, again, I started my marriage with no job, and we started where every month we were $500 short for the bills that we have due and the money we had coming in, and yet we still never suffered lack. We never missed a payment of a bill ever. But God promises to supply all of our needs according to his riches and glory. Take no thought for tomorrow, because the things for tomorrow will take thought for themselves. Sufficient to the day is the evil thereof. So if it's okay for us he said, if he'll take care of the birds, what more will he do for us? So we have never been in a situation where we have not been provided for, even when she lost her job, even when we had 1 kid, 2 kids, and even when those bills continue to compound and it didn't add up. God has yet been faithful and provided financially for our household through marriage. Because we were married, we provided. I remember my parents and her parents would always tell us, as you keep on living, God will supply and do more and more. And so when we started having kids, in some kind of way, our financial situations have increased, and God has always given us what we needed to get by. We may not have millions of dollars, but we have our bills paid, whether we had jobs or not, and he has been faithful that way to us.
I think that is beautiful and biblical. How do we answer the question that, we really don't want God? We really don't want the government in our marriage. A lot of people are really anti-government these days. They're frustrated with government and how they are organizing things and how they are running things. So the person does not see a reason for a marriage license or the contractual arrangement that the government puts them in. How do we address that?
Well, I think a part of it is understanding first that marriage isn't contractual, it's actually covenantal, if you are a follower of Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. And so when we are walking in marriage, we've established covenant between ourselves, but also with God. And so it becomes bigger. When it's contractual, contracts have stipulations. If you do this, then I'll do that. And that is where we're already starting off on a bad foot. When we are in covenant, it's I'm in it. And regardless of how things may be looking on the outside, I'm in it, and we're in it together, and we trust God. The one thing that I want to recognize, and I think the brother just shared it earlier, man, is when we are in covenant with God, he is just as much engaged and invested in our marriage as we are, because he's engaged in the covenant as well, and he will provide. And so in regards to having the government involved in our marriage, I think that's kind of short-sighted. If you're really concerned with honoring the Lord with your covenantal vows, then you're going to do that, and the government can't have anything to do with whatever's happening in your home.
So from your answer, I should be able to tell, but I can't. Are you saying that spiritual marriage is okay, or are you saying it's not just okay? Like, do they have to get married via the government to truly be married in the eyes of the Lord?
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
So do me a favor, yes or no? Okay. Let's pretend that I got married in my home to Arthur. Me and Arthur, we got married. Okay, but we only got spiritually married. We did not sign any papers.
Okay.
Are we married in the eyes of the Lord?
But the vows that we exchange, actually, from a covenantal perspective, say in front of God in this host of witnesses, and a part of the marriage certificate itself displays that there were witnesses there to say that you are married. Mm-hmm. And so.
Okay, we invited you guys over.
Okay. Right, I got you. And so a part of that is the paperwork within itself to show that this is us. And so now, if somebody wants to try and stick to, I don't need some paper to say that I'm married. I think we're really kind of splitting hairs more than anything else. And then there are legal ramifications that come along with the covenant of marriage also. Whereas, if your spouse can't come to see you in the hospital because there is no legal representation that you are actually married, there's so many different things that come along with that. Whereas, and as simple as signing this decree to let it be known to not just, ourselves and those who are here, but to everyone, that we are committed in our relationship to one another in this covenant relationship that we've established with God.
Okay, that's wonderful. I appreciate that. That question really does come from the whole idea that is out there now that is, bucking the system. And I don't know if you guys are really aware of how this movement is taking place, but we're covering it now. I'm sure we'll have to cover it again, because there really is this movement that's going the non-paperwork way. I'll say that.
I would just say that marriage is a sacred ordinance from God, and for folks to approach it as it's a piece of paper and it doesn't mean anything. Jesus said he didn't come to change the law; he came to fulfill the law. So the expectation is for us to follow the law, all right? And the law says that you have to legally be married, all right, for that ordination. For you to honor what God is saying, because before you know it, if we start disavowing and disowning, the spirit ordinances that are in place for our lives, then we're going to start looking at the Bible and say, well, that's just a piece of paper, I don't have to follow it. So you have to. This is a covenant, like the pastor said. This is a covenant relationship that we have with God. This is bigger than trying to save a couple dollars. If we're devaluing the sacred institution or sacred ordinance of marriage before God, I mean, what else will we reduce, his guidance to us to? So we have to be very careful. I recall having a friend of mine who said, her husband passed, and part of the stipulation is if she get married, she'll lose his the benefits. Again, it goes back to, are you putting, is this about money? Are you making your relationship about money? Or are you making your relationship about faith? So you got to be real careful as a slippery slope there. But God is very clear on his position.
Right. I think that we could, I probably honestly could count maybe, 5 couples that I know of that are going the spiritually married route, and they do range in age. I got my newfound folks, and then I got some older folks that are in the situation you described. They don't want to lose that Social Security benefit, but at the same time, there are people who honestly simply don't want to get the government involved, having nothing to do with money, having everything to do with, I'm going to call the resistance that's out there. Thank you, family, for sticking around. Thank you, audience, for sticking around. We will be closing this out, and we will obviously come back because this has been such a fabulous time. They do want us to cover this. I am being told that 1 Corinthians 7:33 and 34, I would have to check this out, but it does allow for a man to have more than one wife.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 7.
The pastor says, I'm absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And at first blush, I can tell you right now that Corinthian church was so corrupt where the Apostle Paul had to rebuke them for a man marrying his stepmother. So I'm sure that there are a lot of more connotations in that than to just say there. Let me come back to this. All right, I don't want to take too long. Give me about 30 seconds. First, there's nothing in Scripture that supports polygamy, multiple wives. There's nothing that supports that. No. Even when we do see it happening in the Old Testament, there was nothing but turmoil to come along with it. In fact, Solomon, he had all of his wives, and many theologians even
Yeah,
question.
he had like 1,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, but at the end of his life, many theologians even question the fact that if he even was in relationship with Yahweh. And so there are so many different things that come along with that, with having multiple wives, that the Lord never ordained it. It was something that was happening in those cultures in that time, and there was nothing that God ever ordained. I'll leave it at that.
I think that is a wonderful last word. We do have to wrap it up. I will say that I can't remember the scripture, but I think it's in Timothy where it says that a man can only be an elder if he has one wife. So, I mean, it is alluding to the fact that, you know, that is really the way to go. Family, thank you for exploring with me. It has been absolutely wonderful. We will be coming back again to spend time with you. I just can't tell you how much I love being with you. Thank you and good night. Say good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with us. Bye-bye for now.
Let me just
Oh, hello, and happy Friday night. Get on in here, family. I have someone special for you. I have the creator of the hypnotic sounds, Mr. Guy Michel. Thank you for coming.
All right, thanks for inviting me.
My goodness, listen, Guy, when I heard what I just played for the family, my heart started pounding. My groove started moving. I'm like, what is this? I have got to know more. I had to bring you to the audience. I could not just let it stand. So I'm really thankful that you're here. I played that hypnotic beat for my mom. You know, my mom is she's wheelchair bound, but this was her.
That's funny.
Yes, she was moving and a grooving. So, Guy, I know this is not news to you, but you make people smile with your music.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
That's amazing.
I try.
It's a natural talent. So, when did you get into music?
I started when I was 5.
What?
Yeah, I've been playing it all my life, basically.
Okay, and what did you start playing when you were 5?
Haiti.
Say it again?
Haiti. That's what I was born and raised.
Oh, no. What instrument?
Oh, cello. I've been playing the cello. I stayed with it. So
you were a little bitty 5-year-old playing the cello?
Yeah.
Man.
Basically.
Oh, wow. You were really talented. So so here you are 5. Okay. So you're this big and the cello is
no, but thank goodness for that. There are different sizes.
Oh, okay.
So they run from, they call it a quarter, half, 3/4, and a full size. So I started off with the tiny cello, my size. So, and I graduated as I started going through puberty.
Okay, I got it. And so do you read music or does it just come naturally for you?
I do both.
Okay. That is really that's really cool because there are some artists who don't read music.
Oh yeah, I know. It's two extremes. There are those who read and cannot do what I do, and there are those who do what I do but can't read. I happen to be lucky enough to do both.
Man, you are blessed. You are absolutely blessed. You know what? Go ahead, pull out that cello for us. Bless us with a little something.
Okay. Let me turn on my speaker. Since it's a month of love, I'm gonna give you guys some love, neo soul, Alicia Keys type of vibe.
Oh yeah.
Have everybody snap their fingers.
Yeah. I'm with you.
All right. This is my electric one.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's much easier to carry.
Okay.
Plus, I can use it as a carry-on, because when I used to travel with the other one, I used to have to buy an extra seat.
Oh,
that
wow.
used to be very expensive. So I decided to upgrade to a new one.
Okay, so like is the sound very different or how does that work?
It's somewhat different. Yeah, it is different. Because the cool thing about it is I can also use some effects to make it sound different. I have a pedal. Let me see if I can bring it up. But I'm using a pedal that could alter the sound.
Okay.
So I could sound like a electric guitar. I could make. Hold on, let me see if I could give you a sample.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Michelle. He is about to melt our hearts with his music.
Well, that's the plan. Let me pull up a song for you.
Okay.
Let me go.
I'm ready for it.
If you ask me, I'm ready.
Hey! Yeah. There we go.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna play it and you tell me if you're able to hear it or not.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. I didn't even turn on my speaker. Sorry.
I'm starting to hear it.
No, because I want to project it to my speaker, so it's really, really projecting. All right, do it.
It gets easier. Huh? Every day it gets a little easier. Yeah? But you gotta do it every day. That's the hard part. But it does get easier. Okay.
Some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say. Some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Never stuck in the past tense. Barbed wire hurdles, I pass them. Shiesty cats, we outlast them. Mike said, never let them grind you down. If you shine for now, then you could rise to the crown. But I don't need that hat. Just love and light in the weed pack. I've seen my family relapse, fall to the ground with knees cracked. They rise again like suns with a vengeance. My lungs, they get replenished when the hope is reinvented. I've been venting to my friends about death and whatever is next. I get a lot of answers, but it doesn't change the quest. I'm strange at best, sort of hurt at worst, but the wound doesn't measure the worth. I watch rain fall and burst and then the sky turns purple. Verbally discovering my virtue, I sing past my curfew and chew up the souls of whoever tries to hurt you. Yeah, I got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Nothing, yeah. Never stuck in the past tense. Barbed wire hurdles, I passed them. Shiesty cats, we outlast them. Mike said, never let them grind you down. If you shine for now, then you could rise to the crown. But I don't need that hat, just love and light in the weed pack. I've seen my family relapse, fall to the ground with knees cracked. They rise again like suns with a vengeance. My lungs, they get replenished when the hope is reinvented. I've been venting to my friends about death and whatever is next. I get a lot of answers, but it doesn't change the quest. I'm strange at best, sort of hurt at worst, but the wound doesn't measure the worth. I watch rain fall and burst and then the sky turns purple. Verbally discovering my virtue, I sing past my curfew and chew up the souls of whoever tries to hurt you. Yeah, I got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing.
Welcome, everyone. I am amazingly excited about what is happening today. It is International Men's Health Week, and today we are having our Global Men's Mental Health Summit. I promise you, this is the place you want to be. This is the place you want to spend your time. Go get a friend, go get your family member. I don't care if it's your mom or your dad, your sister, your brother, anyone who has a man in their life that they love, they want to be here today. I first off want to also say Happy Father's Day, family, from Coach Love, which is me, Epic Understanding, and the Global Positive Masculinity Campaign. If you like the music that you just heard, it is by Jesse the Tree Top, and the song is called Purple. I also want to give a special thanks to Global FM for all of your support. It has been amazing. I'm very appreciative of you. I'll introduce my brilliant co-host. Hello, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Coach?
I'm doing excellent. Is there anything that you are most excited about today? Anything you're most excited about?
The whole thing. There's so many great voices that are going to be coming to the table discussing things that, frankly, I've never heard discussed anywhere else. And so I think we're going to be offering people a new view of men and masculinity that we've never seen before. I think we're going to be putting men's mental health and men's health in general kind of in the front of people's mouths where it should be.
Yes.
It has historically not been so. And the fact that we have, and well, let me rephrase that. The fact that you have done this, and you have collected these really amazing, truly amazing men to talk today from a broad range of backgrounds and fields and expertise and interests. I think everybody in the audience should be not only amazed, but humbled and appreciative of the efforts that you've made.
Aw. I paid him to say that, guys.
No, she doesn't.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, without further ado, it is time for us to bring up our very first speaker. He is amazing. Azif Mustafa, you are where are you in the world?
I'm currently in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
That is wonderful. I have been so impressed by your work with TEDx. I've been impressed by your work as a kindness officer. I have been impressed by your work at how you bring people together and connect them with all of your videos. I really do like that. But I see you day after day making a consistent effort to bring people together. And I think that really speaks to where your heart is. You are going to talk to us about how men connect in the East versus the West. And I personally can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much, Coach.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So, I am in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Coincidentally, we just had a meetup of LinkedIn users here. We had over 70 people descend on a location where we had, for the first time after the pandemic, really got to meet each other. So that was fantastic. But this topic is amazing. And Coach, as I was thinking about it, I realized that the differences between how men relate to each other in the West and the East isn't really due to geographical location, because you could be in any country, in any part of the world, and have different ways of addressing your own masculinity and relating to other men. And what I realized was, from my own experience growing up and living and being a Malaysian, we have had 400 years of being colonized. So we have only recently gained independence from the British Empire in 1957. If you can imagine 400 years of being colonized by different Western countries, the Dutch, the Portuguese, the British for the longest time, very briefly by Japan during World War II, and then back to the British until we gained our independence. There obviously is a huge influence on how people relate to each other, men and women, and how we think. Interestingly enough, and as I started to think about it, there's tremendous parallels between our experience here in Malaysia and the Black American experience, with that similar amount of time, not having the rights as equals in human relationships. So that obviously has a tremendous impact. But as I was thinking deeper into this, Coach, what I wanted to really talk about and spend the next couple of minutes is about how other people influence how you behave as a man. And, we can't choose to suddenly opt out of our masculinity. We are men 24/7, 365. And however, there are people that come into your lives at different stages. And I want to talk about my experience as a father. I have 5 children. I raised 4 of them. My first child, he's 30 years old this year, was raised by my wife and his father. This was before I married my wife. But I have experience of raising 4 children. And throughout this journey of being a father, people will come with, some of them with good intentions, some of them not so good, I believe, but they would have advice to give you. And when the child is born, they will say, oh my goodness, this is the worst time for you. You'll never sleep again. As a father, you'll never sleep again. And this baby will stay up all night. And regardless of how grounded you are, you'll be impacted by this so-called advice, and you'll be thinking, is this really going to be the worst time? My experience is that I loved the time when my kids were babies, and there are times when I stayed up all night craving them because they wouldn't sleep. And looking back, those are some of my fondest memories, my core memories with them. And I love them. They're not the worst times. But when they become toddlers, again, people will come and say, yo, you'll never sleep again. All you're going to do is chase after these guys because they have their legs now, they're 2 years old, and you've heard of the terrible twos, and it's going to be the worst time for you as a father. Terrible, you have to chase after them till they're about 6. So between 2 and 6, you're going to have the worst time. It's not the worst time. But people will keep saying this throughout the various phases of raising your child. And as a father, again, you will be impacted by this. And as they reach the teenage years, they're going to say the same thing. Oh my goodness, this is the worst time to be a dad, because these teenagers are just going to, push all of your buttons, and you're going to be terribly stressed, and it's just going to be a bad time for you. It's going to be a bad time for you. So again, what my experience is, people will want to have their say, but you're not going to let them, or you shouldn't let them, because it's not the truth. And when I look back at my history, my oldest son that I raised, he's 22 years old now, and I have teenagers in my life, and I've had a wonderful time. To be honest, of course, there's been times where it was dark and bleak and it's tough, but it's not the worst times of your life. But I gotta be real. My son, I told you, he's 22, he's in college, and he's moved out, and he's staying on his own. And I'm having a tough time adjusting to this period, because, he's so close to me, but now he's so caught up with his life, and he's busy, and he's living his life. And he isn't communicating as much with me, and I don't see him, and I miss him. And as a man, sometimes you want to express these feelings. You don't tell people about it. You don't tell people that, oh my goodness, I cried because I couldn't see my son. Nobody's going to admit that. But to be honest, that's how I feel. I miss my boy terribly, and I don't understand why he's not calling me like he used to, and why he's not responding to messages like he used to, and perhaps there's things we need to work out. But these are times. What I'm trying to say is, these times will change throughout your role as a father, and even if you're not a father, as a father figure, as the man in the household, as a man in the family, and these roles will change. Don't let anyone tell you it's going to be the worst time for you, because it's not. Don't let anyone change your perspective of being the best man that you can be, the best father that you can be, because these are the times that are so precious, and you'll have to hold on to. So that's all my sharing for today. I'd love to answer any questions if there are at a later time. I'm handing it back to Coach Love. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Before we let you go, I want you to share the quick story of, because you have you have a teenage boy, and you were holding hands. I believe you were in the airport, and you reflected in that moment about, if you were in the West, that would be very unusual and strange for you to be experiencing that tender moment with such a grown child, and that men in the East connect with one another in a very tender way versus men in the West. Even when they show affection, it's kind of like, I'm man.
That is true, Coach. And well, that particular video, my son's 14 years old, he's very tall, he's a huge kid. And we were walking hand in hand. Actually, it was in a mosque. It was in the Grand Mosque in Mecca. And all of a sudden, because my wife was filming us from behind, and all of a sudden he reached around to me, grabbed my shoulder, and kissed me on the cheek. I hugged him tight. And it was a very, very special moment. I'm so thankful we have that on video. But I don't know if it's different in the West or East. I'm raising my child to be in touch with his feelings, and in those moments not fall into any sort of stereotypes, not having to guard himself against, what people say. So this is how I was raised by my dad, and how I'm raising my kids to be true to their feelings and express their feelings whenever it comes up.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much. We'll have an opportunity to talk with you more about your perspective, because there's several questions waiting in the wings for you. But for now, I have the pleasure of bringing up Kenneth Wilson. Kenneth, you'll be coming up in just a moment. As soon as I can click the right buttons, right?
There we go.
That's what I need to do. I need to click the right buttons. Kenneth, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Coach Love?
I'm doing fabulous. I'm very humbled and thankful to have you here with us. You've been doing magnificent work with your Men of Stature platform. This is a male mentoring and brotherhood program. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep. Focusing on comradeship, brotherhood, virtue, and health. Yeah.
I think that is very unique, because when you think of mentoring, you normally think of grown man to young man. What I like about what you've built is it's about camaraderie and brotherhood as grown men.
Yeah.
That is amazing. It must be those CEO skills you have.
No.
And those, is it the best-selling author skills you have?
No, it's really just seeing the need to come together. We need to come and work together, be around each other. I feel like, especially with Black men, it's just, we understand, but these are the things that traditionally we haven't been able to do. And so for me, it was just a natural thing to seek out other men. And so as I was doing it was like, well, we got to put something to this. We can make this happen on a large scale. So I don't think it was much of I think it's just a lot of the things I do, at least, are, for me personally, my need, seeking out, and then, just turn it into initiatives and business and things like that.
Wow. Well, today you are going to talk with us about misplaced priorities. I cannot wait to hear what you have to share about that. It's quite a brilliant topic.
Well, thank you, Coach Love. And thanks to everyone for being here for the summit and all the other wonderful men. And I'm just honored, and it's just to be able to share. And so I really want to take you all on my journey, my personal journey, and to share a couple things that, I really feel like most men never even think about and even discuss to be able to deal with, right? And so as Coach Love was saying, some of the things I've done, I am the CEO of Men of Stature. I'm also the CEO of Black Squirrel Media, which is a media company. I am considered a safety expert. I deal with people all over the world. I'm also the recipient of the President's Lifetime Achievement Award. And I say all of those things not to throw accolades and all of that stuff out there, but to really share that, I'm a workaholic. I work a lot, and in that I try to do as many things as possible in the name of helping others. And so for me, it's never been seen as work, right? This has been my passion. I feel like I'm using the gifts that God has given me to help and impact as many people as possible. And so I try to work as hard as I can to make those things happen. Because to me, like I said, it's not like work. This is me, it's every day, right? And so through all of that, that takes a lot. And I tell you, I am a husband, I am the father of 3 girls, and they love very much. And I tell you, all that sounds great. All that stuff you do out in the community, it sounds good. Until one day my wife came to me, and we have a great relationship. And, she asked me a question. She said, why don't you like being home? And she said, why don't you like spending time with your family? And when she first said that, I didn't know how to take it. At first I was offended. And I'll be honest, I knew what she was talking about. Deep down inside, I knew what she was talking about. And she was really talking about me and my work, because my work has taken me all over the country. I travel a lot, especially before in those times. I would be gone almost 2 weeks out of every month, traveling here and there and doing all these things. And so when she first asked me that, I was a little offended. I said, well, what are you talking about? I'm working. Not only I'm working, but I'm also trying to provide and be a husband and do the things that I know our family needs and to be able to put food on the table and all of those things. But also I'm working my passions, and I felt like I was blessed to be able to do both. And my passion is also my work, and it's also income and all of those things. And so I didn't, at first I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, I felt like being attacked and I was upset. And we didn't really argue about it, but it did pierce me. I felt what she said. And deep down inside, I knew that she was right. I wasn't home. I wasn't really there to be the father. My daughters needed to see me more. I needed to be there more. She needed me more. I needed to be home around the house doing those things, and so it wasn't enough to just be the money provider and that guy and trying to do all these great things to be seen in the community. Those things I felt like were the keys to success and all those things, right? And so, that started to fester inside of me. And I was curious because I couldn't figure it out, which is another thing that bothered me too. But eventually it led me to seek help because I couldn't figure it out on my own. And that journey led me to seeing help. And I actually went to a therapist. And it was through therapy and going through that process that the discovery began. And I tell you, the first thing was it took me back to my childhood. Unexpectedly. I wasn't expecting that. And through therapy, the one thing is it takes you back to the childhood. That wasn't a place I really wanted to go back to, and I tell you all, for me, my childhood, my upbringing, was pretty rough for me. I was one of those, as some men, as some people might have also experienced, I came from what they call a rough childhood, a rough community neighborhood, and in my family, there was a lot of substance abuse. There was a lot of violence. There was a lot of negative things going on. And so through therapy, I began to learn that was the root of me being a workaholic. It started not when I became an adult and I wanted to work. It started because I didn't want to go home as a child. I can tell you, once I turned 3rd or 4th grade and I began to understand what was going on in my household, I saw the drug use, I saw the violence, I saw all those things happening, and I began to see this is bad. I don't want this. So imagine being a really young kid. We're talking about, 5, 6, 7 years old, and you start to see the world around you and you start to see how horrible it is. And so for me, instead of gravitating towards that, it took me the opposite direction. I said, I don't want to be here. And my one refuge was first school. And I started going to school and I would do everything at school. I would try to be the best student, but not only that, I would stay after school and do everything possible. Any club, any activity, any sport. I would do anything because I didn't want to go back to the neighborhood. I didn't want to go back home. And so that became the thing I did. And I would work hard at everything. I would try any and everything, stuff that I never even knew I was interested in. Theater, drama, geography, I was school bank and all kinds of stuff, because that became my new home and refuge. And the people there surrounded me with love and everything. And so as I started getting older, I developed that work ethic. I developed that habit, that curiosity to want to explore the world, to want to learn about the world. But also that drive and fueled me to want to be able to help other people. And so as I got older and through therapy, I began to learn how that began to translate to my adult life. All I did was take those same things, that same drive, determination, anger, frustration, all of those things. As I got older, they just became mature with me. They matured and grew inside of me as I was getting older. And so by the time I was a young man, I was already so determined to take on the world and do all those things. To be honest, I never knew how to be home. As a young man, I had an apartment before I got married. I was never there. I was always out in the community. I was always out because I felt like that's the place where I had to be. But that's where it started. I was just so used to being out there. And I wasn't doing anything bad, really negative things. It was just, that's where I felt like that's where it was for me. to be in the community, to be boots on the ground, to be grassroots, to be learning and exploring and traveling, you know. And so naturally, that's just it became part of who I was. And so that revelation to learn that was so mind-boggling for me. It was something I would have never ever thought of, but it gave me the roots to why. There's deeply passionate roots into my behavior and who I was at that point. You know, and so I went through that discovery, and through therapy and through help, also began to learn strategies and passions, you know, not just passions, but strategies and how I can deal with that, how I can think about those things differently, myself differently. And so I was able to take that back home. I was able to take that back to my wife, and we were able to sit down and talk, and I was able to reveal, this is what I learned. This is where it's coming from. Once she began to learn that, she began to understand so much more about me. She knew about my past, she knew about my childhood history, but it was just eyes opening for both of us. That's okay. It all made sense now. And so through that, now we began to come out of that, and we can talk through it, we can learn through it. And she realized it wasn't that I didn't want to be home. It's just I thought I was doing, you know, the right thing for me and the family. I thought I was being that guy and providing. And so now, even now, and I'll be honest, it's something that hasn't really gone away. I still struggle with that till this day. I've learned strategies and how to work with it, you know, to be home, to work with my wife and to get input, you know, but also to show sometimes I have to say no. Sometimes I can't do everything, you know. Hey, I got a family commitment here. I can't do that right now. I can't have that meeting. I can't go there. This is also important. And so I was able to merge and incorporate, but to seek the help too. And I tell you now, till this day, you know, it has made my family unit so much stronger. It has made the bond with my wife so much better. We work alongside each other now. You know, she doesn't view it as I don't want to be there. We communicate. I mean, we do little things. We have schedules together, all the strategies that really help us, you know. And I say all this to say, sometimes we don't know. A friend of mine, Ryan Dunsey, always says we don't know our blind spots. Sometimes we don't understand the things that we're doing, sometimes in the name of good, sometimes in the name of work and our careers and our lives, but they do have an effect on our family members and loved ones if we're not taking care of those needs as well too. And so that is my journey, y'all. I just wanted to share some of those things, and hopefully hearing that in my track and as I'm building this role, hopefully that helps you all as well too. So again, thank you all for being a part of the summit. Y'all take care. Have a good one.
Oh, I got a question for you though, man.
Oh, all right, I'm here. What's going on?
So you've led quite an amazing journey through childhood, adolescence, and into an adulthood. And the thing that I connect with is I did the same thing. Like, I didn't have a good connection with my father. It was a very kind of vitriolic relationship that we had with each other, very caustic. And I didn't realize why I was never home. Like, throughout my entire life, I never realized why I was home. And this is the part of your story that caught me, and I got admittedly a little bit teary-eyed, because your journey mirrors my own in certain ways, where I just started to begin to go to therapy this last year. And I only recently got interested in men's mental health and men's rights advocacy. And when I started to go to therapy, I started to realize the reasons why I was not expressing the things that I did need to, like being home, which you don't think is an expression, but to your children and to your family, it is an expression. And it's an expression of interest. And it's an expression of desire to be a member of the family instead of just the tool and the workhorse that society tells us that we're supposed to be as men.
Yeah.
And the part where I got teary-eyed is where you kind of discussed how it affected your family in a more positive way. Like, I have now gained the experience that my son loves me being home. He loves interacting with me. He loves being around me. You know, my oldest son wants to be around me more. My daughter wants to be around me more. But it wasn't until I went to therapy where I started to realize that I had internalized all these different feelings within me. So I really, you know, it's not so much of a question, but a statement of appreciation for the fact that you brought that up, because men's mental health is one of the most underrated, under-discussed topics everywhere. And they don't realize how much of an impact and how important it is for men to get the mental health, the access to mental health care that they really deserve. So I guess the question that I do have for you is, has your life become more enriched because of therapy? And have you gained stronger relationship ties? Because I can see from you that you have, those ties have gotten really strong with your wife. And man, you have an amazing wife, and so do I, because she embraced that. She's like, yeah, you do that, you go, you do that thing. And as a co-creator of a mental health support group, I've seen the benefits of that access to mental health care to them. But I'm curious, on a list of on a hierarchy of importance, where do you place mental health care for men in your opinion?
Top priority, really. I mean, if it's up there with love to me, giving and receiving love, but also because if you think about men traditionally, we don't have the check and balance systems that are built in for us that other, like women might have. They have support groups and things like that. But typically we grow up, we're on islands. There's no one saying, hey, do this, do that. For me especially, I was figuring out on my own in real time on the fly, and so we're making mistakes, we're doing that, but there was no even some sort of like someone to say, hey, do this, maybe try this path, this direct. So you're doing it on your own. There is no help, there is no checkup. If you think about like, I equate it to like a car. Your car, you gotta get an oil change every 3,000. You gotta get a checkup every so often. There's no checkup for us. And until something happens and it's almost catastrophic, that it stops you and say, wait, something's wrong here. Then you end up seeking help. And that is still a relatively new thing. Therapy, mental health, like you said, recent for us. We're talking about 5-10 years, maybe, if that,
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
That, yeah. So for us, there wasn't even that avenue, or if it was there, it was seen as being taboo. You were seen as being weak. So that when you shied away from that one automatically, I even did that. My degree's in psychology. And even for me, the first thought I was like, I don't know if I really need that. I did that to myself, knowing the benefits of it. So I had to stop for a second. Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing. When you say that you have a degree in psychology and you didn't even give yourself the room to have insecurities, that is very powerful. Michael Tross is here to talk specifically about male insecurity. When we started to hash out his subject matter, it became broad and wide, but the through line was modern male insecurity and really how that could be tackled. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about Michael Tross. He is a leader in the educational field. Specifically, he has done a lot of work in medical education with nurses and therapists and things of that nature. What's very interesting with that, though, is that Mike has a talent in the arts as a director. I find that to be such a dichotomy. It's very interesting how that works. He certainly exposed me to several plays and movies that I would have missed along the way. And so it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Michael Tross.
Thank you so much. I grew up watching the Peanuts gang on TV. Charlie Brown Christmas was a perennial favorite. It was the first of the comics that I read after retrieving the Sunday paper from my folks. And when talking about modern male insecurity, Charlie Brown probably strikes most people as the classic embodiment. But I think that the much more important lessons, as is often the case with Peanuts, come from Linus Van Pelt and from his blanket. Linus is a pretty unassuming character. He's younger than most of the rest of the gang, but seriously far too talking about insecurity, we can figure out a few things. Mostly, we need to understand that just being a man is not toxic. That doesn't mean we don't have stuff to figure out or things to work on. It just means that there's nothing inherently wrong or bad, let alone toxic, about being a man. As men, and particularly professional men, we hear constantly and from almost all sides that we must project confidence. Confidence is key. Project confidence. Show no weakness. Do not, under any circumstances, let anyone know if you have doubts, and especially not if they are self-doubts. To be successful, project confidence. We understand immediately that this is an illusion, a false image. It is a blatant denial of the facts. But there you are, trying to project confidence. What tools do we have to make that happen? Here's some tools society expects us to have at hand. Being a sage, knowing everything, being brave, being reckless, being a warrior, being certain, being strong, being a human shield, being unemotional, being adult, being a provider, being a performer. It's not that any of these things are bad. In fact, they're all quite necessary. But we try to do them all at once, all the time. Based on our insecurities, we trade in the old, fragile blanket in for a newer model that more closely resembles and feels like armor. The problem with armor is that while it protects, it also weighs you down. Fall in the water with your armor on, and you're likely to drown. Sometimes the armor is a title. Sometimes it's wealth, sometimes success. So what exactly are we trying so desperately to cover up, to shield? What are our insecurities? And what happens when we exchange our blankets for armor? Sometimes we become abusive, sometimes demanding, sometimes inconsiderate, unforgiving, and sometimes offensive. We might use other words, but that's just another part of the armor. It's not personal, it's business. Armor is cold. Blankets are warm. The thing is, people look at me and make a lot of assumptions. And whether you accept it or acknowledge it or not, they do the same to you. They make assumptions based on my position, my experience, based on my armor. When I polish it, it can be very shiny. But underneath, when I wrap my blanket around me, I can say, for me, I always worry that I won't know. The right thing to say, the right thing to do, the right facts, figures, the next step. I worry about age. Am I getting too old? Will anybody want me around? Even when referencing Linus, I thought, boy, are my references dated, obsolete, irrelevant? Am I irrelevant? In my most recent job search, I know of 2 occasions where my age definitely played against me. I was forced to ask myself, why would anyone hire me when they can get someone younger, more energetic, probably more directable, for likely half the price? Do I know everything I need to know? When I talk to my students, I worry if I can relate. Can they relate to me? Many of my students have been people of color. Is being white a barrier? Most have been women. Is being man a barrier? I came from a home where my parents were quite dysfunctional and eventually divorced. Would I know how to raise a family? Would I be a Would I screw it all up and hurt people I cared about as my parents had? that I am not the person I want to be? Am I a good person or merely pretending? Am I really intelligent or just pretending to be intelligent? Am I a good man? Am I a man? What gives me the right to make decisions that impact other people's lives? Do I really know the next best step? Am I a hypocrite? Am I a fraud? I'm not sure if we all feel these things, or perhaps it changes from person to person. But I know this, we all have them. And rather than acknowledge them and talk about them, we've been taught that the best strategy is to cover them up, shield them, protect them, project confidence. Here's the thing about Linus. He carries the symbol of his insecurities with him. It's quite clear for everyone to see. But then something amazing happens. I've seen him use his blanket to mail a letter in a box that was well out of his reach. I've seen it transform him into a shepherd. I've seen it restore a distraught and fragile, dying Christmas tree to life. But I've never seen it used as a weapon or even as a defense. So what are Linus's insecurities? Well, bullies, mostly in the form of his older sister. His own sincerity. Is he sincere enough? Is he worthy? And, of course, separation from his blanket. We get worried about being separated from our blankets too, and from our armor. The very idea of a security blanket is to make you feel safe. Insecurities are places we feel vulnerable. Admitting those feels like exposing your weaknesses to your enemy. That's because so much of our language, so much of our society, so much of our professionalism, so much of our concept about masculinity is rooted in conflict, and particularly in war. We talk about crushing the competition, taking over the market. Exposing areas of insecurity feels almost suicidal. But if we replaced our armor with our blankets, maybe not always, but more often, if we talked about the things that make us nervous or afraid, perhaps we could live more at peace, more harmoniously. If we set down the burden of knowing everything, we become more open to the knowledge and wisdom of others. If we acknowledge that the only time someone can be truly brave is when they are truly afraid. If we understand that being reckless is not bravery, that one must in fact take chances, just not to take them when the people we care about are in the balance. Maybe if we gave the warrior a rest, we wouldn't find ourselves in unnecessary wars. Wars we create to keep the warrior occupied and to defend the revealing of our insecurities. If we allowed our own uncertainty and sought the counsel of those we trust and those around us, maybe our actions would not be toxic, but rather tonic. To be an adult, a provider, a leader, is to set the example, to face the challenges and changes, to set aside the armor of controlling others for the blanket of facing yourself. In understanding your own insecurities, you allow and make room for those of others. We don't know all the answers. We cannot control all the circumstances. What we do know, hopefully, is ourselves. What we can control is ourselves. Open the dialogue. Share the places where you're nervous, afraid, or uncertain. So what does it mean to be a man? Why are we so obsessed with proving masculinity? And what does that even mean? What is society asking of us? While the soft, vulnerable security blankets of our youth eventually become objects of ridicule, have we only replaced them with a rigid, cold, unfeeling armor in the form of sexism, misogyny, and a misguided bravado? Because in our society, the armor is expected commonplace, even praised and rewarded. How much damage do we do to hide our insecurities? While we may have needed to abandon the soft blankets of our childhood, can we similarly outgrow the stigma that being insecure is the equivalent of being weak? Can we trade our unhealthy armor for a warm, adult-sized blanket that allows us to acknowledge what we don't know, what we fear, and what we need, and to make that blanket as useful as Linus Van Pelt's? I thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys being here, and I appreciate being part of this panel.
Woo! Wee, that was good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I know there are a lot of questions in the chat. My heart and mind is just bubbling up and bubbling over for how good that is. We are going to allow you guys to come back up and answer some of these questions. So I'm very excited about that. So without further ado, hello. Hold on, where'd you go? Did he jump up? I think something must be wrong with his connection, but that's okay. That's okay. Here we go.
Let's hope he gets it back. Yeah.
Yeah. He'll come back and hopefully we'll there he is. There he is. All right. Go ahead, Steve, and start off our open chat, and then
Yeah.
I know a bunch of questions.
Yeah. So what an unbelievable honor it is to hear all of you men speak, because you bring a certain viewpoint to the conversation that, and we're going to hear this a lot today of, wow, I've never heard that discussed before. And that's kind of sad, honestly. I'm going to be getting teary-eyed this whole day, so bear with me. But I want to kind of go around and talk to you in the order that you came up, and kind of ask you a couple more questions and let the other guys kind of fill in here. But I'm curious, Azif, because the way that we share affection with the men around us can be culturally very different. Something that I've noticed in the U.S. is even when men are affectionate towards each other here, there's still this fear of homophobia, right? However, on top of that, there's also an establishment of violence that comes with that. So when we give our brothers, these big giant hugs, we're patting their back really hard, right? We can't even show love and affection without being slightly violent to each other. And I'm curious what your perceptions of that is in the areas that you've been to, and how male affection manifests itself in the cultures that you've had access to.
I definitely see that, but Western culture, to be very honest, is global culture, because in the past 30, 40, 50 years, everyone in any country has really grown up with the images of Hollywood and watching TV, American shows, and it has really changed the way we interact with each other as well. I mean, we have a warrior tradition. I mean, we've had, and every culture has that as well. So this male macho-ness, I think, is historically correct, because that's how we were brought up in our ancestors were behaving towards each other. However, I have a slightly different perspective as well that I learned as I was growing up and as I was exploring a more spiritual side of my life. And in many Islamic countries, in Saudi, for example, or in Pakistan or in Afghanistan, you will see grown men, big beards like us, walking hand in hand on the street, and that is a normal sight. And it's just because they're showing brotherly love. There's nothing homophobic about it. There's nothing strange about it in those countries. But however, in countries like mine, which is very much westernized, we still have that, if somebody grabs my hand and start walking down the street with me, I myself feel that kind of weirdness. So I can't say that in my culture we behave differently. I'm very much westernized myself. So there it is.
And gentlemen, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think a lot of that's true. I think, even for me, no matter, and I learned because some of my good friends are my brother. I call my brother. They're from Pakistan, so I was able to kind of get a glimpse, even though they live in America. But even from families in their community as well too, about some of the ways they express it. Like you said, it is still very, very much Western. So I remember as a kid thinking, oh, they're just like me, they're just like us, But even we learn. I kind of learned not so much from like global, but also from like, my daughters really. And I just share this really quick. I know it's not really so much a regional thing, but saying the words "I love you" to me, just to other men, my friends, my brothers, I say it, and it's intentional to just say, "Hey, man, bro, I love you," and we, we say that to each other, And so for me, this makes it very intentional to say it, to speak it. And kind of strips down some of those walls too.
Yes. In my men's mental health group, we've gotten into the habit of when our day is over and we're done saying, "Hey, love you, brother. We'll see you next week."
Yes. Yeah.
And the weird irony to that is the "I love you" never feels like it's enough. That's the part that trips me up every time. Is I can't express to you, my brothers, how much I love you, because I love you doesn't do justice to what I feel inside. And so as men, we oftentimes have a difficulty expressing emotions. And I'll talk about this later, but we have a difficult time expressing emotions we were never taught to feel.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And that hurts me to say that.
That's the thing, because I find that I've, over the past few years, been saying that a lot more with my friends as well. But here's the real question beneath all that. We know who we are. You know who you are. Why are we so worried about people thinking we might be gay? What is that about us? And look, first of all, we approach that, there's this whole social thing about, and even now and today, when there is such acceptance or more acceptance, that inherent insecurity about who we are sexually as well as who we are personally, I think bears a strong impact on how we relate to each other physically. Like you said, we can't approach each other physically without doing a little bit of violence. If I say I love you, I kind of have to say brother, because I want to separate that from any other kind of love. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying anything weird or anything. But why is even that weird? Why is two men saying I love you weird, even if it is a romantic thing? And why would it be so horrible if people thought that about us? Because whether or not it's true, we know that, and we need to be secure in who we are, and that is what needs to drive our relationships with other people, regardless of what other people think.
Absolutely. Coach, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Yes, I want us, actually, this question is for Kenny. It is from Coach Natasha. She wants to know what developed and stood out within you to notice you need therapy. And then also, these are some of the guys that are hanging backstage that you'll get to hear from. But this is a time of open chat, so they get an opportunity to talk about some of the things that was just shared. At the same time, if you have a specific question, family, please drop it in the chat, just like Coach Natasha did, and we'll do our very best to get that answered. Kenny, go
I'd like
ahead.
to answer that question after Kenny does too, as well, because that's something that I have an interest in responding to.
Excellent.
Yeah. I think for me, honestly, the first thing was that I couldn't figure it out on my own. It was burning inside me. I knew something was wrong. I knew there was something there, and I just couldn't quite figure it out. like I said before, my degrees in psychology, so I knew there was an avenue I could take. Like I said, I was hesitant because I felt like, nah, I got it, I can do it. You know, that whole thing that's built up inside of us, that whole macho ego thing that you think, nah, I'll figure it out, I'll keep going. But the more and more it kept going, I couldn't, you know? And so, you know, even going back to my wife, she's a counselor by trade too. So it was like, okay, I need to take the next step here. And it was just the acknowledgement that I can't do it on my own first, you know? And even for a man, that was hard for me to admit. I need some help. And it was like, okay, all right, I know I got to go. Let me go. So I kind of went almost like half reluctantly, you know, and thinking that, okay, I'll be okay. It really probably isn't going to be anything serious. But it kind of had to strip me down. So that's what really kind of first got me there, was just, I couldn't get it. It was gnawing at me, and I couldn't just figure it out on my own, you know? And so luckily, once I got there, I went in open, you know, to receive anything, but it was me getting there first.
Yeah. For me, it was seeing all the problems within my family, and everything that I was ever taught to do to fix the problem was making it worse. Being overly aggressively masculine with my son, not being aware that my son might need to be, you know, raised differently. My youngest son needs to be raised differently than my oldest son or my oldest daughter. The inability to adapt to my children was one of the signs and symptoms of my inability to process my emotions and my experiences. And so what I did was I went to the therapist with the expressed intent of saying, why, quite frankly, the way that I put it is, why am I being a crappy father? What am I missing? What am I not doing? What am I not addressing? What am I not seeing in my own life, my own history? And so we progressed through my experiences through life, my drug use, because I was a meth and heroin addict for a couple of years. So I lost a good chunk of my childhood memory that I can't recall. So I don't know how much of that affects my present. How are all these things working together? Plus there's multiple other things. You know, my daughter was kidnapped when she was 4 years old by my ex-wife. I helped bury 3 of my best friend's children, all under the age of 5. Like, there's compounding PTSD problems here. How much does that have to deal with all of this? So dealing with my mental health in a responsible way, and now moving forward into my life, having those skills, abilities, and knowledge and acknowledgement of those experiences has created for me the ability to be an outstanding, loving, caring, and emotionally available father. And that was a great question, by the way, Coach.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gentlemen, do you have anything that you are burning to say? I've seen like almost a question mark come over your eyes, Pastor Jeffries. What's on your mind?
You know, I was actually reading the question from someone that asked about being in touch with feelings and things, but I can also base on the turning point for me in regards to receiving counseling as well, to try and determine, you know, who am I and what direction am I going as a man? After having made a series of poor decisions in regards to relationships, because I've been through divorce, multiple divorces, and it was kind of challenging for me to understand, man, how is it that I keep winding up in these situations? And as I sat with the counselor, and I'll probably talk a little more in depth when I get to my time and space to talk, but when I kept looking at the decisions I was making, I'm pretty much echoing what's already been said, that, you know, you have to take a step back and look and say, man, okay, now my dad told me when I was growing up, if everybody's saying that you're wrong, everybody's not lying. Everybody's not wrong. You need to be paying attention to what's going on with yourself. And I had to do some self-reflection, and I needed to do it with someone who could actually walk me through the process of being able to navigate through the things that I was going through in life, the decisions I was making. And as I began to do that, that's when I began to move to this space of being able to understand that manhood takes on a different shape for all of us. But for me, I needed to be able to have a connection with how I was getting to my decision-making processes. and I was moving so out of emotions. And that's what made me look at the question a little differently. Is, you know, the question was there saying how in touch do I need to be with my emotions without seeming weak? I think that's kind of the question that I saw. And if you don't mind, I think I could just tackle that in about 30 seconds. I don't want to talk too much. I know a lot.
Yeah, hit it. Yeah.
The reality is that we all as men are in touch with our emotions right away. The issue is that we learn to compartmentalize the different emotions.
Yep.
Because if you I'm a huge Cowboys fan. You let us score a touchdown, it's on. You're going to see every gamut of my emotions. And when we lose in the playoffs, you see all of those emotions as well. It's just what I've learned to do is compartmentalize those emotions. But what I've also been able to see, and I really do believe it was very much a big part of my wife and my daughter's interaction with me to help me round off my emotions, to understand that it's okay to have these emotions because they're God-given. And it's not something for me to suppress, but for me to understand and to know that there's a time and place for specific emotions. And there's a time and place for me to be able to embrace those emotions. And there's a time and place for me to be able to say, okay, that emotion is not for this time and space. Let me tap into this one to make sure that I'm handling myself with a level of dignity and also showing some levels of leadership in this time and space as well. So I think we're all connected to our emotions. It's just that we've learned to compartmentalize those things in the time and space. That was a little more than 30 seconds.
It's still great. Still great.
Yeah, good.
That was so powerful. I'm in agreement with the chat. This is powerful. It is insightful. It is needed. And I am very thankful that we are doing it. Listen, guys, we have reached the turn of the hour and it is time for us to take a break. We will be right back in just about 5 minutes. But in the meantime, between time, please enjoy this video.
Check. If I let heartbreak define the man I am, there wouldn't be much left to outline where I stand. They got me real confused about the way we doing things, cause deep pain is the only love we can maintain. See, I'm saying it's about time and overdue. We start looking at the world surrounding us with different views. Maybe pick and choose a little less loosely. This generation still picking views based on a loose leaf. So I write my bars between the lines for my enjoyment. Keep my voice on, the faith strong, holy anointment. Look, that's what we appointed as the general in charge. Generally hard, but this generation is subpar. For my standards, I won't ever stake a claim to fame. Cause trash artists that y'all play ain't in my lane. It's not my brain, I'm out the frame. Outside the focus in the game, admitting that without a shame. Cause I don't plan to be the same. I just do what I do, and I feel like I do it grand. If you disagree, come visit me. Would love to shake your hand, destroy you as a man with words you couldn't comprehend. Knife back syllables, cut you up until your end. I value hard work and knowledge. You claim the good looks and garbage, claim to some superstardom, battling with the boredom of being classified as another rapper type. Don't match the hype you would like, but one go blow up every night.
In terms of our perceptions, we are all alone in our mind. All of these things fall under the general category of reality shows.
And if there were ever any doubts about the word's rising popularity, it's real.
Yeah, so tell me what is real. Reload the Glock, is it real? Rip up the rock, is it real? She gave me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. I hit a lick, is it real? Pens at the strip, is it real? And on the grip, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. I load the Glock, is it real? Whip up the rock, is it real? You give me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. We hit a lick, is it real? Pens at the strip, is it real? Hands on the grip, is it real? Boy, am I wrong for my composure? Pardon me, but can't you see this life ain't bring disclosures? How the hell can I approach this? Wrapped up without a label. Promise has been enabled. Therefore, I am unable to tell you that I am able to obtain a few Who pray to lose? While the prey is loose, stuck in a loop. The gander hates what's good for the goose. Another noose, disguised as chains and golden options. You rock designer, they still got you picking cotton.
Why is this word used so frequently? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it.
Well, it is a word that evokes many emotions in people. It's a derogatory remark that has divided people for many years.
Yeah, so tell me what is red? Is it red? We load the Glock, is it red? Rip up the rock, is it red? She gave me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is red? I hit a lick, is it red? Bent at the strip, is it red? And on the grip, is it real?
I just don't understand. And I'm trying to understand.
If you can keep your heads when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if all men count with you, if neither foes nor loving friends count on you, but none too much, if you can feel the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
I absolutely adore that poem. Thank you for sticking with us, family. The song that you just heard was gifted to us by Vega Montez. It is called Is It, and it is on his album Self. Our very next speaker is a magnificent guy. He's actually the CEO and founder of BOBM Publishing. I lost track of how many bestsellers he's responsible for and how many authors that he has brought to success and push them forward to be best-selling authors. I mean, that's what you want your publisher to do, right? But that's not the most incredible thing about him. The most incredible thing about Sugar Ray is simply his heart and passion for people and other men. So without further ado, welcome, Sugar Ray.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be here and share with all of these amazing men that have been on this panel.
Excellent. You know, what is it that you want us to get out of what you are sharing with us today?
There's so much. I'll let each. There's so many jewels and so many gems. I'll let each participant, each audience member choose for himself, because I just want God to use me and allow His words to be what is magnified.
Excellent. Well, let's get it started.
Yeah. So I have a question for everybody in the audience, right? And the question I have is, who's your mentor? Who is it that you look up to when you have an issue? Who is it that you can go to when you have something on your heart? Because one of the things that I keep hearing, I've heard it and I've started to see it. I want to say as many as maybe 10 years back, is that there is truly an attack on masculinity. When we look at sports, when we grew up as kids, what we learned was, have a winning mindset, a winning attitude, and then all of a sudden there's participation trophy. So a lot of times when I started even going back before the Business of Books Mastermind program, coaching program, or BOBM Publishing, my passion is and has always been the youth, the next generation. The reason that the next generation has been my passion is because of where I grew up. I grew up in Houston. I always say southeast of the Astrodome. If you want to get technical, South Park, the hood, right? And what I noticed was that I had those role models around me that were guiding me to a different level than the peers that were in my circle. Because some of the peers that were in my circle got caught up in the things that most urban youth get caught up in. Got caught up in drugs, got caught up in robbery, got caught up in stealing, got caught up in just drugs. The things that are stereotypical became their norm. And so when I had the opportunity to start speaking, I would always go and ask this one question. So what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to be when you grow up? And I always heard the same two answers. First answer, I want to be a musician. Translation, I want to be a rapper. Okay. I want to go to the league. Translation, I want to make it to the NFL or the NBA, because those are the guys that I see with all the money, with the nice houses, with the nice cars, with all these beautiful women surrounding them. So that's what I want to be. And I started to think about it. And what I realized is that what you are exposed to is what you eventually want to become. And so we went back, started a youth program. My first successful business was the Claim Your Destiny Youth Leadership Program, based on my first book, Claim Your Destiny. Small plug, go get the book if you haven't already, right? And in this program, we started teaching these young men. We started with young men, and eventually it went to young men and young ladies about becoming better leaders of themselves. The reason that we wanted them to become better leaders of themselves is because these were the young kids in schools that the principal, the teachers were saying, you know what, they're always getting suspended. They're always in ISS. We just don't know what to do with them. I say, give them to me. Because what I realized is that their level of exposure was tainting their view of reality. If the only thing that you see when you turn on the TV is, oh, this person has millions of dollars. What are they doing? Oh, they are a basketball player. They're a football player. Nothing against any professional athletes, any college athletes, any high school athletes. If that's your ambition, go after it. But what these kids were seeing is, well, if I just play a little bit of basketball, if I play for an hour a day, and I'm going to be as good as the kid who is in the top 10% of the basketball field at my age. And it wasn't that was the case. So what we started doing was we started bringing in some of those people that they were interested in meeting. We started bringing them professional athletes. We started bringing them Hall of Fame athletes. We started bringing in college professors, lawyers, doctors, people that were doing major things in the city, presidents of universities in the city, people that were in vice president roles within higher levels of education. And so what these kids started doing was, wow, I can be that too, because they started to realize this person came from the same environment that I'm coming from. They came from the same places that I am, but their aspirations were much different. For the kids that were always sitting there playing video games, I said, you know what? I said, have you ever thought about being a gamer? And I brought a good friend of mine to talk to some of the young men at Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy. Shout out to them in Austin. They're doing an amazing job. And he walked them through the different things, the different video games that he was a part of. He walked him through what it took to get to his level. He said, when I was your age, my parents told me that playing video games is not going to get me anywhere as well. But when they started seeing, what they started doing was their grades started improving. Their focus started improving. They started setting goals for themselves that were now realistic, not just based on where they were, but where they wanted to go. Their career aspirations began to change, because instead of just being the athlete, they started looking at becoming coaches. They started looking at becoming owners. They started looking at becoming a college professor, becoming a teacher, becoming an educator. Now, I bring that to you to say, these kids and the young people that are coming behind us, they aren't lost. They need more exposure to a different reality, a different version of reality. Next thing, and I'm gonna get a little bit biblical on y'all. Proverbs 22:6 says, train a child in the way that he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. And that's what that exposure is. But it also says, and this is why I asked everybody on here, who's your mentor? Who's the person that you go to when you're trying to go to the next level? It says in Proverbs 11:14, said, where there is no guidance, people fall. But in abundance of counselors, there is victory. 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 Because you have something that you're looking up to. I'm gonna give you one last story before I move on. And this is the story that I'm most proud of. Coach Love said, my biggest accomplishment is my heart for people. Yeah, that's one of them. But the biggest accomplishment to me is what happened in 2015. 2015, I released my first book, Claim Your Destiny. And when I opened my box of books, there was a young man sitting across from me. He was 7 years old. And he looked at me with this look of pride and admiration in his eyes. And he said, hey, he said, when I get older, I want to be an author and a speaker too. 2017, we published his first book, Zayden's Awesome Adventures. 2018, we took him on his first book signing tour. 2019, he had his first paid speaking engagement. Again, train a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. I always look at it as, what is your legacy? If you want to become a positive man, an example of positive masculinity, then do this. 1, think about the traits that you want to see in the next generation. Think about the traits that you've seen in so many men that you admire. Exemplify those, because whether you realize it or not, they're always watching. There's always someone watching. There's always someone watching to say, see, that's what I told you. Masculinity is bad. No, it's not. There's a such thing as toxic masculinity, and there's a beautiful thing called positive masculinity. Positive masculinity goes into, are you giving back to your community? Are you setting an example for the next generation? Are you there for your children? Are you there for your family? Are you providing wealth for the next generation? These are all things that I would say are examples of positive masculinity. And if you're not seeing it in your community, then what I would say to you is create that program. Create a youth program where you can go back and you can teach these young leaders. They're not lost. They're young leaders who just need better guidance, better direction. And last but not least, always keep in mind that your legacy will live on long after you do. So we all have that obligation to leave the world a better place than it actually was when we got here. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I really love hearing you speak, because every time you speak, I'm just like, just listening. I'm writing down questions, and you're like answering all the dang questions that I've written down to ask you. However, there is one question that I would like to ask you, and that is, how do you, oh my goodness, how do you even ask that question? Why do you believe that men and boys fear intellectual pursuits and careers, and why they refuse to accept their own intellectual and personal brilliance?
That's a great question. And it's one that I struggled with for the beginning years of my life. I've been 6'7" since I was 14. And so I got put into this box of, oh, you should be an athlete, you should be a football player, you should be a basketball player. When the actuality was, I made straight A's from elementary all the way through high school. I started messing up afterwards because I was trying to prove this bravado and this masculinity, that if you look at it, the people who are really successful are the ones who tap into their most powerful tool, which is the mind. And a lot of times, if you grow up in the hood and you're smart, guess what? You're gonna get bullied. You're gonna get called a nerd. And so I think that's why men and boys are afraid to tap into their intellectualism. But when we get older, we learn words like sapiosexual, which means that someone is attracted to your intelligence. But when we're younger, the only things that we see are, again, the people who get the most attention, the most love in the playgrounds, in the lunchroom, are the bigger, the more bravado, the somewhat bullies of our generations. And it's not until we get older then we start accepting the gifts that we have, that we become the people that we can actually be.
Absolutely. Seems like we conflate strength, physical strength, with ability, and I think that's an unfortunate conflation, because there's a lot of really brilliant boys and men out there that really should be promoted.
That is an excellent point. What I heard you say, Sugar Ray, is that you were smart your whole life. You didn't get to be 6'7" until you were a teenager, but people looked right over your intelligence and decided that you needed to be an athlete. That really hits me in the gut. I must tell you. You're going to share more about that with us in conversation when we have open chat. There's a couple of questions out there for you. So, family, if you have a question, that will be very helpful for me if you put a Q in front of that. That way, when I look back and we are having the open chat, I can make sure that I'm putting your questions up and they get discussed. But in this moment, I want to let you know that we have a very tender subject that we are going to discuss. The fact is, male rape is real, and it has been real since the beginning of time. It wasn't into recent, modern times, actually in the last few years, that it became acknowledged as a crime by the federal government. So if you are sensitive about subject matter, just please be advised that now would be a good time to take a quick break, because Gregory is going to share his personal story, but really also how he was able to find success and become healed. Gregory?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Coach Love. My name is Dr. Gregory Williams. I work at Baylor College of Medicine in beautiful Houston, Texas. Matter of fact, my office is just right across the way there. You can see it right there about on the 10th floor. And I wrote a book just a few years ago, almost 3 years ago now, called Shattered by the Darkness: Putting the Pieces Back Together After Child Abuse. Putting the pieces back together I was sexually abused by my father and his friends from my earliest memory as a child, every day. There's not a day in my childhood that I don't remember being sexually abused. From 4 years old all the way up to just about my 17th birthday. I was gang raped, first time in my life. When I was 12 years old, I had just turned 12. A couple times that summer, a couple times the following summer. And then from just about 12 and a half to 13 years old, every Monday evening, my dad would sell me in my own bedroom every Monday evening from about 5:30 till 10:30. And literally my door would become a revolving door of my bedroom. Men and women, one or two at a time, would come in, do what they wanted to do with me, pay dad. They would tip me in a little tip jar and leave. And then the next one would come in shortly after, all night long, for 2.5, 3 years. Putting the pieces back together, it was like me taking this champagne glass, slamming it on concrete, and then getting some combat boots and just stomping those pieces into little bitty chips and dust. And then the world giving you some duct tape and say, there, put it all back together and see what kind of life you're gonna have. Putting the pieces back together. As a man, the way I put those pieces back together was simple. I was silent for over 35 years, showing absolutely, as a man, no pain, no tears, no anger, no rage, no fear coming out. It was all held in because I kept burying it and pushing it down, and no reaching out for help. And no reality, no genuineness, no healing. Putting the pieces back together? No, just hiding, pretending. And men, I was guilty of this, and I think probably everybody on our panel has in their one part of their lives. We would mask it over and pretend to be somebody that we weren't, so you couldn't find out who the real person was behind the mask. And involving in that was lying, manipulating, pretending to be somebody I wasn't. All during that time, I was questioning my real manhood. I was questioning every relationship I ever had. I was even questioning my ability and my functioning of being a real father, even a good father or not. Putting the pieces back together. Listen to this, and it's okay to lean into your computer right now because you need to hear this. Until I admitted what had happened to me, said it, faced it, and started unpacking all of the baggage that I had in my emotional trunk for over 35 years, hurt after hurt, abuse after abuse, rape after rape. Then the weight started lifting off. I started unpacking the trunk, taking out some baggage that was old, rusty, dirty, that I thought was put away for years. But man, was it oh so heavy. And when I started unloading the trunk, I started feeling that weight lifted off of me. And after it was empty, somewhat empty, I think there's still probably a bag or two in there, that I start understanding and recognizing a seed of hope that was planted in my heart and in my life. I started to find purpose and realizing that the shame and the guilt that I self-inflicted and literally put inside of me every day, it wasn't my fault. It didn't deserve to be on me. And I started finding a reason for even existing, for being a man. And I found that when I started being true to myself, putting the pieces back together again, one day at a time, 1 hour at a time. And let me be honest with you, some days, literally 1 minute at a time. You can start putting the pieces back together of your life, no matter what has happened to you. And it can begin today. Rape for a man is real. That was my past. But it's not who I am, and it's not my future. I will take that stuff from the past, I will remold it, I will deal with it, and now I try to help people around the world. I've turned the negative into a positive. I've turned the rape into something that I can use as a tool to show people the way to hope. Face it, name it, start unpacking that heavy baggage, and finally realize that hope can be found inside of you. Real hope, real healing. And it can begin today. Let me tell you, I promise it's there for you. Thank you.
Dr. Gregory Williams, my heart just really melts and reaches out to you and hugs you. I thank you so much for being vulnerable and sharing your story with us. On the screen now, I have a picture, and it is of your previous book, Shattered by the Darkness, but then on the other side, there is Hiding in the Darkness. All together, though, there is a picture of you smiling, and that's Mr. Baylor College of Medicine. And then there's another picture that is behind that. You've told me before about your process of just kind of being Mr. Great Guy, but having this emotional pain that is inside of you. It's not a one-hit wonder, is it? It's something that you must do over and over again, every time.
Absolutely. And I played the game. I mean, up to almost a few years ago, not one person in my life knew anything about this. I kept it secret till 3 years ago. I told my children, I have 3 boys, literally I sent them a chapter at a time as I would write it in the Shattered by the Darkness book, and I would email it to them. And that's how I told them. And because of that, because of me admitting it and facing it and understanding it wasn't my fault, my children and I, my boys and I, have a better relationship than we ever had in all of our lives. And they're in their 30s. And I missed so many years of being that man that isn't smiling and kind of hiding in the darkness in the back instead of being who I really am.
You shared that what really happened to you is that your relationships is what really suffered, because you were able to connect sexually, but you suffered in your relationships. In just a moment, we are bringing up Jared Pennington. He is, well, you know what? I'm going to tell you, he's very physically fit, but that is not the most awesome thing about him. He's become a TikTok sensation because he gives excellent relationship advice while he remains fit. You can't really be surprised that he's such a fit guy because of his background in the Air Force. So without further ado, welcome, Jared.
Hello, hello. How are you?
How are you? How are you? We are ready to receive your heart and your advice. We are sitting at your feet.
Awesome, awesome. So before I get started, before I introduce myself, I'd like to ask a question. I'd like to know who here, I can't see my audience, but who here has been through something that has hurt them? Without seeing anybody, honestly, everyone who is watching the program should have raised your hand or agreed or whatever. If you haven't been through something, you're lying. So my name is Jared Pennington. Like Coach Love said, I'm active duty military. I'm a physical trainer. I'm a TikTok influencer. A few things about me. Ever since joining the military, I've started my own physical training business. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and I've been through a pretty rocky divorce and custody battle with the mother of my child. Like a few members who have spoken to you already, I grew up in a worse part of town. I grew up in the hood, you know, not bars on windows, but like plywood on windows of my neighbors' homes. I had a pretty rocky relationship with my mother. You know, we grew up on like welfare, Section 8. We've been homeless. We've had homes burned down. I've been in just about every type of unhealthy relationship you can think of. I've seen abuse. I've seen suicide. I've battled with alcoholism. I've helped others, and I've battled myself with depression. I've also seen my fair share of certain abuses in my childhood. You may be wondering where my father was, you know, during all this. He's also a retired military member. My father was present in my life, but he also lives on the other side of the planet. He has since I was like 2 years old. As a father, right, you can only be so available as a parent from living on the other side of the world from your child. Due to my parents' dynamic, I lived in almost everywhere you can think of. I changed locations probably every single school year. I was never able to make truly valuable connections with people because growing up, I always had to meet and leave constantly, over and over and over. Because of that, I developed this very strong ability of creating friendships and understanding other people, because very quickly as a child, you learn how to do that in order to make good connections. The reason I'm telling everybody these things is, one, I want to establish how a lot of us can relate. Because how many people heard the things I said, and, you know, honestly, if I was in the crowd, I would go, wow, me too. Or, you know, that's tough. This guy is strong. I know how he feels. This is great, you know. Now think about that. Because the things that make me look strong, the things that make me look powerful as a man, are also my greatest weaknesses. All of these things are things that affect me in all of my relationships. And all of these things affect my friendships. All of these things affect how I handle life and my family. As a man, we're not programmed to see our weaknesses, only to acknowledge and build our strengths. one day, you know, I was having a conversation with a partner of mine, and we were going through a pretty rough time, right? But we really got into our pasts and our lives. And, you know, she asked me, is your relationship with your mother the reason you treat me the way you do? And that hit different. Honestly, that hit different. Because I never thought about it that way, right? I'm thinking, wow, I'm 27 years old and somebody just had a 10-minute conversation with me. And they just told me something that's been sitting in my face my entire life. I thought about it, you know, and I wanted to have this conversation with my mother. It took a while, right? I had to build up that confidence. As a man, that's my mother. I want to take care of my mother, right? I don't want to hurt her feelings, and a conversation like that will hurt my mother's feelings. But, you know, I knew I needed that conversation, and I knew I needed that to heal and to grow and be the man and the father that I am trying to be as I grow. The reason I bring this up to everybody is because think about how hard it is for you to identify a habit you formed 15 years ago. How hard do you think it was for me to realize how my relationship with my mother had affected every woman I'd ever been with? Or how it took me my entire life to realize that I attached to people super quickly in my past. But I didn't realize that because as a child, I moved all the time. I was always meeting new people. I had built that habit. Over 18 years of changing schools and changing friends and I had built a habit of, as soon as I meet someone I connect with, bam, bond. I'm going to make that connection. It took me 20 years to realize how both of my parents being more or less absent may have affected me. And it's not just my relationship with my parents, it's everything I've built over time. Everything in my past has in some way affected how I am connecting with other people. And as a man, I'm not diving into myself to find out what those issues are. I'm growing as a man, and I'm just like, I need to win. That's all I need to do. So I'm only focusing on things that are powerful and strong about me, but I'm not diving into the things that are going to make me a better person. Our loved ones don't deserve our trauma. It takes a very painful level of self-evaluation to see your faults as a man. It really takes humbling yourself to sit down and dive into those things. I had to go through probably one of the worst times in my life. You know, I was pretty much at the point where everything was about to fall apart before I sat down and asked myself, what am I doing that is putting me in these situations? That's when I decided to go to therapy, because I realized instead of blaming everyone else and instead of, you know, trying to direct my anger and everything at what's going on outside of me, somehow a decision I made got me here. And I'm not looking into those habits I formed 15 years ago as maybe being, you know, the root of those problems. As men, our true definition of strength should be facing our demons head on in order to better protect and provide the people that are around us and the people that we love. It is so very important as a man to turn everything we have, you know, your emotions, your problems, your troubles, whatever is going on. As men, we have to take everything and flip it into a positive. But most men are only taking those negative things outside of themselves and trying to flip it. Very few men are actually looking at, what about this demon sitting on my shoulder right here? Why can't I flip this into a positive? Men tend to grow up and learn this dynamic where we have to win. At the end of the day, most men define themselves and their self-worth off their ability to win. If you're not winning, you're not a man. Or if you're not trying to win, at least. It was only when I decided, okay, let me look into everything that I have into my past. Let me actually just shut up and think about what's going on with me mentally, that things started to change in my life. When I finally started self-evaluating and going to therapy and talking to other people, everything changed. My love life, my relationship with my girl, my relationship with my daughter, my family, my career, everything. From one simple thought, what can I fix about me? That one thought turned everything else 180. It makes a huge difference. And ever since I changed my approach, everything around me has been great. Throughout my life, I've learned as a man, I'm not doing my job if I'm not making that self-evaluation, right? Taking care of my mental space. You can't give someone else a home if you're still lost. But I want to be a provider. In conclusion, I want to thank Coach Love and the Epic Group for this opportunity. Hopefully I was able to reach someone and continue the truly amazing movement. I love seeing men talk about things like this. It's extremely healthy. Remember, communication is key. And if it makes you uncomfortable, do it.
I'm going to call you Mr. Mic Drop. That's going to be your new name, because you had a lot of mic drop moments in what you said. It's not amazing, but it's important to acknowledge how what you shared and what Dr. Williams shared and what Sugar Ray shared actually all melts together. I am very much looking forward to your conversation that you guys are about to have as a team and a conglomerate. So without further ado, here we go. Steve is on mute, so he has to unmute himself.
I need to get into the habit of fixing that when we go on. But, I got to take a moment here and just kind of, because I'm listening to you guys talk and I'm absolutely mystified by Dr. Williams and what his story is. And even though I can't relate to the story itself, I can relate to the strongest aspects of that story, like overcoming past traumas. And then, Jared comes in with, that truth bomb of, our loved ones don't deserve our trauma, right? Okay. And, as I'm taking notes, I'm seeing how all these things connect and like I asked Sugar Ray, it's like, why is it that boys and men don't honor and respect their intelligence and their ability? And then we get to Dr. Williams, and then we go to Jared, and we're seeing this line of reasoning where at many points in time in our lives, we are taught not how to love and respect and honor our ability and our intelligence. And I got really teary-eyed when Jared was talking, because as he's speaking, I'm hearing these things that I'm like, I felt that. I experienced that. I went through that. I lived that. I saw the results and the benefits of getting the mental health care that I deserve. Right. And so I had a hard time collecting myself enough to even speak as soon as we got into this room. So I'll make this brief. Is one thing that I wanted to talk to Dr. Williams about was I've spoken to to Coach Love about masks and how we wear them, and the masks that we wear, and Dr. Bradford talked about this too, Dr. Bradford White, I wear a different mask for everybody that is in my life. I wear a different mask for my children, for my wife, for my coworkers. The problem is when we wear a mask for ourselves, against ourselves. Not allowing us to see who we are underneath that mask is something that I feel like a lot of men do. And that's why I'm glad that Jared brought up self-introspection, self-evaluation. And I can't help but feel like this overriding conversation needs to be around how men view themselves. Why do we view ourselves the way that we do? I'd like to just open the panel to you guys and see what you guys feel about that question.
Well, I think I started to believe the mask. And that's what is so damaging to when we start covering things up. We start pretending we are the people that we are pretending to be, and we start believing it. And I didn't, I totally love the question about intellectual because, I put myself in the music. This is what saved me from so many times of wanting to jump off the balcony is I sit here and start playing and it would help me soothe everything down, and calm down. But when I look in the mirror, I still see things that's really ugly in me. And it's so much easier just to put the mask on. It's tough to rip it off and go, here world. But the tough part of it was always self-inflicting. I was always afraid that everybody that I would walk into and meet after I exposed this in this book, nobody would love me anymore. Nobody would accept me. Nobody would welcome me. I would always be somebody, that's the guy that was abused every day of his life. But then when I finally put the guard down, I found out that, hey, this world does have people that love you and they love you for who you are. And that was powerful for me, way powerful.
Absolutely. Jared or Sugar Ray, did you want to add to that? Because I've got one more question after this.
I completely agree that everybody has to put that mask on. I don't know about you guys. I'm sure there are people that are watching that have experience with military lifestyle. That's a perfect example of it, right? Like no matter what's going on in my life, no matter how I feel, no matter what problems I have, right? When duty calls, that's it. Put
You got a job to do.
on. Yep, and let's go. And it's service before self, which I signed up for. I'm not complaining about, right? But that's so comparable to anything. Men put that mask on to go to work. Men put that mask on to go to church. Men put that mask on when they go to the grocery store. Men put that mask on when they're sitting on the couch and having a conversation with their grandmother. It's so common that it's not even a conscious choice. You know what I mean? It's instinct.
Do you think the problem is that when personally, this is what I think. The problem becomes when we continue to wear the mask when we shouldn't be. When we're having intimate moments and conversations with our loved ones, with our wives, with our girls, with our children. But I wanted to hear what Sugar Ray's opinion was on the previous question.
Yeah, I think that we all wear a mask to a certain degree, and I'll say, just like Doc, when you released your book, and Jared, what you were saying, it wasn't until I personally started. I'll go back. It was probably about 2-3 years ago, and I was talking to a young lady, and she said, "You're so powerful. Why are you not at the level that you want to be?" And she said, and she was listening, and she was like, "You haven't healed that little boy yet. Until you heal that little boy, and until you release him, you're not going to be the man that you can be." And that's when, even though I still wear suits, if you listen to anything that I do, I got a vernacular, and I can be myself. I can be myself because I don't care what people think about me anymore. I don't care, and I think a lot of times we do wear that mask because we are around those people that haven't fully accepted us or haven't shown us that they'll accept us regardless of what we share with them. And that's a dangerous place to be. If you continue to surround yourself with those type of people, you'll always wear this mask that doesn't fit you or your goals, or doesn't allow you to become the powerful man or woman that you can be. But as
It's
soon
harming
as
you.
it's harming you more than it's helping you. And just like Jared said, I was over here like, wait a minute. Yeah, our loved ones don't deserve our trauma, because as long as we walk around with that mask on, it's like, no, I'm good. You're not.
Yep.
Until you get that healing, even if you don't feel like going and talking to a mental health counselor, you don't feel like going to talk to a pastor, or, talk to God. Spend some time getting to learn yourself, because when you begin to learn yourself, that's when you can truly love yourself and bring others in who really love you, because now you're exposing the real you as opposed to this person that you think that they want to see. So I'll say we all wear the mask, but it's time for everybody to start dropping that mask or change your circle. And if they don't like it, guess what? I learned this when I was 21 years old. I didn't know you for 21 years before. There's going to be another 21 years that we probably won't have another phone call. I'll be good either way it goes.
I know you know that Bernie Mac quote about people not liking his son.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wrote, I got a new book coming out in a couple of weeks, and the title of the second chapter goes like this: I'm fine and neither are you. And that's exactly what we do. And the world has taught us that. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm fine. And we just keep right on going. It is a red flag. You're not fine. There's an issue. But as men especially, we're supposed to be fine, because we have that stereotype. We're supposed to fix things. So how can we be broken when it's our job to fix things?
Yes.
That brings me to something that I've discussed a couple of times on here. Briefly, I want to touch on this point. The problem with masks is when we wear them, it obscures our view of everything else, and that includes our family. So if we're keeping the mask on too much, it obscures the view that we have of our family's needs and of our personal needs. Speaking to what you were talking to, sorry.
Also, keep the people that really love you, genuinely love you, away from you, because they don't love you for who you really are. They love you for who they think you are. So after you take the mask off, then true, genuine, authentic love can be revealed. If you don't love me for who I am now, see ya.
Yeah.
If you do, I want to keep you.
And this is what I wanted to get to, was as we're discussing all of this, and this is something that I've discussed with Coach many, many times. What I've found is that a lot of men, many, many men, feel like we are the emotional anchors of our family. If we lose our shit, excuse my language, I apologize. If we lose ourselves, if we lose control of ourselves, what's going to happen with our family? Because everybody in our family comes to us for that emotional support, that anchor of emotional support. Our children need to know that we've got our stuff together so that we can move throughout the world with confidence. They need that confidence. They live through our confidence. Same with our spouses, whether it's male or female, because gay men are not excluded from this conversation. Okay. So when we have our spouses, our significant others, our wives or our husbands, they also look to us for that emotional support. And when we are the constant anchor of the emotional support of the family, what happens to an anchor when it's underwater? It's drowning. It's constantly there. It never gets above water. And that's something that I feel that men suffer with, the suffocation of the depth of that responsibility. And I want to help men bring themselves up out of that so that we can have that conversation a little bit more frequently.
Amen. Yeah. I see a few questions in there. One about journaling and
just a few.
About the good masculinity. And honestly, I don't really journal as much, but I do understand the importance of it. And then that pressure for good masculinity to the younger men, just allowing them to learn to accept themselves for who they are. My mentor says it this way. He says, if you grow up in the hood and all you see is basketball players, football players, you think that that's the only thing that you can do. But what happens if you go to a different environment and you find out you're really good at tennis, you find out you're really good at bow hunting, you find out you're really good at rowing. It's about exposure, and it goes into that mask, like we keep saying. Get rid of those people. Well, show people who you really are, and allow them to make a decision for themselves. Because if you don't, you'll always walk around feeling like there's something less than about you, and that's a dangerous place to be.
You can never feel like you're yourself, like who you are. Sorry, go ahead, Jared.
I'd like to touch on that journaling question, right? I used to be at a point where I was trying to also figure out, is journaling going to help me? My mother was like that. Writing kind of helps her. But also, man, woman, or whoever you are, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't have to be journaling. I tried journaling and it didn't work. I tried a couple things and it didn't work, right? I learned my true outlet is talking to other people. Your journaling can be anything. And I just so happen to have formed a very good circle that I can constantly talk to. And I vent to them just about every day, anytime I have a bad day. So just be aware of who you are as a person, right? And if one thing doesn't work for you, keep trying until you find that thing.
Yeah, that's great wisdom. Journaling saved me. I journal every day. I bleed on the page every day since I could write. I've always journaled. And I think that's a great point. Talking to people, but just don't hold it in. You got to let it out, because when you put those demons in the basement of your life, you think they're hidden, but they're down in the basement lifting weights, baby, and they're getting ready to come back up, and they will revisit you, and it won't be pretty. You got to
flip the house over if you let them.
Well, I mean, Nietzsche wrote a whole book about that. It's called The Will to Power. Like recognizing where your power is. What is power? Well, power by its definition is the manifestation of the spirit, right? So we have to manifest our spirit in the world, and we do that through our will. And something that journaling helps do. I used to journal, but now I do. Like I said earlier, I'm an author. I do podcasts. I'm the host of the Shades Free Intellectual, where I discuss a lot of these different topics as well. So my journaling is now out there permanently. But the importance of journaling too is so that you can look back and you can relearn the lessons that you forgot that you learned, right? It's a way to go back and revisit your journey, which is why it's called a journal. And to even possibly when your son or your daughters are going through issues, you can go back and you can be like, I remember this. I remember when it was, and you can go back and you can start reading through your journal and you can be like, oh yeah. And then you actually end up learning more than you did the last time, because now you have wisdom and experience that you can benefit while reading those. So I love the question of journaling in this conversation. Absolutely wonderful. Do we need to move on, Coach?
Can I throw a question out there to the people in the audience?
Absolutely.
What y'all have seen from this conference, these panel of men, and there's way more exciting men to come. Would y'all be interested in hearing this in book form, seeing this in book form? Because I think as we have talked, we've learned so much from each other, and I think it would be amazing to have the men on the panel to participate in a book together, because there's so many perspectives and so many views.
I'm not going to steal your thunder. I think that's a great idea, and I want to do that, and I want to be a part of that. I was thinking as you were saying that, it would be like, that would be so cool if we could get everybody together and have every single guy just write a chapter.
Yeah.
Like, that makes my heart sing, man, thinking about that.
I can make that.
Coach?
I'm going to call this the mic drop crew. That's what this is. This was full of mic drop moments constantly. You guys are fantastic. We are rounding out our second hour, and I'm just going to say, stay tuned. We'll be right back after this brief break.
Check. If I let heartbreak define the man I am, there wouldn't be much left to outline where I stand. They got me real confused about the way we doing things, cause deep pain is the only love we can maintain. See, I'm saying it's about time and overdue. We start looking at the world surrounding us with different views. Maybe pick and choose a little less loosely. This generation still picking views based on a loose leaf. So I write my bars between the lines for my enjoyment. Keep my voice on, the faith strong, holy anointment. Look, that's what we appointed as the general in charge. Generally hard, but this generation is subpar. For my standards, I won't never stake a claim to fame. Cause trash artists that y'all play ain't in my lane. It's not my brain, I'm out the frame. Outside the focus in the game, admitting that without a shame. Cause I don't plan to be the same. I just do what I do, and I feel like I do it grand. If you disagree, come visit me. Would love to shake your hand, destroy you as a man with words you couldn't comprehend. Knife back syllables, cut you up until your end. I value hard work and knowledge. You claim the good looks and garbage, claiming some superstardom, battling with the boredom of being classified as another rapper type. Don't match the hype. Few alike, but one go blow up every night.
In terms of our perceptions, we are all alone in our mind.
All of these things fall under the general category of reality shifts.
And if there were ever any doubts about the word's rising popularity, it's real.
Yeah, so tell me what is real. Reload the clock, is it real? Rip up the rock, is it real? She gave me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. I hit a lick, is it real? Pants at the strip, is it real? And on the grip, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. I load the Glock, is it real? Whip up the rock, is it real? You give me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. We hit a lick, is it real? Pants at the strip, is it real? Hands on the grip, is it real? Boy, am I wrong for my composure? Pardon me, but can't you see this life ain't bring disclosures? How the hell can I approach this? Wrapped up without a label. Promise has been enabled. Therefore, I am unable to tell you that I am able to obtain a few who pray to lose. While the prey is loose, stuck in the loop. The gander hates what's good for the goose. Another noose, disguised as chains and golden options. You rock designer, they still got you picking cotton.
Why is this word used so frequently?
Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it.
Well, it is a word that evokes many emotions in people. It's a derogatory remark that has divided people for many years.
Yeah, so tell me what is real. We load the clock, is it real? Whip up the rock, is it real? She gave me top, is it real? Yeah, so tell me what is real. I hit a lick, is it real? Pants at the strip, is it real? And on the grip, is it real?
I just don't understand. And I'm trying to understand.
If you can keep your heads when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if all men count with you, if neither foes nor loving friends count on you, but none too much, if you can feel the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Thank you so much, family, for hanging out with us. As you can see, it was mic drop after mic drop after mic drop in our second hour, and our third hour will be more of the same. I cannot really say enough about this statement. It says that I never wanted to be like my dad. Imagine having that in you, because it could go a lot of ways. Well, here to tell us what he meant by that statement is Tony Jeffries. Hello, Tony. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
That's a pretty powerful statement, sir.
Yes, it is. And it is a loaded statement as well. You know, when I was a kid, I remember having conversations with my mother, and she would tell me, boy, you're so much like your dad. That's why you got something wrong. I didn't grow up in a household that was traumatic. I grew up in a beautiful home. I had both my mom and dad in the place, and they were very much engaged in the lives of my sister and myself when we were kids. And they even showed me something very special as we got to be older, and they adopted my two brothers who are younger than I am. And so I got a chance to see just beautiful Black love every day. But I resisted the notion of being like my dad. See, my mother shared with me when I was a kid that we were living in Germany. My dad was in the Army early on. He just served a quick tour, and then he went on ahead and got out of the military and did life. But while we were stationed, he was stationed in Germany and we were there, my mother shared a story with me that, you know, she was a little slow getting out of bed that morning. And when she woke up, she saw this long trail of cereal with milk trailed in behind it, all the way up to a bowl with me at about 2 years old with a spoon and bowl and milk and cereal and just eating away just like life is normal. It showed just this strong will that I had when I was a child. And I just remember I was never the kid that if you told me don't do something, I was never just comfortable with not doing it because you told me not to do it. I needed to find out why I couldn't do it. You told me don't touch that electric socket, guess what? You might as well cover that electric socket up because I'm going to touch it and find out why I can't touch it. I was just a strong-willed child. And so early on, I just began to build this resistance to not wanting to be like my dad. And it was no fault of his at all. My dad and mom, they had me young. My mother was 17 when I was born, and my dad was 18, about to be 19. And the day after my mother turned 18, my dad and mom got married. So for every year, I was born in June of 71, and my parents were married in December of 71, December 12th to be exact, 1971. My mother's birthday was December 11th. And so when they got married, they stayed together, and they showed me what love looked like. But I kept wanting to find out things differently, and I resisted being the person that I saw in my father. Why? I don't know. I just know that there was so much in my own little mind that was beginning to circulate and trying to figure out who I was. And then it compounded as I began to get into school. I remember being in the first or second grade. I had a friend named Landon. That was my partner. That was my boy. And he was fair complected. And all of the girls just loved Landon because he was light-skinned with curly hair. Well, my mother was fair complected, but my dad was dark complected. And so they brought out this brown-skinned kid who just, I was marginal with the girls when I was a kid, but I wanted more attention. And so what I thought in my little warped little young mind that it's my daddy's fault that I don't get the girls to say that I'm cute. Ain't that so? And so early on, I began resisting my dad. And then when I got to be about 12 years old, something really transitioned. my father surrendered his heart to the Lordship of Jesus Christ. And I couldn't understand that. I said, wait a minute, man. Why do we have to go to church every Sunday? That doesn't make sense to me. I want to go to Forest Park. That's a park in St. Louis, and many of y'all probably don't know. But it's a park that everybody got a chance to go hang out at on Sunday afternoons. But we were stuck in church. I don't want to be in church every Sunday. You got to be kidding me. And then my father began to start smiling at people and saying hi and being just a great guy. And I was like, no, I don't want that. I want to run the streets. I want to do everything that I see everybody else doing. And I began to resist that. So I didn't resist. I didn't have the mantra of I didn't want to be like my dad because my dad was toxic. It was quite the opposite. I was seeking after toxicity. Why? Well, I guess it was my own brokenness as a kid. Not that my dad contributed to the brokenness. I think it's more or less that, we all find this space where we're trying to find out who we are. And in my mind, I thought that I could do some things opposite of my dad and prove to him that I don't need to be like you as I grow up. And it led me into one poor decision after another, even into my adulthood. And I couldn't understand how things got to this space where I was just constantly resisting the wonderful influence that my dad had over my life. He had friends that would come to him for advice. He was a deacon at his church. People loved my dad, but I did not want to be like that. I wanted to be something completely different. And so, I think the cat's out of the bag. I think you can see my title there is Pastor Tony Jeffrey. And so things have changed. My life has completely changed. And now my dad and I have this wonderful relationship. In fact, come Father's Day, I always like to just talk to him and I call him Pop. Hey, Pop, how you doing? And even when we are in our home, now I'm relocated to Omaha, Nebraska, but St. Louis is my home. And when I was in St. Louis, I would just find little projects around the house to ask my dad to come and help me with, just so I could be in his presence, because he's just a wonderful man. But something had changed in my life before I was able to embrace the fact that I am very much like my father. In fact, I'm so much like my dad that I could have strangers walk up to me out of the blue and say that know my dad personally, whether they work with him or not, but they will walk up to me and they would ask me, hey man, is Jimmy Jeffrey your dad? They wouldn't know me from Adam, but my mannerisms are like his. I speak like his. My cadence in my talk is very much like my dad. And I had to, once I learned to embrace that my dad is a part of me, then I was able to embrace my manhood, who I am as a man. And I was so resistant to everything that my dad was showing me that I never caught some things that he was actually teaching me and how he carried himself as a man. I'll give you 3 thoughts that I have considered when I look back at manhood and when I look back at who my dad was showing me or how my dad was modeling manhood before me. One of the thoughts is honesty. My dad was a very honest man. He's very trustworthy. But not only was he just trustworthy, but he was honest with his own emotions. I remember him telling me that, hey man, I'm doing the best that I can. There's no book on being a dad, but I'm here and I love you, and I'm not going to give up on you. And as much as I did not want to do the things that my dad was doing, I was pushing against him, and he was just very open and honest with his emotions about me. And when I look back at it as a 50-year-old man now, I recognize that there needs to be some emotional IQ there for myself. I've got to be able to understand my own emotions and to be able to embrace those emotions and to recognize that in order for there to be genuine growth in my own life, I can't resist the fact that I am who I am, not in part because of my dad, but because this is how God has made me to be. And now my dad is that living example of what real manhood is. He also showed me consistency. I'll never forget. I was about 20, 21 years old and things, and I needed to go to the doctor. And we weren't, back then, we didn't know much about, my parents didn't know a whole lot about the insurance my dad carried. And so I tried to talk my dad into, I said, Dad, listen, everybody says we look alike. Just give me your license. I'll go to the doctor's office and I will, just tell them I'm you. And my dad looked at me with the craziest look on his face. He said, son, what is wrong with you? You can't keep trying to get over on everybody, man. That's not how life works. No, I'm not giving you my ID. And no, you're not going to the doctor and telling them that you're me. You just go to the doctor and whatever it costs to pay for it, then we'll just pay for it. But don't keep trying to get over on people. My dad was a consistent man. He never compromised on his moral compass. Showed me that. My dad was brave. One of the greatest gifts my dad gave me was his love for my mother. I watched him be faithful to their relationship. Even to the day that my mom passed away, I watched my dad love my mother through sickness. And it gave me an example of what it means to be a man, a husband, and a father to my beautiful daughters. And so when I look back and I consider life as I've gotten to this stage, I recognize that honesty, consistency, and bravery were things that my dad anchored in my heart. And it helps me to be the man that I am today. And so not only do I love my dad, but I embrace very much being like my dad. And so thank you for your time. And trust that time together, even as we go forward in the rest of this day, will be a blessing to all.
That is incredibly powerful. I love the way you wove that story together. I most like about your father, his integrity. You were trying to run from it, but you could not run from it. And I also like what you said about emotional intelligence. We have with us today a man who his whole mission is emotional intelligence. As a matter of fact, the name of his organization is Managing Emotions Naturally. Hello, Dr. Lay. How are you?
I am well. Thank you so much for having me on, Coach.
My pleasure. Now we have the honor of having you manage our private green room for our VIPs.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. That's the plan. I'm very pleased to have you doing that for us. And if you don't mind, really quickly, can you tell us a little bit about your program and how you're helping police officers?
Yes, so different program on that one as far as, but it all ties together. One of the things, it was so interesting listening to the panel of men because I can relate on so many different levels with each of the men. You know, what we mask, how we grow up, the things that we suppress at a very early age that ends up coming out in a behavior that's not approved by society. And so we try to navigate society and jump into different institutions and careers that will allow us to kind of wear that mask and be okay with it and be justified. Just like Jared, I'm active duty as well, active duty Air Force, but prior to Air Force, I was military, Army, as a fighter, and now I'm a mental health provider. So, but during that time as a fighter, one of the things I noticed as far as learning to suppress my emotions, having these defense mechanisms that I learned very early on because they were there to protect me. So they were good at that time as a kid, but it stumped my emotional growth. And what happened as I got older and I, experienced life, I went through my ups and downs. My emotional growth was still stuck back in, when I was 7 years old, right? So I'm 30 years old, but using a 7-year-old emotion to handle a 30-year-old problem, it does look reckless. And so growing up and having a very having poor guidance, I guess you would say, on how to respect my emotions but not give them power. I started to see that not only when I was in the Army as a fighter amongst men, but also I saw it as a clinician as well. Even in individuals I had in my sessions, and saw it in myself, is that I had really, we struggle with respecting our emotions, and it's because we never were given a platform to express them in a healthy way. Okay, so when I was going through my doctoral program, I wanted to really make an impact on, hey, how do I, what grand challenge, if you will, wicked problem do I really want to attack? And at this time, of course, the height of Black Lives Matter and all of the different things that were coming with in police excessive use of force and things of that nature. And I said, you know what, I want to get in there. And I wanted to get in there because right around that same time, I was learning about empathy. I was learning how to employ empathy, how to utilize it in my masculinity. And I really wanted to spread that to the police force. And the other thing I noticed about my journey with that was, and I entitled it Relay, the Relay Project. And Relay stands for respect, empathy, learn, acknowledge, and yield. Right? And it really started for me back when I was in high school. I'm from North New Jersey. I went to high school up there. I was also an athlete who got recruited for track to college and all of these things. But back when I was getting recruited, I was so proud because this coach was recruiting myself as well as recruiting another individual who was in the same city. And he was one of my biggest competitors. So I said, you know what, we're going to get on the relay team and we're going to dominate, right? Well,
and that is magnificent. We are going to learn more about that program in just a bit. I love how emotional intelligence is necessary to continue to build relationships. And sometimes we do not tend to our relationships as we should. That is what happened to my very next guest. And it actually began to create a security threat in his relationship. So thank goodness he was able to overcome that. Without further ado, how are you, Joseph?
I'm doing well. It's just been a great day, amazing opportunity to be here with the rest of the amazing men here on this panel. Amazing story that has been shared, and I'm just grateful to be here today.
Excellent, excellent. So tell us how not properly managing your relationships became a security threat.
Yes. So first, yes, my name is Dr. Joseph Burt Miller Jr. Originally from New York, currently reside in Maryland. And gonna share, I guess, a quick story about my relationship with my brother and how essentially the evolution of our relationship it went from, one level, kind of dropped down and came back up, almost like a roller coaster, I'd say. So, but the best way I could describe how it happened is that a card game fixed a silent security threat in a lifelong relationship. So in fall 2018, my family and I, we spent time together on Thanksgiving at my parents' house. They were living in New York at the time, but they currently now reside in Connecticut. It was an opportunity for us to relax, reconnect, catch up with loved ones that we may not have, spent much time throughout. That we would not spend as much time as we would throughout the year. But what we did not learn, or what we did not expect to learn, was the deeper relationships that would cultivate that day. My cousin introduced me to this card game called The End. This card game consists of specific categories such as family, friends, co-workers, self, couples, and more. So each card deck contains unique questions according to its category. Then you and one other participant ask deep and thoughtful questions to one another. So this game, it stirred up memories and great emotions that were unknowingly dormant, waiting to be unlocked by the right question. When it came time for my brother and me to ask each other questions, we learned we did not know each other as well as we thought. See, my brother and I growing up in New York were very close. We played video games together, hung out everywhere. We even wore matching basketball jerseys from time to time. But I noticed a change in our relationship when I left for the Air Force after graduating high school. My life moved on as I started my cybersecurity career, my cybersecurity journey. I divorced in 2015. I remarried in 2020. I didn't talk with him about my thoughts, hopes, or heartbreak. Time and life changes replaced the closeness between me and my brother. I had my own family to lead and devote my time and attention to. During this relationship change, negative assumptions began to creep into my head. I thought my brother was upset with me. I wondered if he was angry with me. That honestly made me sad, and because I did miss. I missed the close connection that we had. But unfortunately, we were not at a place where we would talk about our feelings to come to any sort of understanding between each other. I wasn't sure if it was out of fear of asking each other the necessary deep questions, or if we both want to avoid any potential confrontation. Our relationship changed for the better on that Thanksgiving day. This may sound silly, but the card game was a catalyst in removing the menace and unspoken silence between us. The questions we asked each other made us realize we wanted a deeper, more meaningful connection. An action item from that day was that we became intentional about growing our relationship. We set a day and time on the calendar to meet weekly for an hour to discuss everything, any and everything. We continue to do this action to this very day. 3 years running, to be exact. It is a safe space to connect and discuss what makes us vulnerable, to discuss subjects that we may not want to broadcast to everyone else. Although the topics are not always heavy, sometimes we get on the call just to share a good laugh. The point is that we have gained a new level of trust and comfort in discussing any subject. Now, because of that, our relationship is stronger than ever by doing the work, getting beyond the surface to the security of our inner man. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh my goodness. What I learned from what you talked about was the necessity of tending to our relationships as we grow. We just can't simply toss them aside. Or if we do, we can expect dysfunction, no matter what that feeling is, some sort of dysfunction to creep in. So thank you for that. Tell me, now your relationship is good. Have you taught anyone else how to use this tool?
I wouldn't say I've set out to, I guess, necessarily teach it out, but I do stress the importance of having that necessary communication, that dialogue, whether it is through that card game or whatever works. That work for us may not necessarily work for someone else. I think it's really incumbent upon the person and that particular situation where find what works for them. Sometimes it could be just hanging out with other family members or friends, or like I said, it's gonna be different for everyone. But and of course, when it happened for us, you know, we were asking each other, when we were asking each other questions, and you know, amongst, you know, the rest of my family, I recall my sister, my mom, and there were tears that day. Some of the questions that I think, you know, really hit home, and maybe, you know, questions that we wanted answers to that, you know, we just never brought up, you know. And I kind of lean towards brother. I think that we just didn't want to confront it. Like, we just maybe in our minds thinking like, this may lead to something, I'll just leave it alone.
Wow.
Sometimes it's healthy to actually to dig into that, because it, you know, there may be some feelings that are locked in, that maybe you just don't realize, you know, been kind of holding it in for years, and then until someone really asks those specific questions to really unlock those feelings that may have been, you know, sitting inside for so long. And I think that's from that point is where true healing and understanding really comes in.
I think that it's amazing how that one simple act has allowed your relationship to grow beyond just the mechanics of being a man. Unfortunately, the mechanics of being a man seem to often boil down to very, very surface level idea. As a matter of fact, a man is often simply asked to provide, protect, and pursue sexual conquest. I had this conversation with Steve, who is a podcast host of the Shade Tree Intellectual. You are a founding member of your men's health group. You are a bibliophile. So many things, and you're autodidactic as well. It tickles me talking to Steve because you need a dictionary. At least I do. Quite often. Yeah, sometimes. But these words, this subject matter actually came directly from your heart because of something that you spoke while we were on a podcast. So I'm curious to see how you'll break this down. Lead the way.
Well, thanks, Coach, again for having me, and I'm just incredibly blessed to be able to be here and to have the kind of connections and conversations with a lot of just amazing, powerful, and beautiful men. So again, I wanted to thank you for putting this all together and asking me to co-host this with you. I'm incredibly honored. Yeah, as you said, I read a ridiculous amount of books, usually about 120 to 150 a year. And I am the host of the Shade Tree Intellectual on YouTube, where we discuss social situations and men's mental health. In September, I co-founded with a good friend of mine, Rick, the Men's Mental Health Collective. It's a small men's group here in near Salt Lake City, Utah, where we get together every other week and we just discuss the things that we have to deal with as men on a daily basis. And it brings a lot of topics up where men are often confused or just don't know what role they play in the world and how those roles factor into their happiness, right? When we look at the men's suicide rate here in the US and globally, it's massive. 3 out of 4 suicides are men. That's no small number. That number goes up when we lose our spouses to cancer or to divorce. We're 10 times more likely to commit suicide. The numbers everywhere get worse for men everywhere you go. And that's not to take away from the struggles of women or other people, but we do have to have that conversation about how men's mental health is affecting us as a global society of men. And some of those things come in the form of protect and to provide, and the things that we were taught to do as young boys and into manhood. One of the struggles that we face commonly, if not the largest, is what makes me a man, right? The underlying question that remains unasked and therefore unanswered is, where do I gain my personal value as a human being and as a man? The question plagues us from almost an early age when we begin to notice the similarities between ourselves and those we classify as men, i.e. our fathers, our uncles, our brothers, our compatriots in our life. Are we strong? Are we successful? Am I a man of integrity? What is honor? Right? These are all questions we all ask ourselves. Less easily answered, though, are the questions that are deeply personal to us. Am I allowed to feel? Can I feel sad? Can I cry and still retain my masculinity? Now, society for a long time has told us that the former answer, or the former question, the answer is a large and powerful yes. And we can be confident. We can be successful. We should be men of integrity. We should be men of honor. Right? The people around us depend on those things. But the second question is a little bit more difficult. And historically has been a big, ugly, unequivocal no. We're not allowed to feel, we're not allowed to feel sad. We're not allowed to cry. We're not allowed to show weakness. And these things do nothing but harm men and the people that those men have access to, our families, our children, our wives, our husbands, everybody. It affects everyone. Society has told us for a long time that men aren't supposed to be weak. But what does that mean to be weak? Crying doesn't make women weak, so why does it make boys and men weak? It makes no dang sense. We get teased as being soft, as being wussies, or even worse, cowards, if we dare to shed a tear in front of other people. I find this ridiculous. The ridiculous notion, at the very least, that for some reason feeling something makes us less than. Eventually that ridicule, though, it turns itself towards society's eyes as a judgmental beacons of acceptance and attractiveness. This being the most sinister of crimes committed against boys and men. Like, we have to live up to an expectation that is not our own. We begin to be taught to hide and suppress our feelings, answer them back with, I won't cry, or I can't cry, not right now, I'll go to the bathroom, or I'll wait to go to my car, right? And I promise I will tie this in to provide and protect. Even though the urge to emote is strong, many of us, the voices of our fathers, just screams in our ears, stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Stop acting like your sister. Stop being a wussy and man up. I didn't hit you that hard. Are you bleeding? No, then get up, throw some dirt on it and get back to work. Ask any man, and they'll give you the same story, and every man in the room will shake their heads in sympathetic experience. Like, we've all shared that experience collectively as a group. So what happens when we reach our manhood? We begin to seek out, we begin to search out for that someone who will love us. But what is there really to love? Really? We're just taught what to be. We're not taught who to be. So you're just the same as the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. Strong, silent, confident, sometimes loud, but not really much different. So we go seeking who that is. And this is where sexual conquest comes into play. Sexual conquest for boys and men are the way that we feel ourselves out. Where do I belong in the hearts of the people that I want to be in a relationship with? Right? And that thereby informs us of where we gain our value as a provider or as a protector or as both. It's often said that women seek out two different types of men, or one of two different types of men, or both, if you're lucky. One is the provider and one is the protector. Can you provide for me a comfortable life free of starvation with a home over our heads? Or can you protect me against the threats of the world? And these are the struggles that men face every day when trying to find out who they are. But these are surface level problems, right? If a woman is lucky, or if another man is lucky, if you happen to be gay, You get lucky and you get both. You get a provider and a protector in one, and you don't find those men single for very long. They are a rarity. They are a rare fruit, and we covet that rare fruit when we find it. And what does it mean to provide and protect, though? Like, what does that mean? But if you notice, there's not a whole lot of room in there for what am I to me. Like, I'm supposed to be a provider and a protector to you, but what am I to me? We search our whole life to find the value in ourselves to other people, but we don't search it for the value that we need to find within ourselves. And it's difficult to talk about that because even in adulthood, we still miss that connection. And by extension, it teaches us that our true worth and admiration comes from our disposability. And that's a hard sentence to come to terms with. But we're taught that our responsibility is to protect our family, our community, and our nation, to provide for our family and our community and our nation, and to die is the ultimate symbol of manliness. As Warren Farrell said in his book, The Myth of Male Power, is that history books are examples of patriarchy and dominance, when in reality, they're 500-page novels of male performativity. They teach us what our value is. It lies in our ability to conquer. Our value lies in our disposability to die. And if we're lucky, maybe we'll kill ourselves before an enemy has a chance. And I firmly believe that this is partially the reason why our suicide rate is so high. We feel like no one really truly cares about who we are. And we discussed this earlier about masks and wearing them. And the problem is that men don't feel comfortable taking that mask off, because then we become vulnerable, and vulnerable to us means weak. So what do we say when people ask us if we're okay? We say, I'm fine, I'm good, I'm straight. But we aren't. And a lot of men go back into the form of sexual conquest to find temporary value, temporary love, temporary affection, because we don't feel like we are worthy or valuable to have long-term love and affection in our lives. And when we do get into a relationship, because we were, and again, I'm going to say it again, it's not because we don't care about our partners, but we are viewed as cold, as heartless sometimes. And we're not taught to recognize the feelings that we were always taught to suppress. So our wives and our significant others wonder why we're so distant, or why we don't react to their emotions and their feelings the way that they expect it to, or expect us to. It's because we were never taught to address the emotions that we were always taught to suppress. So it should be no mystery as to why men have such a difficult time in emotional relationships. We weren't taught to be. And you could never recognize something that you were never allowed to experience. So where do we go from there? We're left hanging on to pictures of our babies, of our wives, watching our checks be garnished to child support and alimony, wondering where the hell we went wrong. What did I do wrong? And this is one of the biggest topics that we have as men that we have to overcome, is where do we gain our personal value, and why does it have to reside within others? Why can it not reside within ourselves? That's it. Thank you, Coach.
My, oh my, oh my, oh my. You said a handful, a mouthful, and a heartful. We have Dr. Raheem Lay, and he is the commissioner over our VIP event. But as we turn the corner and come to the end of our speakers, I want to hear from him what tips he has, just a few, to help us manage emotions naturally. Now, if you want to take his, class or something like that, you'll have to get with him a bit later. He is going to be kind enough to manage our VIP event. So if you're lucky enough to have one of those tickets, we're looking forward to spending time with you. But right now, without further ado, I shall bring up Dr. Lay. Hello, Dr. Lay. I think you are on mute, dear sir. Take yourself off mute. Take yourself off mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the long-windedness last time. How's it going?
It's great. So tell us more about the necessity of managing emotions naturally, and how does it become natural? Because if you were taught not to be emotionally intelligent, then how do you start learning how to be emotionally intelligent?
No, that's actually a really, really great question. One of the things I've realized just in my own life, when I talk about managing emotions naturally, I'm talking about doing it as though you have no other resources. Right, that you can apply whatever it is you need in your own life using what you have and not relying on anything external for the most part. And a lot of it comes from my military background, of course, right? Throughout my service, we spend the entire day, the selfless service of at the needs of others, okay? And all day, every day, we're told what to wear, how to act, where to go. You're leaving here, going to this country, or whatever have you. And no matter where they put us, we have to be able to function accordingly, okay? Because that's the institution we signed up for. So one of the things I teach to military members about managing emotions is I give them certain tools, okay? One of the tools is the 5-second rule tool. It's from Mel Robbins, one of the guys I really respect. He's an author and a speaker. And basically, the 5-second rule is just this. It's because, your brain is wired to avoid risks and fear of change, okay? And when the thought comes to your mind of the things that you want to do, but that you haven't done because of the fear or resistance, if you wait 5 seconds, your brain will try to talk you out of it. And so what I teach military members is whenever a thought comes to your mind and it's something you have to do, something you got to get done, whether it's getting out of the bed, whether it is fixing yourself something to eat, whatever you have to do, right? Or you need to do rather. When that thought comes to your mind, you must act within the first 5 seconds of that thought entering your mind, okay? And when that happens, that member then has a charge of energy, motivation, determination, the same as getting up at the same time every single day. Every single day I get up at 4:30 in the morning, no matter what. It does not matter. I do not hit a snooze. I do not roll over and wait or anything like that. I get up 4:30. It could be Saturday, coach. It could be Monday. It could be Wednesday. It does not matter. And one of the things I've learned behind that is when I get up at the same time every single day, from an emotional standpoint, how I attack my day is based on what I tell myself I need to do from the start, from the time I wake up, from the time that alarm clock hits, okay? That really jumpstarts my day. The breakfast jumpstarts my day. It helps to reduce the anxiety I have about my day as well, which in the military, a lot of us suffer from anxiety, okay? And as far as getting through the day and figuring out what it is we need to do. So the 5-second rule is one of the tools that I employ service members to use, okay? The second one is just the positive triggers. And so using trigger phases and the words to change your perspective on your reality, okay? Again, we're told what to do every single day from the time we wake up or put on that uniform to the end of the day. And we're military 24/7, but we have our duty time that we have to report in. And so you have to turn those phrases or changing, using trigger phases, and words to change your perspective of your reality. And that's using trigger phases like this too shall pass, or in a blink of an eye, everything will change, or the experiences we have, and an unexpected blessing in your life, right? This is a great character building experience, okay? And all it does, at least for the population I work with, is help them to gain control as to what situation has happened to them. But yet, when I say gain control, I'm talking about how they respond. So we look at the triggers, and I get it. Triggers do affect the box that we have from within, and I can explain that a little later, but I'm gonna use the word box, emotional box that we have within. But it's all about how you respond. And when you're in a military environment or you're in a stressful situation, everybody's looking at how you respond to the situation. So having positive triggers is something that another tool that we use, right? And then the linguistic program, so restructuring your feelings. And this makes a lot of my individuals a little uncomfortable because we do get into the feeling aspect of things. But when you're re-experiencing a situation that triggers an unpleasant emotion that you do not want, right? Rather than addressing the content of your thoughts and emotions, we can focus on the structure, all right? At least that's what we try to do, okay? And again, I can go into a deeper in depth about that process, but most people are not aware that there's a structure to emotions or their feelings. All right, so the structure isn't the same thing as a psychological response, though. I want to make that clear. Although sometimes that's part of it, the structure is more like energy or symbolic images that the mind creates that represents the emotional experiences to you. Okay, so these structures are unique to you and probably did not know you even had them. A lot of, when I'm speaking with the individuals, they didn't even know it was there, right? So this activity is just, I ask them a series of questions, and then the first answer that comes to their mind, they cannot think about it. They cannot try to, let me just process this. No, it's really the pace about these questions that come to mind for them, okay? So they think of these situations that triggers an emotional response that they tend to have regularly, and that is unpleasant. And so feel the feeling. Now is what we go over. Where does it start? The color it is it transparent? Does the size of that problem change, or does it move one area to the other, or as time goes by? What shape is it? I have them going in depth on answering these questions because we literally are trying to change their emotional their emotional responses, or restructuring, their feelings, right? So again, that's another tool that we use in this program. And then we have one that's entitled anchoring. How much time do I have? Can I go through each of these or no?
Well, actually, that is something that we are going to share in the VIP room. So
okay.
Yeah.
Don't get me excited because I'll be going in. I'm just like, wait a minute, let me keep going. So.
It's very exciting. That is a benefit of being a VIP. Speaking of a VIP, one of the things that you got to do as a VIP, as you got to come up and be a part of the panel. And so here is one of our VIP guests. David, how are you? You are on mute.
I am doing well. How are you? And
great.
I've been so privileged to just be here and listen to everybody speak. I'm so humbled by this experience. It's been lovely, and I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. Do you have a question for any of our panelists?
I mean,
it's a lot, right?
It is, and I just want to know, how, one thing I actually love about this is gonna sound so conceited, but I love being the youngest person in the room, in any room really, because I just get to learn and hear about things. and just like take notes for like my future.
Uh-huh.
So I just want to know, like, how are you all doing this? Like, I don't understand how you guys just, like I consider Kenneth one of my mentors, and he knows, like, we speak every week, especially on our podcast, Community Coalition Show, and I just like, there's a moment every week where I'm just like, bro, how do you do this? How are you not freaking out 24/7? Or how are you not just screaming into the void every week? Or every day,
How
every
are you not
waking moment?
screaming into the void every week?
Every waking moment.
Well, who says we don't?
What would be the
Yeah.
reason? Let me ask you this. Let me jump in. I'm curious. What specific reason? I mean, there are many, right? But I'm curious from your perspective. Can you give me a specific incident or reason that one might scream into the void? What have you seen or heard?
Just being overwhelmed with everything, juggling so many things at the same time. Just like thinking about family, thinking about work, thinking about how you have to, even in all of that, you have to eat. You have to just remember to, and in all of that, you have to remember to keep your composure. Because if you don't, then you're seen as an angry person, and then no one wants to rock with you. I really, genuinely don't understand how you guys do it. Because
I
I'm
can answer a
barely
little
able
bit
to
to that.
do it.
First and foremost, having an emotional, available circle of friends and loved ones who are capable of listening to you, not criticizing you, rather helping you. Right. So my wife does an immense amount of work around the house and with my son, because I work 40 to 50 hours a week, plus I go to school probably another 15 to 16 hours a week. Plus I have all of this, plus I have my writing, plus I have all these other things that I'm doing, plus I need to spend a good significant portion of my time with my son. Plus I have family issues, plus I've got to fix the house, the yard. You know, there's so many things. So really the thing that I can impress upon you is finding a partner, if that's what you choose to do, but finding a partner who is capable of sharing your life with you and helping displace that load. And in return, you can do the same thing for them too, right? So finding people who are emotionally available and accessible and willing to help you along your journey, and being able to be honest and sincere with those people. Like I can tell my wife, hey, I'm having a really hard day. She'll ask me, do you want to talk about it or do you want to fix it? Sometimes I'll just be like, I just want to take a nap. All right, go take a nap. I'll wake you up in an hour or 2 hours, right? I don't feel guilt, right? She doesn't make me feel guilty for having that moment where I need to just like, bleh. You know what I mean? So I think having those people close around us is really super important. Now, I'm an atheist, but a lot of the men here are Christians. We got a couple pastors, right? There's a valuable lesson in there for people of faith, for men of faith, to rely on God and for Jesus, whoever you choose it to be. That's also another avenue that you can use to help kind of assuage the stress of everyday life as a man, right? There's multiple different ways, but the important thing is finding the avenue that works. It doesn't just look good, but it works too.
Right.
That's what my recommendation is. Find loving, caring people who are emotionally available, willing to help.
Right. And I think it's very important to just, like, when I'm in a relationship, I like to talk, and I like someone that likes to talk. And so in that, you're able to like weed out, oh, I can't talk to you because you're not willing to entertain a conversation of this magnitude. And so I just think it's very important to communicate, because if you can't communicate, then why are we here?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
I just think that's a very important part of being in really a relationship with anybody, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a romantic relationship, whether it's a platonic relationship, or it could be your parents, it could be your kids. And I don't even have kids yet, but I have nieces and nephews to where I can speak to and see like where their minds are at, like at their young age. And I can see, oh hey, the world is literally your oyster for you to explore. And I love seeing that in kids.
Yeah,
if I could add to that, I don't know how old you are, but
I'm 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess one thing I'll share, I think that to me that I find very profound and may help relate to what you're speaking about is that you definitely want to keep that circle. You want to keep a circle of friends, and with that, I mean, we all have friends, maybe co-workers that we may share certain things with, depending on who it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to like the real, deep things that we want to share that we may not necessarily share out with everyone else, that so some of the more, I'd say, intimate details, that's not something you're going to share out. Those are typically will be reserved for our circle, who we keep in that tight circle.
Right.
And for me, one of my best friends that I grew up with, I grew up in the church. I mean, from going from like Sunday school back in Bronx, New York, together. His father's a pastor, so I just remember Sundays after church, like we'd go to each other's houses and stuff and just hang out and church camp, everything. Even up to this day, both of us own families and everything. We still try to keep up with each other, and just having that bond and being able to, and even sometimes, of course, as I just mentioned, like we both have our own families, responsibilities. We'd not be able to talk and everything like how we used to, but when we do connect, it's almost like we didn't drop a beat. We still connect because like we just know each other. We're in sync.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, you do need that. You don't necessarily, I think a lot of society, especially when it comes to like social media, you kind of measure by how many quote unquote friends you have. I'll tell you right now, I don't have 3,000 friends. I don't know if everyone else, but for me, like real friends that I would really share those details with, I could really count on one hand. And that's okay. I mean, and for some maybe more. That's cool. But I know for me, I think you do want to keep that circle tight. Be mindful of those friends that you want to like you share those details, those experiences with those, and having someone to listen to you. Sometimes you just need someone to because also keeping some of those things bottled up is not healthy. It's not good for you. So having an outlet, having someone to be able to talk and someone that can reciprocate and listen to you and provide the feedback that you need, and not that you want to hear what you need. Right. So sometimes, you may have to, and that's what the real job of a best friend is. It's not just to agree with everything you say, but sometimes they gotta, do some course corrections to it and say, hey, what's wrong with you? You need to come on, snap out of it.
Right. You need somebody to check you.
Right. Exactly. And that's, to me, I think a true measure of a friend is to be there for you, listen to you, get you back in line when you fall out of it, and and also just have fun with someone that that understands you, and that you can just mesh with at any point in time.
Right. And another thing I actually thought of while you guys were speaking was that there was a time to where I loved somebody, and then there was a time that was when I was younger, and then I realized that there was another time to where I was in love with somebody. And I find as much as those two can be the same, they're very different. And I'm starting to realize that as I'm starting to grow up. And I
The
just think
importance is being able to bounce those ideas off of other people too, to make sure you're doing what is true and correct, right?
Right.
Like you got to be able to process these things, and you know, there's this thing called the central problem of the problem of central knowledge, right?
Mhm.
Is the inability of one person to control everything around them.
Right.
So we want to be able to have access to people that we can bounce ideas off of and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. This is a good idea. And your friend can be like, that's a horrible idea. Don't do it. Right. Or they can be like, that's a brilliant idea. You should do that. And then you've got a cheerleader in your corner. Like these are the things that make impactful differences for men to move forward.
And then in that, you start fleshing out the idea with them. And I think that's very important. Because you definitely need those friends to be like, oh, you can actually do this, or you are actually looking at this from a technical standpoint, so that there's a way that you can actually do this. That's very important.
So I have a question for you, gentlemen, and what I'm looking for is a direct answer and then a very brief description of why you answered that way. This is the question. Are the principles that you learned as a man productive for in a relationship, or counterproductive for being in a relationship?
Boy.
You said principles that we've learned. I guess we would have to define where we've learned those principles, because we've been speaking of manhood and from our different perspectives as it pertains to how we've related to our dads and then our life experiences. But when you speak toward the principles that we've learned, principles from what perspective?
So did that answer, the reason why I'm asking you this question individually, because it's not a collective answer. I assure you that the things that Steve learned about being a man, although similar, I happen to know you both well enough that they're not the same. They're similar, but they're not the same. And so what I'm asking you gentlemen, as you personally, the things you learned about being a man and how to be a man, is it productive towards being in a relationship, or is it counterproductive for being in a relationship?
If I can jump in on this one,
you can.
There are two things. The first, we talked earlier about men as the emotional anchors of their family. And one of the principles that I learned was that, counterproductive, by the way, was that to be the emotional anchor, what you had to do was shut off your emotions. You had to quit being emotional so that when everything was chaotic around you, you didn't become chaotic too. And no matter who was upset or crying or whatever, you were a rock. And the problem with anchors and rocks and all those things is that they have no emotions. They don't express emotions. They don't respond to emotions. They just anchor you. And so, as we've said, that's really good for everyone else, but not necessarily so good for you. The other counterproductive, and this one I find interesting about myself, because I've worked with a lot of women who dealt with a lot of abuse in relationships. And one of the things that I've consistently said is the worst thing that happens is that sometimes women take on this mindset that they deserve the abuse. And I have to say that I found myself doing the same thing. There was a kind of emotional indebtedness that I felt that said, because of my faults and fallibilities and all the other things, I deserved the emotional abuse that I experienced in relationships. And I had to write off that debt. I had to say, you know what, that's paid. I'm not going to keep paying on that. That was a hard thing to learn, though, but I think that it happens more frequently than we think so. But those are two things that definitely impacted me on a individual and personal basis.
Excellent, excellent. While
Yeah.
we're at it, I hear this, and this is what I think should be addressed. The clinician says, I believe men are the moral anchor of the family, not the emotional anchor. And that's to your point, Mike. It is very difficult to be an emotional anchor if you don't understand your own emotions and you've been taught to ignore them. How could it be possible for you to be the emotional anchor?
Well, and that's the other thing too. I take a little bit of exception to that. Somebody, when I was studying public relations, somebody asked me if the public relations person in an organization should be the moral conscience of the organization. And I said, absolutely not. No one person can handle that. And I don't think, and I think that's true of, and I'm going to get probably, there are people who have very different views on this, and I respect that, but I don't think the man can be the sole emotional anchor or moral anchor or any other anchor for a family. I think everybody in the family has to contribute to that. And I think when you put that on one person, you're the keeper of the flame on this one. That's where the troubles really begin. I think everyone contributes to the moral fiber of the family. Are we leaders? Absolutely. But a good leader also knows how to follow. And so I think you can't separate those things. I guess what I'm objecting to is the idea, honestly, of people as anchors. And I think that's part of what gets men into trouble.
Well, I'd like to echo that with Mike, is that when we say that men are the moral anchor of the family, we're repeating the same mistake again. Right? That puts an undue burden on the man to do something that perhaps the man is not adequately prepared or trained or taught to do. The whole point is to move away from the idea that it's man's responsibility to do anything other than to look inside himself and find his intrinsic value within himself. Right? Now, when we talk about responsibilities in families, I mean, there's no way that a man and his wife, or a man and his husband, I mean, how can we expect just one person in the family to take on that mantle of responsibility? It should be both parents, first and foremost, who are communicating effectively to create those boundaries of morality within the family. Right? It should be a work of progress, a work of companionship, of communication for those two people to do that in the family. Right? If we don't, then we're going to be making the mistake again of issuing man or men a responsibility that is a burden upon them that they may not have the emotional ability to do so. And that's what I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to get away from these expectations that men are supposed to be one thing and one thing only. I refuse it. I refute it. I take umbrage with it. I don't want it, and I will not support it. So I want men to discover their own way. I want men to discover their own value and their own belief systems and their own deep intrinsic love of themselves. Because for a long time we weren't allowed to.
You know, if I could just weigh in really quickly, every household, every dynamic has its own makeup. Because I can hear both sides. I hear Steve, and I think it's Mike. I think I hear both your points of view as it pertains to the man and the quote unquote anchor. If we're having trouble with that terminology, just view it as such, as terminology, but just let's grab the principle of it all and understanding that there are certain constructs within the household. As much as we would like to see some things transition, we must realize that the reality is this, that when a husband and his wife are in the home, there are often times that wife is looking to that husband and saying, "Man, what do I do?" And so I think what we must recognize is, as we look to say we don't want to try and box men into a certain role, so to speak, within the home as being the anchor. I do understand what you're saying, Steve, is that many of us aren't equipped for that space. Where we find the trouble in the relationship between the husband and wife is when the wife is solely expecting the husband to have all of the answers when the times get tough. He may need to lean into her, where they can walk and say, okay, I don't have the answer, but how about we figure this thing out together and we work together and maintain some level of sanity in our home, because this is a situation that neither one of us has ever experienced before. Now, I think that when we as men begin to understand, have that emotional IQ where we can actually say, I don't know, then that moves us into this space of being able to identify who we are becoming as men, as I think you're trying to push us towards, Steve, with your point of view. More than anything, if we can embrace our relationships and understand that we both have our strengths, but as it pertains to becoming the quote unquote anchor, I think one of the things that God has equipped us with in many cases as men is that the ability to compartmentalize and not to allow our emotions to run together, where we can step back and look at the big picture. And even in the things that we were taught as kids, like my dad taught me that if you are working on a car, he taught me how to work on cars. If it's hard to get that part off, son, don't keep fighting with that part. Step back, take a deep breath. You may have to walk away from it, but come back, and then you'll see that you may be looking at it from a different angle. When we're able to process our emotions in a healthy manner, then we are able to be the anchors in our home that we're called to be. Like you said, man, all of us aren't equipped in that capacity, and it does take work. It does take us connecting with men who have a good grip on emotional IQ, so that we're able to stabilize our own emotions and to embrace our emotions and not to run from them, but to understand that these are gifts. Our emotions are gifts, and we don't have to shove them off to the side, but to understand where they fit and how to incorporate them in our lives where they're healthy, and that everyone can embrace and enjoy the emotions that I have right now. And so we can be that anchor, but we don't have to box ourselves in and saying, I have all the answers, but we can work together when we have enough emotional stability to be able to say, but sometimes I just don't know.
Oh, you're saying exactly what I was saying, in a way that I was not. No, you're hitting,
man. We can
right. Exactly. No, you are hitting it exactly where I'm trying to attack it from. You're hitting it dead on. And I love the way that you put that, because you're taking something that I had a difficult time translating, and you translated it perfectly into what I was meaning. You're right, absolutely right. Like this is supposed to be a journey. Not every single person is going to have all the necessary tools to get the work done, right? Like you couldn't have just, because I'm a mechanic, so I know where you're coming from here. I needed to learn from someone, right? I needed to learn from someone who did it before and did it before them, right? There's kind of a saying in my group of friends is that, I will always honor and respect those who come before me, right? Because they learned the lessons that I can now gain my experience from. Kind of like, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, the gentleman with the gray coat, the red shirt. Like that's exactly what I was talking to earlier is like having access to men or just people in general. I don't want to exclude everybody else, but having access to other people who have lived that experience before. And I wanted to direct this at Dr. Williams, because I think he had a really great perspective that I really wanted to touch on here, which is, I said it in the comments, I do not set the example, I am the example, What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? People in the comments are like, what does that mean? Right? It means I'm not going to tell you how to be. I'm going to show you what I expect. Right? There's a difference in that. One is I'm preaching to you, one is I'm showing you. Right? So my children will not remember me preaching to them, but they will remember daily the example that I gave them when I walked through the world as a confident man of integrity and honor. They will remember that, much like Pastor Jeffrey remembers of his father. Like, that is the truest statement that I can give any one person, is mind how you behave and mind how you talk, but understand the importance of how you are walking out into the world as a man. Oh, you're on mic. You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, you're.
I believe the old line that, you know, it's not what you know that impresses people, it's how you make them feel. And I think that is so important. And back to the coach's question of, did you learn or did you not? Oh, absolutely. I learned everything about fatherhood not to do. And in that, I now lead, you know, as the father of my three boys, by not being like this, by not doing this, by not doing that, because I saw it all wrong, and I broke the generational curse of just about 3 years or 3 generations that go through this abuse cycle until somebody breaks the cycle. And I think it's so important that we work in the role that we're in. But we need to realize that if you're married, if you have a wife or a significant other, that it's a partnership, and it's not 50-50. It's 100%, 100%. And I think it's so important that, you know, for instance, when you go to a ride in a road, I used to have my wife, a previous wife, in the car with me, and I would come up to the road, and I couldn't ever turn back enough to see if another car was coming. Every time we got to that spot in the road, she would always lean up and go, "You're good." But together, we made that journey and that curve absolutely perfection every time, because she saw a different view than what I did from my point of where I was sitting in the car because of the blind side. That's the way it needs to be in life, that we have to, I think men have that need to lead. We have the calling to lead, but it's not a mandated dictatorship. It is a partnership of love, compassion, and understanding. And we're going to learn this and go on this journey together. And not to get too biblical, but that's the reason the bone came out of the side, not out of the head, not out of the foot. That woman is supposed to be at my side. I'm not over, I'm not under. We're together on the journey, hand in hand.
Oh, that's really good. I personally like that. I also like, you get an A because you address my question, so you get an A. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this has been fantastic. I am just going to put each of you on solo for a brief closing remark, and that will be fantastic. I am going to start with you, Pastor Jeffrey. Here you go.
One of the things I believe that is an unnecessary battle now in today's culture is manhood itself. It's okay to embrace how God has created us. We've been created in a way that we have our own process, our own way of thinking, and that's okay with that. Our women have their own way of processing and their own way of thinking, and that's okay. Embracing how God has created us is the right thing to do. Now, the challenge that we all have is, how do I carry forward with this challenge that has been laid before me? It's a good thing to be intentional with how we seek to break the cycles in our families. It's a good thing to cultivate relationships with other men, to determine how do I carry myself as a man going forward. It's a good thing to be intentional in how we communicate with our children, and to be the example, and to also teach as we move along. Teaching is not preaching. Teaching works with preaching, but teaching also lives out what you're you live out what you're teaching as well too, and that will have a massive impact as we move along in life. And so, in my closing thoughts, I want to encourage us as men. It's okay. It's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to stay broken. But we must strive to find what God wants us to do, who God is calling us to be, and have healthy relationships with others.
That was absolutely beautiful. And without further ado, let me add for us here, Mr. Sugar Ray, sir. Oh, you're on mute, or something's going on.
Yeah, I was on mute for a second. I guess I want to, one, thank you for putting this amazing panel, this amazing event together. And to all the gentlemen that are on here, wow, such wisdom, such passion, such transparency. And for everybody that is tuned in, thank y'all, because what I want to say personally is that we're all out here to leave a legacy. I'm not here for I'm not here to please anyone else. I'm here to make sure that my legacy is intact. I'm here to make sure that my son personally has that example of what success is. I have to unlearn those things that I've learned. There are certain things that I've learned and I'll never go back to doing again. Each story touched a certain part of my heart because I can relate to each and every one of them. But I'll say that there is, when it comes down to relationships, my relationships have been, some of them have been great as a result of me having the example of parents that have been together for almost 50 years. And some of them have failed because when we sat down, we realized that we came from different paradigms. Nothing against the other person, but it's just that their paradigm was not the same that I came from. I learned that a man is to be a provider, a protector, and that he is supposed to, he's supposed to hide certain emotions. But I've also learned to unlearn that, and that if you can't be my rib, then I don't want you to be in that place, because there is something and someone else that is probably a better fit for you as well as for me. And that's the level of maturity that I had to get to. So I will say to everybody tuned in, there's not just one dimension of a man. There are so many different dimensions of men. We're intellectuals, we're athletes, we are bravado, we're hunters, we're farmers, we are we have our moments where we just gotta go in the corner and cry. But as a man, be strong enough in your masculinity that you understand that it's okay. As previous gentleman said, as a pastor just said, it's okay to not be okay. But when you don't feel like you're okay, make sure that you surround yourself with a circle that can get you back to who you truly are. Love y'all.
That is beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Uh-oh, wrong one. I'm going to learn how to work this, right? Here we go. All right, Dr. Williams.
Hey, it was great to be here. Appreciate you inviting me and letting me be part of a group. And I want to look at each of the guys in their eyes and just tell you, everybody on this panel, I love you. And I appreciate you. We all have different beliefs, different views, different stances, but I respect all of those. And it's great to be able to be together and looking for one vision together, and that's to have men have better lives. So I just want to leave you with the thought of that if you need help, get it. We all need help. There's nothing weak about asking for help, and don't try to do this alone. That was my biggest mistake. because when you're alone and you close the door and the dark lights come, the lights start darkening and you get to a real dark place. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for you, yourself, your family, your children, your work. There's no goodness in any of that. Reach out, look for hope, and receive the help that you truly, truly deserve, and we all do, because we all have issues. We just need to deal with them and face them and handle them the best we can. Thank you.
So powerful, so powerful. And you want to know what? I had to bring up Joseph, because that's exactly what he did.
Yes. Yeah, same here. Thank you, Coach, for this platform allowing us to be on here, and I'm just thankful to be amongst this great panel. I have learned a lot just listening to the stories. I know some of these I may have already heard of, I guess during our rehearsals, but it doesn't take away from the impact and the strength that these stories do have, and it also ultimately just makes you either confirm or make you start thinking about things, whether within your own relationships, and biggest thing that I've learned, having positive relationships, relationships that worked well, relationships that failed. I'd say probably one of the biggest things too is or to echo the previous comments, was that it is okay to seek help, and to know that you don't have to play the role of Superman. You're not considered less than if you show emotion. It's if you're feeling like it's too much, that's okay. Reach out for help. Like, we all need help. We all need assistance. We all need someone to reach out to, someone to talk to, someone to just hear us vent, and vice versa. Sometimes we need to be that voice for someone, that listening ear for someone too. So I'll say I'll just leave it at this, that the biggest thing is whatever it is, especially as men, it's okay to seek assistance, to seek help. It doesn't make you any less of a man doing so. If anything, it shows great strength and maturity, knowing the area that you do need help in, and you're taking the appropriate steps to correct that, and to really to strengthen that, honestly. So and that's all I have. Thank you, everyone. Great panel. I love to do this again. So happy Father's Day.
Yes, happy Father's Day to you, Mike.
Hi, sorry, phone technical difficulties, but thank you, Coach. I appreciate you having me here. I really want to follow up on that book idea. I think that's an awesome idea. I guess a lot of what I took out of today from hearing these various stories is, if you hadn't been where you were, you wouldn't be where you are. And so, everyone goes through their traumas. Everyone has their things that they face, and how you get through those, and how we get through those as men in particular. I appreciate having a forum about that, because I do think it's important. And really it comes down to, I think, being willing to open yourself up to your own weaknesses, face those, your own insecurities, and share those with other people, and you're likely to find out you're much stronger than you think you are.
Well said, well said. All right, Dr. Lay. Dr. Lay, you're on mute. You have to take yourself off mute. There we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Great. Listen, thanks so much for having me on. It was great listening to the guys and listening and reading the chat and seeing people get involved. And I think emotional management is so important, and you heard it echo throughout everyone's story. And one of the things I've taken from this is that emotional responsibility and accountability. Having accountability, I think, really helps individuals, and in this case, men, make sound decisions about where they move next in their journey, when they encounter a negative situation, looking at self first, being honest with yourself, trusting your decision making, and respecting your next move. I think is a huge benefit to managing emotions, but also, moving forward for men. I will say, at least in my journey and working with men as much as I do now, I would say that if we are going to change or shift our way of thinking about masculinity, about being men, we do have to accept, where we come from, and where we are today, and where we're trying to go. We actually have to accept that. And so this has been such a learning experience for myself, and I can't wait to see more of these. I think we created a space. Coach, you created a space, and all of the guys who are actually doing the work are creating spaces, and more men will become comfortable with who they are, so that they'll be better people for others. And so thank you so much for having me on, and I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity.
100% my pleasure. I cannot wait to see what you are going to do in the green room. It's going to be magnificent.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm excited too. Boy, oh boy. I got a nice healthy amount of Kleenex over here on the side of my desk, because I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all these men, and I'm hearing their voices, I'm hearing their experiences, and you get emotional when you no longer feel alone. You'll see behind me the book called The Myth of Male Power. The first time I read that, I was 4 pages in, and I just begin to weep in my truck, because it was the first time in my life I ever felt like I wasn't the only man that felt the things that I felt. So one of the questions that was posed somewhere, I can't remember where, but it was along the lines of how do I make the change between what I am now and where I want to be, or the environment that I'm in right now is not conducive to where I want to be in the future. Well, you have to make that change, and you do that by exemplifying the relationship that you want to have with others. You tell your brothers, hey, I love you, right? You start to exemplify the loving and caring and compassionate man that you want to be. And always understanding that the 3 hardest words to speak in the human language isn't I love you, it's I don't know. Because we don't like to admit that we don't know something that we don't know. And we need to get comfortable with those words, I don't know. And that's how we can ask others, and we can invite others into our lives. And when we invite others into our lives, they have a vested interest in our lives. They have emotionally invested into our lives. And that's how we build connections. And also understanding that you are not the sum of your trauma. You are not what others made you. You have the ability and the capacity to be something greater, to be something more beautiful, to be something more compassionate, and to be someone who you can love. Because at the end of the day, when you go to sleep and you lay your head on that pillow, you are the one staring at the back of your eyelids. And if that picture is not what makes you feel good, it's time to change. It's time to make those changes in your lives. And I am so proud and honored and privileged to have been a part of this, Coach. I am so short of words on how to describe that appreciation and love and admiration for all the men that have came here today, and primarily for the effort that you yourself put into this, Coach Love. I don't think any of us could really put into words how important this was to do, how well you put it together. And I think that's evidenced by the comments in the YouTube channel of no, I don't want it to be over yet. Everybody is loving this, and they're loving what you did, and they're loving what these men are bringing to the table, what they're offering with their wisdom and their light and their grace. I'm been on the verge of tears since we started this, and I am no less manly for admitting that. So I just want to share my appreciation with you, Coach, and with the men that came here. I love all of you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this and being able to have these conversations with you guys. And again, I love the idea of a book.
Of course. You know what? I have to say, I already knew that this was part of our path, right?
Yeah.
You know, you don't bring this kind of energy together and not know the next steps for that energy. All of you gentlemen have homework if you look in the email. As it relates to your article and things of that nature, guys who are watching this did not come out of nowhere. We have been working on this project, oh my God, for months upon months, and it shows. I thank you for bringing your best. I thank you for bringing your hearts. I thank you for bringing your truth and authenticity. You guys have been amazing. Thank you, Steve, for this kind of started off just by me listening to your heart and other gentlemen that were coming to the panel, and I was listening to the information. I was listening to the journeys of men, and then I started to dig up the statistics and seeing how suicide was 20x across the world, not just America, but the world. And that is why this had to be a global positive masculinity campaign. I cannot allow any little boy to grow up believing that all he's going to be is a paycheck for someone. All he's going to be is a protector of someone. And the best that he can think of out of life is sexual conquest. I hate to say this, but it is in our religions as well. One that comes to mind is that you get 40 versions. And I'm not poo-pooing on any particular religion, but what counts towards a man as his desires, as what he wants to really achieve. Men are whole people. They're full-fledged human beings, and they have emotions, they have thoughts, hopes, dreams that truly just belong to their inner man.
Yeah.
And for me, that is what's important here, that we start to look at men as full human beings, women as well. But right now, what I'm focusing on and what this mission is about is men feeling and understanding that they are full human beings. I want to thank some folks here is what I want to do. I want to thank Vega Montez for providing his music. I also want to thank Jesse the Tree Top for his song Purple and providing that for us. I want to thank the people over at ACES Matter. They do this kind of work daily. They're all about helping people understand their adverse childhood experiences. I'm going to give a special thanks to Dr. Lay for being the commissioner for us in our green room. That is absolutely amazing. And without further ado, I want to thank our audience. You guys have been amazing. I've been watching the chat both here on YouTube as well as on LinkedIn and Facebook. I do understand that everybody can't always see everyone else's comments, but I can see them, and so I think that's wonderful. In addition, if you're watching us on replay, we are still thinking about you. Hashtag replay on that. I also want to thank the folks over at Global FM. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you. And without further ado, I'm simply going to say bye-bye for now.
It gets easier. Huh? Every day it gets a little easier. Yeah? But you gotta do it every day. That's the hard part. But it does get easier. Okay.
Some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say. Some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Never stuck in the past tense. Barbed wire hurdles, I passed them. Shiesty cats, we outlast them. Mike said, never let them grind you down. If you shine for now, then you could rise to the crown. But I don't need that hat. Just love and light in the weed pack. I've seen my family relapse, fall to the ground with knees cracked. They rise again like suns with a vengeance. My lungs, they get replenished when the hope is reinvented. I've been venting to my friends about death and whatever is next. I get a lot of answers, but it doesn't change the quest. I'm strange at best, sort of hurt at worst, but the boom doesn't measure the worth. I watch rain fall and burst and then the sky turns purple. Verbally discovering my virtue, I sing past my curfew and chew up the souls of whoever tries to hurt you. Yeah. I got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Never stuck in the past tense. Barbed wire hurdles, I passed them. Shiesty cats, we outlast them. Mike said, never let them grind you down. If you shine for now, then you could rise to the crown. But I don't need that hat. Just love and light in the weed pack. I've seen my family relapse, fall to the ground with knees cracked. They rise again like suns with a vengeance. My lungs, they get replenished when the hope is reinvented. I've been venting to my friends about death and whatever is next. I get a lot of answers, but it doesn't change the quest. I'm strange at best, sort of hurt at worst, but the wound doesn't measure the worth. I watch rain fall and burst and then the sky turns purple. Verbally discovering my virtue, I sing past my curfew and chew up the souls of whoever tries to hurt you. Yeah. I got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Got a lot to say, some days I got nothing. Yeah, I got a lot to say, but some days I got nothing.
Happy Father's Day, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Hello. My name is Rob Howes, and I'm super excited to be part of this global positivity masculinity campaign. I just think you can't talk enough about positivity, and masculinity sometimes is looked at through the wrong lens. But I want to talk about how emotional intelligence plays a tremendous role in masculinity. A lot of times we think, masculinity, we immediately think and feel ego. And ego is important. EGO. Ego is very important. But you gotta be mindful of it. Because if it gets inflated, times I heard somebody say E stands for edging, G, God, goes out. Edging God out somehow. Right? Because it gets so inflated. And there's a phrase called emotional intelligence that I want to talk about. And emotional intelligence just helps to tame the ego. We don't want to get rid of the ego. We love the ego. Ego shows us who we are and helps us to be confident in who we are. But emotional intelligence is the steering wheel. It helps to guide our direction, right? To help guide our trajectory where we're going. And so how? And how do we level up our emotional intelligence? That's the real question. And so I've come up with 3 keys. It's actually 3 things that make up what I call the fulfillment formula. Fulfillment formula. And the 3 ingredients to that is self-reflection, course correction, and humility. Self-reflection, course correction, and humility. These 3 ingredients help to tame the ego and really helps to allow a person to step into their true self. I'll tell you how. So self-reflecting is introspection. And the beginning of wisdom is reflecting on your experience. The beginning of wisdom is when you are able to reflect on your experiences, right? A lot of times people don't want to take a look back at what they've done or who they've been, especially if it makes them feel uncomfortable. But getting comfortable, being uncomfortable is really the way. So self-reflection, introspection, allows you to take a look at yourself and see who you are, how you've been showing up, how you've been speaking to people and to yourself. Right? It's that self-reflection. And then secondly, followed up right behind that is course correction. Now, course correction is when after you've introspected and you've taken a look at some of the things, how you make some adjustments. An airplane is off course 90% of the time. It leaves Atlanta and it's going to New York and it's off 90% of the time. It's only through the course correction, the constant course correction, that it actually gets to its destination. So it's okay that it's off, because the course correction still gets it to its goal. So course correcting with self-reflecting is like peanut butter and jelly. Okay, tastes really good and works really good. It's the most famous sandwich around, right? And that's the most famous combination, because you'll win in your relationships with your spouse, at work, in the community, with your children. Self-reflect, course correct. Finally, humility. Humility gives you the ability to see things from an open-minded perspective. Humility lowers the ego, right? And when you look through the lens and the eyes of humility, while you are introspecting and course correcting, you will really be on course for sure. Because humility allows you to see that. Humility allows you to just imagine a slice of humble pie, right? On your keychain, hanging up on your car mirror, put one in your drawer. Always think get a slice of humble pie. Right? Why? Because that humility is really going to allow you to not only have a broader perspective, but you'll be able to engage with people better. I think that real masculinity is being able to thoroughly communicate. I think real masculinity comes from you being able to control and have control over your emotions, where you're not acting emotionally because emotions don't have any intellect, but you're able to understand your emotions and move forward accordingly. So if we just take the time to self-reflect, what was I? How do I feel about that? And course correct. I'm gonna make some changes. I'm gonna make some adjustments. Look through the eyes of humility. That's gonna allow you to get where you want to get. And I know this is true because I did it in 2018 with my wife, right? I did it. I said, you know what? I want to know what she really thinks of me. I want to get her real feedback. Yeah. It's a good thing and it was not such a good thing. I asked her and she was sharing some things with me that I never even knew. I didn't know. That's what created this process. Self-reflect, because I started self-reflecting. I started thinking about how I was showing up in our marriage. And all her love languages, I wasn't speaking them. So what did I do? I course corrected. I started speaking her love language. And next thing you know, our relationship just went to the next level. We began to share things with each other that we have never shared. Doors were open that were never open. And it wouldn't have happened if I didn't have enough humility to come to her and say, hey, lay it on me. How do you really feel? And then from that, introspect on how I was behaving, then course correct, take us in a direction where I wanted us to go. So emotional intelligence is self-reflecting, course correcting, and having humility, and doing those three things consistently. You do that, you'll have more than masculinity. So I hope that was good. I hope that sunk in. I hope that's a seed that can soak into the soil of your mind and produce good fruit in the future. So thank you, Coach Love, and the Epic Understanding family. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Hi, my name is Charles Cascio. I'm a clinical social worker for Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. I currently work for the Institute of Public Health, but I've also spent a long time providing residential treatment services for children in foster care. I share this background with you to help you understand my conversation today around how to teach a boy to be a man. So one of the things in particularly in my work with, again, young individuals, young boys in foster care was addressing their need to learn the skills of empathy, compassion, love, and developing from strong children into strong men. These individuals in particular had experienced extreme abuse and neglect in their lives for reasons that they were removed from their parental homes and placed in foster care. After struggling with a lot of behaviors, aggressive behaviors, sometimes sexualized behaviors, due to, again, their childhood experiences. So it's very imperative for me in my role, even as an administrator in the residential facility, to go on the floor, get down on their level, always have a warm smile on my face, a kind word to share with them, to always give them unconditional positive regard, and to really provide them with a lot of kudos and strength for even the most minor positive behaviors that they experience, because oftentimes they didn't get that, unfortunately, in the homes that they were coming from. So the work around teaching positive masculinity lies in that world. It lies in every man that comes into the life of a young boy, taking time to share with them, compassion, love, again, vulnerability, helping them understand it's okay to feel their emotions. It's okay to express their emotions verbally, that they don't need to express them physically. As it is in the social structure, a lot of young boys are taught that the way to be heard or to be seen is through aggressive actions. But it's our job as men to step in and show them another side, the most positive side of masculinity: support, love, caring, and compassion. That's the work we did at the residential myself, the therapist, and the direct care staff, being there for them and showing them that empathy and teaching them those skills so they could really get to understand before the world, oftentimes, in particular with young boys, want to tell them what it means, in particular, to be a Black boy and put limits on them. But through our efforts to work with them, to shape them, to mentor them, to again have them understand compassion, love, empathy, and vulnerability is what's the sign of true strength in a man. I'd love to continue to do it in the community and encourage all the men out there to really take up that mantle and do that work, to even in, again, small interactions with every young child, young boy they come into contact with, to teach those skills so they can again grow up into strong, productive men. There's a proverb that states it's easier to build a strong boy than to fix a broken man, and I think that's really a true statement. So I hope we can take that to heart and use that as our teachable moment on how to teach positive masculinity. And I just want to thank you, Coach, for giving me this opportunity to speak out on this very important topic of supporting young boys' transition into strong, positive, masculine men.
Thank you for joining us, Charles.
It's my pleasure.
What's going on, guys? My name is Jared Pennington. I'm a certified personal trainer, a social media influencer, as well as an active duty member in the United States Air Force. Today, I'm just here to answer one question and give my perspective on men's mental health and masculinity and how the two are related. So my question is, why is it important for a man to focus on his mental health before getting into a relationship? Personally, from my experience and the things that I have seen in life, I truly believe it is necessary for your overall development. A lot of people tend to forget how much your mental health is related to everything you do. No matter what your focus is or your goals are, your mental health can affect everything, from your household to your family, to your friendships, to your financial goals, whatever it is, you name it, it's going to be related. A man is not able to be his peak self whenever he's not taking care of his mental health. A lot of people, men especially, get caught up on the dynamic of you're a man and you have to take care of things and be the provider, correct? But you tend to put your head down and weather the storm instead of taking care of things that you need to for yourself because you're such a protector. A good example I like to use whenever I talk to other people, think about your favorite superhero or your favorite movie star, or someone who was going through an intense battle. I like to use, think of Leonidas from 300 as an example. By most men's definition, he's like a man among men. He leads an army. He never shows fear. He takes care of whatever he needs to take care of, no questions asked. But when you think about Leonidas' story, right before he took the 300 into battle, there's a scene in the movie, in the book it happens as well. He goes and talks to his wife, and they're not exactly on good terms, but he goes and talks to his wife, not just to confide in her. Leonidas admits that he was afraid. And I don't know if anyone knows how Spartans lived. That was not a thing for a Spartan soldier. But Leonidas also understood how important his mental health was before facing battle. A man will never be able to take on his largest challenges whenever he's not taking care of what's up here. Everyone's heard the statement, you are what you eat. I've given seminars before on you are what you think. When you go to the gym, most people don't think about this, but your diet is much more important than the work you put in. You can go to the gym all you want to, but if you're not feeding your body what it needs to get the job done, you're not going to accomplish your goal. And people forget that rule also matters with the mind. What you feed yourself is what you are going to become. If you're not taking care of what you need to, if you're not at peace, if you're not happy, you're never going to accomplish whatever that goal is. So I just think more conversations like this need to be had. Men need to be able to reach out to each other and to other people and stop having this random understanding that it's not something you're capable of doing. I wasn't always this type of person, and that's why I'm such an advocate for it today, because I realized how much better I got in life in general whenever I started thinking about these things. I started focusing on my happiness, my peace, my mental health, how to get better at computing. I started going to therapy to learn how to develop my deep personal communication skills with other people around me. And I cannot tell you how much things are capable of changing when you focus on something like that. And it truly puts you in a position that you wouldn't have believed you would have been in before. I just truly hope people have more conversations like this, and we spread the word on men finding the tools that they need to become better. This is honestly just going to make everyone better if we continue to focus on subjects like this. So overall, yes, I fully support men's mental health. I support talking. You need to be there for your guys, be there for your sons, be there for your fathers, and be open to being uncomfortable and having more conversations like this. And honestly, thank you all for listening. And I truly appreciate the opportunity to share my opinion on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Dion Mooney. I have a PhD in industrial relations psychology, but I refer to myself as a human experience psychologist. I'm also a parent and a spouse, which I always felt to be my primary role in life outside of my professional career. So in regards to masculinity, I'd like to clarify, masculinity is not something that I've studied academically, aside from maybe one gender course in my undergrad. It's not something also that I've been involved with professionally as a psychologist. But based off of my own interpretation and my own lived experience, as someone who's very masculine presenting, I'd like to provide some thoughts on what masculinity is. So masculinity, in its very simplest form, it refers to demographic or characteristics of an individual that most closely aligns with men. I find the idea of masculinity to be very interesting, considering the fact that it is very tied to society or cultural norms, basically meaning that for one culture, something can be considered as masculine, but for another culture, it may not. So with this shift and change, it can be really hard, I suppose, for someone who ties themselves so closely to being considered masculine, to navigate different spaces with how much it can shift and change based off of individual perceptions or cultural perceptions of what masculinity is. So for me, in my upbringing and again my lived experiences, things that social norms that I associate with masculinity are things like providing for my family. I thought it was very important that I bring in most of the income so that my wife would be able to have more freedom to take care of the children, or take on a career that she thought was more suitable for what she wanted to do and not have to worry about money. Another thing is simply being that stable head of household, making good financial decisions and all of that for my family, and taking care of my kid as a protector. So for me, that is something that I deem as being masculine. However, I found being around very strong women, very intelligent women, that those features and those characteristics are often associated with them as well, and they are very proud in their femininity. So it becomes something that's not as concrete or black and white as we may assume, even in those characteristics or traits that we most associate with men. So again, I've found that it's very, very fluid, and it changes, and so subjective what masculinity is, that we seem to tie our identity so closely to a very scoped or boxed in definition of it, and it can be very debilitating. It can also cause us to be somewhat fragile when our idea of masculinity is questioned or challenged. So again, that's my perception or my perspective of masculinity, and its fluidity, especially coming from someone who identifies non-binary, and I'm also autistic. So my perceptions of the world around me definitely differs maybe than others, in the way that I cognitively process information in the world around me. So that would be, again, summary of my definition of masculinity based off of an autistic psychologist.
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Mooney.
No problem.
Hey there. My name is Charles Ekokutu. I am the host of a show on YouTube called The Critical African Thinkers. Professionally, I'm a pharmacist, but I'm also an author. I have a crime fiction novel on Amazon. I also deals on some issues on race and colonialism, and I also write on Substack. So I wanted to talk to you about masculinity. Now, masculinity has gotten a sort of a bad rap in recent years, with words such as toxic being added as a prefix to the word masculinity, such that it's almost a bad thing to have masculinity. But I think masculinity is a good thing. I think it's a great thing. And many people might ask, what exactly is masculinity? What does it mean to be masculine? I think what it means to be masculine falls into two categories. One, or three categories, I would say. One is the biological fact of being a male, or the biological fact of being a man. But that's not enough for you to be masculine. I also think that there are associated social responsibilities that comes with being masculine, as well as behavioral peculiarities. And some of these social traits that come with masculinity includes integrity, includes robust health, includes compassionate decisiveness, includes goodwill, and includes generous leadership. And these are some of the qualities that define what masculinity is. And if we're going to take them one after another, in terms of integrity, for masculinity, a man's word has to be his bond. A man has to be able to say something and stick with it and do it. His words have to count for something, such that when he says he's going to do something, he definitely is going to do it. So that's a very big masculine trait. That's a trait for masculinity. I'm not saying it's exclusive to males or to masculinity, but it's a defining characteristic of what it means to be masculine, for your words to mean something, for your words to count. Also, a man has to be in robust health. He has to keep himself in top mental and physical shape, such that he is able to function optimally. So that is another way in which masculinity is shown. And also, masculinity also covers compassionate decisiveness. A man has to be able to make decisions. He has to be able to make strong and quick decisions, but also has to be considerate of people around him. He has to be considerate of his family. He has to be considerate of other people. So when he's making that decisive decision, he has to be compassionate. There has to be a human element to it. And he has to have goodwill. Man has to be able to bring people together, to generate goodwill from his behavior, to generate goodwill from his interactions with people, and not to sow bad blood with people that he interacts with. And then finally, amongst these traits of what it means to be masculine, which is a very important trait, is generous leadership. A man has to be able to lead, and he has to be able to lead in a manner that is generous, in a manner that is I would say he has to make sacrifices. He has to make sacrifices for those that he loves. He has to make sacrifices for those that matter to him. So he has to provide that leadership. He has to provide that sense of direction. He has to provide not only external leadership, but personal leadership that is reflected in the way that he does things, is reflected in the way he carries himself, is reflected in the way he inspires people to be able to do things, to be able to come out and key into his vision. So these are just some of the traits of masculinity. These traits are by no means exhaustive. There are other traits of what it means to be masculine. But in this world currently, I think that there is sort of a dearth in masculinity, and there needs to be sort of a revival in masculinity. We need more men who will stand up to have integrity. We need more men who will not neglect their health and let themselves fall into disrepute or fall into sickness. We need men in the top physical and mental state that they can ever be in. We need men who are compassionate and will make decisive decisions while considering the feelings of others. We need men who can build bridges, who have goodwill. And above all, we need men who can provide a generous leadership that people can follow and not be forced to follow them. So these are my thoughts on masculinity, and I hope that they've made sense to you, and I hope that you enjoyed them. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Hey, my name is Sugar Ray Destin Jr. I am the founder and CEO of BOBM Publishing LLC. We have launched over 265 Amazon #1 best-selling authors. And I'm answering the question today, what makes a man a man? I believe that what makes a man is his integrity, first and foremost, that he does what he says he's going to do. The desire to go after. Men are natural hunters and gatherers by nature. So a man that is out there working, building, and continuing to build for his family and those that come behind him is what makes a man a man. The discipline of a man. Every man has to have a certain level of discipline about himself that keeps him on track and keeps him away from the things that are deterring him, those obstacles, those life hacks. And he has to have fortitude because, again, that perseverance that you have to have when it comes down to being a man. And most importantly, a man is a teacher by nature. He is teaching his son how to behave as a man. He is teaching his daughters how a woman should be treated by a man. And so a man is naturally a teacher in his actions, in his ways, and in the things that he does. And yes, he's a little bit competitive, in my opinion, because a man that is competitive has a little bit of that aggressive streak, but he knows when to use it for right and when to use it for protection. Again, that man is also a protector. He protects those around him that he loves because he wants to make sure that their safety is always intact. And lastly, a man is a gentleman. And when I say a gentleman, don't take it as softness. A gentleman is the dude that will wear the suit, but knows how to take that suit off as needed. We won't go into that, but Steve Harvey said it best. I may have a suit on, but I'm still from the projects.
Thank you, Sugar Ray. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. Hello, everyone. You're winning. Tonight, we are winning with the Men Support Collective. So, welcome officially to another episode of Epic Understanding. I am your host, Coach Love. I'm very excited tonight because we're talking about a subject matter that is near and dear to my heart, and that is men's mental health. It's come to my attention that although mental health is talked about and it is lifted up and it's becoming, more at the front of the mind of many people, men are feeling left out of this conversation. I don't want that to happen because violent death among men is extremely high. So today, I brought to you my friend Steve and some of his friends. Hi, Steve. You have to take yourself off mute, darling.
Hey, Coach. I thought I was off mute, but yeah. Hi. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So, you want to know what I noticed about your guys?
What? We all have beards?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Did you just go out and collect a bunch of men with beards just for me? Because we have our bearded mug challenge.
Oh, right, yeah. I don't know. I guess have the most manliest men of friends. I don't know.
Okay. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm also pretty excited about another project we're working on. June 18th, the Men's Mental Health Summit. It's going to be great.
I'm stupid excited about that.
It's going to be amazing. So 12 Central Standard Time. Don't miss it. I thought I'd bring up your twin next. Introduce this guy to me. Steve. Hope we make it through the night.
So this is my friend Big Steve. I was formerly known as Little Steve. Now I'm just Steve because I'm not so little. But this is Big Steve. We've been friends for over 20 years now, and he's been a phenomenal friend that has stuck by me through thick and thin. So I'm really happy to have him.
That's really great.
The other way around too. He's helped me through a lot of stuff in my life that has been rough.
That's awesome. We'll talk about that. Big Steve, you have the pleasure of telling me who we're bringing up next. Who are we bringing up next, my friend?
I can't see anybody else.
Let's bring up
Rick.
There we go. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how are you doing?
Awesome.
There we go.
There we go. Now, why don't you tell me a little bit about Rick?
I've known him for quite a few years now, and he's got to know him really good with this group and that. Well, I feel like really good anyways, and very smart man. Has helped me through some difficult things in the recent past, and just a hell of a guy all the way around.
Rick, did you hear that? You're a hell of a guy.
I did.
Awesome. And so now we have Brian. Rick, you get to tell us a little bit about Brian.
Well, I've known Brian for a few years, and ex-Marine. You're gonna find that out real quick. But heck of a guy, great integrity. I mean, this guy. I don't even know how to say it, but I mean, if there's some trouble to get into, Brian's in it.
That's boy! There you go. Well, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. If there's some trouble to get into, Brian's into it. Is that what's going on with his beard?
No, nothing I was doing to it today was quite working, so I had to wrap it up and strap it down with some rubber bands. So,
you know what? I relate to that. That's what I do to my hair. It's uncooperative, so I just grab it and pull it together. Brian, you don't get to escape the loop. You get to tell me about little Steve.
Little Steve. Actually met Little Steve a few years ago, and it's funny. At the time, my former spouse was interested in him, and needless to say, that was a page in our lives that we both would like to pass over.
Yeah.
I did have a few instances, though, that Steve has been the one there to either tell me to pull my head out or give me a swift kick in the pants, whichever worked better. Had some feel sorry for my moment selves. And he's also the man that I can honestly attribute my current mindset and outlook on the world to, without a doubt. All the respect I get in the local group for us is due solely to the work and effort that man has put in to bringing my head on straight.
Oh, wow. That's big ups. That is big ups. I love it. I love it. You know what? That humbled my heart. That humbled my heart. I like it. You know, since you are so articulate about this, Brian, I'm going to ask you, what has been your biggest mental health pain point?
Okay, can I ask to clarify, personal mental health or like something I've dealt with, or something that someone has kind of forced upon me that's made me deal with it?
I want to talk about your personal experience.
My personal experience has always been, I've never felt, well, to put it bluntly, man enough. My parents were divorced when I was 7. Father always lived separately, primarily under my mother, but I've never felt, even though I was the man of the house, I've never felt man enough about certain things. And when I became of age, turned 18, I knew I wanted to join the service, but hands down, it had always been the Marine Corps, because being the at the time a very short person and very thin person, I had something to prove. And the struggle has always been to, and whenever I failed my own personal set goals, I dealt with it very harshly. Like at one point, little Steve had to pull my head out, so to speak, because I felt like an entire loser because things weren't rolling my way. And because the Marine in me is always got to do it. And Steve was able to say, hey, no, you're human. Things are going to happen. You have to just focus on what the small step is you need first, then take the next. So it's being very harshly critical on myself that's put me in some very dark places in my life.
Wow. Little Steve. You know, in my mind, Steve JJ is Big Steve. He is the Steve. So I'm going to have to get, working on this.
You could just call me Steve and him Big Steve.
Okay, let's work. That works for me. All right, Steve, jump in here for me and speak to this subject matter, and then kind of expand on it.
Regarding what? I'm sorry.
Well, the initial question was your big pain point as it relates to mental health, and then Brian referred to you in his answer, so I was wanting you to expand on that brotherly relationship that you have with him. And then he also referred to his dad. So I'd like you to speak to that. So it's kind of some layers that I would like you to connect the dots with. Is he frozen? I think he might be frozen.
There he is.
Work on it.
Yeah.
He's freezing a little bit. So, Rick, I'll go to you. What is your biggest pain point?
Well, my background is psychology, and I kind of when Steve brought up this idea of a support group, I said, man, we got to do this because I know growing up, I was in one of those families where just nothing was ever good enough. Father was a perfectionist, and everything I did seemed to be. It was. Our family background was carpentry, and we refinished antiques and restored homes, and everything I built wasn't good enough. I'm 12 years old. I think I built my first bookcase, and it was like he just tore that thing apart. This thing sucks, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it's so harsh on a 12-year-old, but
wow.
And so that was like an ongoing thing for me. And so early on in my life, I started reaching out to other guys and saying, look, we got to overcome the hole that our father dug for us. They're trying to teach us how to be a man, but they only know how to be overly critical. And so for me, that was a big deal in overcoming that and building a platform where we don't have those issues anymore. I still do woodworking to this day as a hobby, and I can step back and go, all right, that's good enough. And I know nobody's going to come in and rip me apart and reduce my size, because that was how it all went. I basically just got reduced by size. And I even remember my grandfather's only words he ever spoke to me, my great-grandfather anyway, Native American man looked at me and told me one day, look, you are a lion being raised by a mouse pretending to be a bear. And I had no idea.
Oh, wow.
And then years later, my Shoshone grandmother told me, she goes, well, have you ever met your father? Because he thought being a mouse was, something he couldn't be respected. He was little. And if you follow Native American culture at all, a mouse plays a really big, important part in Native American culture. So they're kind of a big deal. And for him to pretend to be the bear, because of course the bear's the biggest, growls the loudest, and so my grandfather just said, look, I feel sorry for you. Because
so what is the role of the mouse in Native American culture?
Well, they're the ones that are always storing up stuff for the winter and taking things, preparing things. There was a story once of the mouse that pulls a thorn out of the lion's foot, and but they're not the biggest lesson behind the mouse is there's no part in life too small, because we need there's all kinds of little people in life, and they're just as important as the chief, so to speak.
So that just hit me when you said that. You are a lion being raised by a mouse pretending to be a bear. Oh my goodness, that's powerful. Steve?
Yeah, sorry, I had a bad internet connection.
That's okay. I'm hoping it's okay right now, because Rick dropped something really powerful on us, and I know you want to talk about the roles that dads play. So help me out with that.
Well, what was the question you originally asked me?
The original question is, what is your biggest pain point, your biggest mental health pain point? And in Brian's answer, he referred to his dad and how his dad left the home, and that left him being the man of the house, and he felt as if he wasn't good enough. And then throughout life, being an ex-Marine, he had some issues with that, and he looked to you to help him, and you were going to pick it up from there.
Gotcha. So my biggest pain points personally, I have a few. Rick's over here like, yeah. I had a lot, I've been through an awful lot in my life. My daughter was kidnapped when she was 4. I ended up burying 3 of my friends' children. They all passed away under the age of 5. Some by natural causes, so to speak, and then others by outside, artificial causes.
Mm-hmm.
I just recently had my friend Chris, kill himself back in 2018. And so, yeah, there's just a lot of, I've had more friends commit suicide than that, but that was the one that was the closest to me. But I grew up much like these men, with my father around, but my father was a good man. He was definitely a good man. He taught me a lot of things that I needed to know to get through life. He taught me my work ethic. But he didn't tell me how to actually exist as a man in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like mental health was not a conversation topic. And the way that we're all raised, and I think each one of these men will attest to this, is that we are, quite frankly, socialized from birth to expect no love but for that we can offer. Meaning we have to be able to have something to offer you for us to get love in return.
Mm-hmm.
And that's toxic as hell. My self-worth should be a part of that, right? My intrinsic value as a human being should be a part of that equation. But a lot of men aren't taught to do that. We are taught we have to have a home, we have to provide a home, we have to provide a car, we have to provide an environment that is, more or less violence and stress-free. We have to do all of these things, and these expectations rarely, if ever, give us space to be thinking, feeling, emotional human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And that becomes extremely detrimental to our own personal health, to the point where men are committing suicide at 4 times the rate of women.
Mm-hmm.
We can't shake that fact. That's a diehard true fact across the entire planet. It doesn't even matter what country you go to. As a matter of fact, in some countries, it's even worse. So here in the U.S., it's about 13 men in every 100,000 people commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in Lithuania, it's 65 out of 100,000 that commit suicide. So they're 4 times, almost 5 times the rate that we are. So there's apparently something going on with men. And I think what it is, and Rick spoke to it a little bit here, is that we have been forever trapped in a survival mode of how society used to function. We have to, we're never given the opportunity to evolve with women through the 19th century or through the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still stuck in that fight and survival mode, and that's not doing us any good in a world that is much more. The threats are very different, and we don't have to be in battle mode all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But we have never been taught to do anything else other than to be in fight mode all the time. So we don't know what to do with our hands, so to speak. When there's peace, we don't know what that feels like. It feels awkward. And, something that Brian said and what Rick said, and what I will echo is that men aren't, there's a weird expectation that's put on boys that's not put on anybody else.
Okay, what is it?
Your feelings don't matter. Get shit done. The only thing that you have to offer is your time. And even at that, the only thing that you really truly have to offer is your life. So what I mean by that is that people don't care how a man feels. They just don't. They care about what the man's doing. And that's all they care about. Then you could argue that, sure. But I can tell you from personal experience, a lot of the men that I know and a lot of the men that I talk to in a lot of different places, even in different countries, they still come across with the same concept, is that my intrinsic self-worth is tied directly to my ability to provide or to die. That's pretty much how it rolls.
That's heartbreaking, Steve. Give me money or give me death. Is that what you're saying?
I think it would be more, I think men's battle cry would be give me love or give me death.
Give me love or give me death?
Yeah. Men just want to be loved.
You know what? So, I hear something a lot different from men, and it is men want to be respected more than they want to be loved. Not necessarily that they don't want to be loved, but they want to feel respected.
The only reason why I would even remotely kind of push back on that is that you have to understand where the need and desire to be respected is coming from, and it's directly a lack of love that we received earlier on in life. We didn't receive attention. We didn't receive a praise. We didn't receive the loving, caring, emotional, supportive fathers that we deserved. And so we search our entire lives for someone to respect us, because that respect is the foster parent of love. That's what we want.
Say that again. Say that again.
Respect is the foster parent of love.
Respect is the foster parent of love. I've never heard that before. Never heard that before. That's very interesting. I'm just going to ask maybe the guys to expand on that. Who wants you? Okay, Brian. Yeah.
So it's funny that some of the stuff Steve has mentioned is quite true. Yes, I did mention my father and my mother and father divorcing earlier. So one thing though is growing up before my father left, I was always daddy's little helper. My younger brother was the baby, so mommy's little baby boy type of thing. So I always tried to earn my father's respect, and that I also quite frankly feel had a lot to do with me joining the Marine Corps. But even after I earned the title Marine, my father's like, and he's a North Dakota farm boy, grew up and raised that way. The farm was more important, chores were more important than going to school and getting an education. The man worked hard. I respect him for that. He never failed in his duties to be a father as much as he could whenever we were with him and everything. It's just, as I grew older, there's a lot of things me and him started to disagree on. One thing that I've shared before with Steve, and I believe even Rick, I don't know if Big Steve knows, but when I was very young, I always wanted to go to space. I wanted to be an astronaut, all that stuff. Then the 86 Challenger disaster happened. Years go by, and they're about ready to launch the next shuttle. And I was so excited, so ready to watch it on TV. And my father said this: I don't know why they're doing that. If God had wanted us to go to space, he'd have made it air. That was his mentality. That was his thought process on the world. And it crushed me. That and like, so I was a Marine. I was like, there was nothing I could do to get him to say, I love and respect you. And at this point, I love the man, I respect him, but I know for a fact if I was to get the news that he'd passed, I'd go to his funeral and not one tear would be shed.
That's tough. That I can understand that, but that's very tough. I am going to do a survey. We've been doing these surveys within the confines of the mental health conference link, and I'm going to put out there which is more important, love or respect for men. And I just want to see what the mindset is. What you said, Steve, is so powerful. I feel like I got to dig into that. Love is respect is the foster parent or foster child.
Foster parent.
Foster parent for love. Respect is the foster parent for love. Respect is the foster parent for love. I don't even know if I know what that means. What does that mean? What does that mean?
So if we can't get love, we'll take respect.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, you know, some of the things that drive many men is the we need to feel needed, right? We need to feel needed. We would like to be loved, but many men don't feel like they're loved, but they're needed. And men want to be respected, but sometimes that doesn't happen either, but we're still needed, right? So we're constantly not getting what we want and what we need and what we deserve, right? Occasionally you get lucky, like myself. Like, I have an amazing and beautiful wife who supports all the things that I do, and I've found my happy place. That is, like, I feel genuine love in my relationship. But I never felt that in any other relationship I ever had. They were marriages of obligation, or marriages of duty, or marriages of convenience. It was never about love. But this is also the first relationship I've ever been in where I wasn't the sole person working for a living. Like, my wife makes just as much money as I do, which is, you know, that's new to me. I've always been another person's career choice. So I've never felt that kind of, I don't know how to put it, but it's difficult to explain, but it's almost like I'm not alone in the relationship here.
I see.
So if that makes sense. So yeah, men are constantly searching for love, and if we can't get love, we'll take respect. It's the next best thing.
Wow. And I'm just rolling back to, you know, I have a Christian background, and that's just so different than what we're taught in the church. You know, biblically, it says, men love your wives, women respect your husbands. So I'm just curious.
It didn't say love your husbands. It says respect your husbands.
Right. And it's not that you should not do. It's not that you should not do both. It's just that for years, I've been listening to the preachers with an S talk about how much men want respect. So hearing you say that is so different for me. I'm not challenging it. I'm just saying that's how my mind feels, right? And so Big Steve, you've been quiet over there, so that makes you know, the teacher in me wants to call on you.
I think he's struggling with sound.
Okay, fair enough. Well then, Rick, I haven't heard from you. What does respect look like for you?
For me, respect looks a lot like love, because I'm gonna agree with Steve that that's what I was looking for. I know growing up, I can't remember a single time my father told me that he loved me. And even though he was in my life, because he was my coach for every sports team I ever played for until I reached high school, and even though my parents were divorced, he never missed a visitation. But I remember I joined the Navy before I even graduated high school, and I thought, man, if I can just hear him say, you know, I'm proud of you. That's all I need to hear is I'm proud of you, and that'll be worth this. And I didn't even get that. I mean, I had scored like a 99 in the ASVAB. I was off to be a nuclear engineer. I didn't follow through on that because I never wanted to be a nuclear engineer. I had no desire for that in my life at all. I just wanted to hear the words, I'm proud of you, or I love you. Either one would have been top notch for me.
So respect looks a lot like love to you. So hearing the words, I'm proud of you, feels like love. What else feels like love?
Just respect for what we did. I played minor league ball for a couple of years, and my father, I was like Brian when he said a Marine and what, you know, and I thought every father's dream is that his son goes and plays, you know, professional sports. And I actually played professional baseball. And my dad lied to his friends and told them I was still in the Navy. because for some reason, for my father, being in the Navy was, more important than his son playing professional sports. And I think one of his friends called him out one day and said, "No, I just saw your son play shortstop the other night, and he's amazing."
Your
And,
dad was
and instead, I got disowned.
You know what? Your dad was something else. He's
He's still something else.
I mean, what's his mindset like? That's so odd to me.
I haven't. It's unfortunate. I haven't spoken to my father in 25 years. My brothers still update me. I know that he just had surgery last week, almost died, and they wanted to know if I was coming to the funeral. I thought, I don't know. Does anybody even want me there? Which my entire family's like, look, we want you there, even if maybe your stepmother doesn't want you there. But
so was your dad just cantankerous with you, or was he, difficult with the other children?
I don't think the other children. The difference was when I grew up, I hit 18, and I wanted to make my own decisions, be my own person, and he kind of wanted to make all my decisions for me. And I mean, my brother, I think he handled all my brother's finances for like 10 years after he graduated high school, even through one of his marriages. His check, he was in the Navy, his check got direct deposited into, a bank account that my father had control of. And so as long as you were giving him control, he was glad to have you around. The moment you weren't given control, he didn't have control of your stuff, and you might actually make a mistake and make him look bad. You weren't going to be there. And it didn't take long after I grew up, and I have an amazing relationship with my sons. My sons are all superheroes, and they're fantastic. But it didn't take me long to realize that he just wasn't giving what he lacked.
Okay.
He couldn't love because he didn't feel loved himself.
Right. You know something? I wonder if we asked your dad what he would say about love versus respect.
He wants respect.
Yeah, he wants control. He wants control.
Absolutely.
Can I interject here real quick? Because I left this out. My father was really great at telling me that he was proud of me. He would brag to people around us about how great I was at a lot of these, things like sports. I played baseball, I played soccer, I did a lot of different things. I was golfing. I almost went pro for that, but ended up getting divorced, and so that never worked out. So both my parents never ever made me feel like I wasn't loved or that I wasn't making them proud. Even when I was doing the worst job at doing whatever I was doing, like, I was a drug addict for, a number of years. They still never made me feel like I was a piece of trash. None of that. I never had any of that manipulative behavior that some of these guys are expressing, but I've seen more than enough of it in other men's fathers. So it's not anything that's like, a mystery to any of us. We've all heard it from other men and other men's fathers. But I never had to deal with that. I didn't have, it seems like, an emotionally available father. That was the only downside that I had growing up, was I didn't know how my dad felt. I always joke around about my dad having the emotional range of a cucumber. I mean, it's funny, but he's a great man. He gave me so many incredible tools, but the most important tool that he ever gave me was pride in myself. A huge self-value, self-worth. So I have to give him that credit. I had a great father in that regard, and I had a great mother. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to highlight men who didn't. And what concerns me is that there were far more men who had way less of a great parent than I did. And so I want to make sure that they are feeling the things that I got that they didn't. So I'm trying to show men love. I'm trying to show men respect. I'm trying to show men that they have self-worth and value. And that's kind of what drove me in this direction, was like, why are all these men killing themselves? Why are all these men killing themselves on the job? You know, we die, like 97% of workplace deaths are men. You know, we die on the job, we die at home, we commit suicide, we're dying left and right, but for some reason this is not an epidemic. You know what I mean? And so I wanted to give men the same thing that my father gave me, which was an intensely powerful sense of self-worth and value. And not the bad type. It was the good type. It was like my father would tell me he was proud of me. I did a great job. He would brag about the catch that I made at this baseball game. He still does that to this day. So,
I think what you're doing is very important, because unlike the acknowledgement that a woman can give a man can give a man validation in a very different way. And so I think that is one of the reasons what's needed in these support groups. Men really do need to be intentional about lifting one another up. Big shout out to Carl Sean Watkins. He's working on that. And then Amanda points out something here. She says, the patriarchy has had a lot of negative effects on my relationship. I often wonder if we were raised outside of faith, how different our relationships would have been. And so for her, this unhealthy patriarchy that she's seeing is actually making her question her faith. Makes me say,
yeah. Do you want me to go on that one? Or?
Well, she's not the first person. You know,
Right.
Randy's not the first person that I met who connects their faith with their father. I'm sorry, their relationship with their father with their faith. We call God him, right? We call him Father, but the Creator is not a him in all actuality. He would be, you know, more than that. And then, you know, it gets confusing. The love from a creator, a deity, is much different than that. But it does create, she said it is her husband, not her dad. Okay.
Gotcha. Good to know that you had good men in your life.
But if your husband had a an unhealthy relationship with his dad, maybe you're getting a residual of that from him, Amanda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with the patriarchy is the patriarchy is just another word for how society has failed men.
Mm-hmm.
We are the first ones that the patriarchy fails because it sets upon us inaccurate expectations of what it means to be a human being.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a trickle-down problem. If men feel like shit, guess who else is going to feel like shit? Everybody else. Right. So if you show men love and support, they, much like women, you give a woman something and she's going to multiply it. She's a multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
So are men. Men multiply what they get. And if you give them love, if you give them support, they will multiply that, and they will provide a family that you would never want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, but unfortunately, we treat men like we did in the 1900s, and the 1800s, and the 1700s, and the 1600s. We are unpaid bodyguards. We are providers. We are there to die. That's our job. And we still feel like that today in 2022.
I just want to step back, though, because I'm going to speak from a woman's point of view. Is sometimes it's like you are pouring pouring your water on sand that's just sucking up the water, just sucking it up. And that's because the wound is so deep, it's so granular. The person came to you really brokenhearted with all of these wounds, and there's literally not enough love that you could pour out that would stop that sand from being dry. Not enough. And so you end up almost emptying yourself out, or really, and finding out, oh my gosh, the sun is still dry. The sand is still dry.
Yeah. Well, something that you could also look at it using your analogy there, Coach, is so let's say that love is the water, right? And you are the sand.
Yes.
And you just can't get enough. So what is the next ingredient you add? You add respect, right? So now you've added light, and now you're making concrete, right? So you're actually able to form something that can hold water. And now you've got a bowl that is holding all the love that you can give it. So in that sense, we need more than just love or more than just respect. We need all of the things. You know what I mean? We need love, support. We need access to mental health. We need people to be there to talk to us and talk us out of bad ideas, to talk us down, to help us move forward through our own traumas. Because men's mental health, we don't have it. It doesn't really exist in the same sense. Where it's very clear that it does not exist in the same sense, because we would be killing ourselves at such a ridiculous rate if it was. Which is why I love doing these things with you, is because it brings attention to the things that men have been so afraid to talk about forever, really. And now we're finally saying, please just love us. Give us the access to help fix ourselves and fix the past traumas, the generational trauma caused by men to other men, right? Help us fix this problem so you, women, and other people don't have to suffer for it.
Let's go to the generational situation, because I partner with ACEs Matter, Adverse Childhood Experiences, and Amanda's speaking to that as well, because there are like generational, curses or generational traumas that men are dealing with that a wife cannot fix alone, a girlfriend cannot fix alone. And someone mentioned that, they talk to their wife and they say, okay, I'm going to group. And she's like, good, go. Yeah, go do it. Right. So I cannot highlight the importance that men, you guys have to come shoulder to shoulder. You have to put your arms around one another, because you can't get it from Sports Center, and you can't get it from just your wife, and there's not enough basketball or golf that you can play in the world. You have to have real life conversations. You have to have a real life conversation. I'm going to try Big Steve again and check on him and see if he can jump in and speak to this.
Sounds like he's got sound.
Do you have sound, Big Steve? Not quite yet.
It's
Sure. Did you have something you want to share? Okay, I am going to go to Rick. Rick. I don't think his sound is working at all. It's just.
It sounds like he's got an internet problem too.
Yeah, you're a little spotty, Steve. But we're thinking about you and your big long beard. Yes, sir. Rick, speak to this subject matter, please.
Absolutely. That's what I'm going to, when it comes to the camaraderie that men can give other men and a validation. I mean, being with these guys, it helps take care of some of those wounds that we got as kids. We were growing up, and because I don't know, for some reason, it seems like when me and my wife have a great relationship, and but there are times that it's like, look, you just don't get it. This is what me and my dad went through, or this is what me and my grandfather went through. Which I had my grandfather was actually the one that spent more time raising me and taking me fishing and doing all the things with me, because my father spent 60 hours a week working. Because in his mind, hey, I put a roof over your head and I put food on the table. What more can you ask of me? And of course, it would have been a resounding.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Get out from behind the television.
Hold on one second.
Because he did get out from behind that television and coach every team I ever had. I appreciate that. But when you have that relationship, when you get tight with other men, it definitely heals some wounds.
I got a crazy setup going.
It's almost as if this guy knows where I came from, because he's been there and fought the same battle I've fought, and it's kind of and some of those relationships. I mean, I have other friends in my life that come and go, but some of the close male friends I have, they've been friends in my life for 30 years.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I mean, we may not see each other for a couple months, and we see each other tomorrow, and it's like, oh, hey, here's my best friend. And because we just, I don't want to say we can commiserate, but we got an understanding of where each other's coming from, and when we can start to provide what other men need, that's when, and that's kind of what this group.
All right,
does.
can you hear me?
We invite when we see a man who's in need, we invite him.
Or
in
at least
and
I could.
We can run it home, and
something
it's a place where
on
you
your
can come and you can share your shit, and you can cry, and you can get mad, upset, whatever, and we just go, all right, brother, let's keep on going. Let's fight the good fight.
You want to know what? I just connected an idea. I just had my moment. All right, stay with me, guys. Amanda says this.
Okay, can you hear me?
Okay, and what she's talking about is owning your stuff, owning your pain. All right.
Can you hear me?
I heard earlier in regards to say last week that
I can't hear you.
It's like
can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are.
Men don't know how to be men, right?
Because I wasn't saying anything.
Oh well, there you go.
This guy dropped
It probably helps if you say
that's so
something.
taboo.
Let me turn these guys
so
down.
Taboo.
I thought that was live, so.
And then I actually heard another man. This man.
I have to run. I have to look. I have to end the show. I got 50 gazillion things going on.
And they all kick the can down the road, right?
Okay.
They all kick the can down the road. You'll find out. They found some creative way of never answering the question. Okay? That creates a wound in itself. Then you have this unsure idea of what a man is, and this wound is being created. The only